Welcome, everybody. We just started the event. We will wait until people have joined slightly, but welcome to day 2 of the Bratislava GA. Day number 1 was filled with a lot of debate, the candidates, with much of the, obviously, the general debate that goes around this. For day 2, it's slowly getting started behind with the hosts of the in-person GA talking. But we also have a few updates on our end on the live stream if you're watching. We changed the Wi-Fi, so hopefully the changes in connection is solved on our end. And even though the Wi-Fi wasn't great in many parts of yesterday's event, hopefully today it's way better. Please let us know on the live chat once it takes place. Lucas will help the team. We also have the fundraiser going on, so please continue to donate to the fundraiser. And we'll have call outs throughout the day, thanking people. And then also, as if like yesterday, we'll have a few different interviews with different people. I hope that you really enjoyed the interviews yesterday, from provincial council ministers to, today we have an MEP coming. The agenda is packed, but if you have anybody that you really want to speak to, we can make the effort to see if we can find them in the slowly getting busy hall of the General Assembly. So yeah, if you have any questions, please let us know. Yeah, just to give you a little bit of context, the in-person GA is slowly getting started. Hosts are describing the different breakout rooms. And like yesterday, the breakout rooms will be also recorded using maybe different links, I believe. But we will get to that point once we reach it. Yeah, please, if you have any questions, please let us know. If you're not enjoying this at all, you can also let us know. If you like it, please also let us know. We're really working on your feedback behind the screens. And yeah, we're really there for you and give you the best events possible for the people watching at home. And I think we can maybe cut to the main stage.
Because we have some important legal stuff to go through. So, chairing committee, please.
Good morning, everyone. So the GA is officially open at 9:01. The votes on the elections are open until 12 today. Please don't forget to vote. And the votes for the motions are open until 12 tomorrow. I think you already talked about this a bit, but today we have several motions that are open to the debate. And if you want to talk about any of them, please don't forget to register on the form provided. And now, yes, you can.
Speaking of, if you wish to speak on the topic that we're about to cover, scan the QR code and the stage will be yours. And now,
excellent. And in the meantime, the stage will be with Chris and Just, who will tell us about the policy infrastructure for Volt. See you later.
Good morning. I see you can register to speak to this topic, so please do if you want. All right. Well, it's nice to see that everybody's here. All right, today we're going to talk about work that we've been doing for the last 2 years. Unfortunately, 2 of the main people who have been working on this with us, Kate Fistrich and Dan Stuvel, are not here today. but I want to have a big round of applause for them already, because they're hopefully watching online. All right. We already did a presentation on this in Frankfurt. And in Frankfurt, we discussed the main outline of this idea. And I'm going to repeat some of the stuff that we already discussed so that everybody knows what we're talking about. A lot of information is also in the explainer, but it's quite some text. So if you haven't read it yet, maybe you find some time later today to go through it. All right, so what are we trying to do here? We want to go from fragmentation across the organization to a single policy infrastructure that connects policy development within Volt throughout layers, cross-border, etc. And in that case, we're going from a before to an after situation where now policy is being developed in silos. People are reinventing the wheel over and over again. People cannot find each other's policies. There's a lot of different types of policy documents that don't really relate to each other. And what we want to do is we want to try to get to a aligned system where people can find each other's policies, can maybe even copy paste them as best practice if they want to write a new program and they don't have to reinvent the wheel again. And they can maybe focus on the campaign and the narrative, etc. And to do this, we made clear and scalable processes. And the scalable is very important because it looks like a very big thing, but the magical word there is scalable. So what we try to do is to create something that people can live up to. And the bigger the chapter gets, the easier it will get to live up to all these requirements, right? And the smaller a chapter is, the less work they probably can do. And then, how would I say it? Can I read something? No. I think all right, they can live up to the criteria, but there are people helping them, and if they cannot match all of them, it won't be a big problem. All right, so the alignment between the documents looks like this. So on the top side, you see some of the stuff that we've been working on over the past year, which are the touchstones in the political narrative. Xenia and Kai will be on stage later to talk about the political narrative. But these things, together with the compass, which is also in the picture, form kind of a basic framework for the entire European organization on where we want to go with our policies. But then the actual policy work starts, and that you see on the left, where we created templates for policy roadmaps, how we call it, where we want to define A to Z roadmaps for policy development so that we can also say, maybe the next 5 years we can do this. And if we manage to do that in 5 years, we can use the next 5 years to do that, etc., 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 and moving on till 2050 or maybe even later. And these policy roadmaps together can then be combined to electoral policy programs whenever an election is popping up. And at the same time, these policy documents, they also have to relate to our political communication. So that's why we also included that in the picture. That's not the scope of the policy team, of course. That's the scope of the comms teams and the campaign teams. But it's nice that they are related to each other and aligned. So you have political statements, which are just like short, could be short social media messages, could be op-eds, etc. It doesn't have a clear format, but is anything about a specific topic or whatever happening in the world. And you have the electoral campaign program, which is a summary of the most important stuff that we want to highlight during our campaigns, wherever we are. All right, and then the reinvention of a European organization are the European communities, actually. So we also have the GA market there. The European communities have almost all been presented there yesterday and today. So some of them will still be there today. So if you want to speak to them, please go. And the idea of the European communities is that they can combine all the people that have interest and expertise on a specific topic, so that people can start helping each other with their policy across borders, across countries, across layers. So, and the other fun thing about these communities is they can connect people in society with the movement, with the association, because they can bring in experts from outside, they can bring in NGOs from outside, etc. So what will happen after if we approve this, and then we start the implementation process, and that's not going to be done in one day, and this is going to need help from all the policy leads across the entire organization on each level. And we want to include everybody in a network where we discuss what is needed, we'll discuss what help people need, and how to get the right volunteers in the right place. And then, most importantly, we're also developing a policy management system which should later, when it's there, include all the documents that we're working on, also the documents that have been approved, a place where people can file amendments, where people can vote on policy. But maybe another cool thing that we want to include there are the motions by our elected officials, so that when people are working on policy within the movement, they can use the motions or the amendments that our elected officials use in their councils or in the parliament to improve their policies. And there we see a collaboration starting between the elected officials that have day-to-day ad hoc work and have to rush sometimes, and the people, the volunteers that are working in our organization. So the first vote for this whole topic is vote 2A, the approval of the policy infrastructure, which is mainly like the implementation of this thing and us moving on with the creation of a policy management system. So if you haven't already voted, please do. And then I think I want to go to you, Chris.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here with you. It was fantastic to work with Kate and Daan of the policy team under the inspiring leadership of Joost. And I'm very happy to have a couple of minutes to explain something about what has been the most complex cognitive challenge I've ever had professionally after graduating from architecture school. So let's start. This is, I think, still your slide, or shall I? Why a compass? The compass describes our foundational understanding of the world and of humanity, guiding our decision-making processes. Priorities. It's not new, it's built directly from Volt's key founding text. So 1.5 years ago, Joost and I had a cup of coffee in Rotterdam, and Joost asked me, said, we need to synthesize these core founding documents of Volt. And the question is how to do so. How can you get agreement with thousands of members on synthesizing 4 texts? From a technical standpoint, how do you actually do that? And then I suggested we should work with keywords that we can agree on. And once we agree on the keywords, then we can always write a text by a good text writer. So that's kind of what I proposed to Joost. And Joost said, sure, let's try it. I don't know if you recognize these texts, but you will recognize the statutes, Volt explained, the revalue Volt, for example, the pledge. And so I said, let's agree on the keywords that are most important in these 4 documents, and then try to interrelate these keywords in such a way that they make sense together, and then hypernymize. So that's a difficult word I had to learn myself, but it means to categorize on a higher abstraction order. So if you have car, the hyponym of car is vehicle. So that makes it easier to get umbrella terms under which all these documents can find. So this is a very technical language story from an architect who looks at language like architecture. So once we can agree on the keywords, then we can agree on the final text. That was the logic. So I'm going to give you a couple of examples of struggles we've had. So this is not the final outcome. We had many sort of heroic failures, if you like, in creating this text. So I was trying to get higher order words for human technical development of federal United Europe, fulfill unique potential. These are all phrases from these key documents. And what is it all about? Is it about the what, the how, the what, the why? But we really got lost in that. Is it about identity, politics, philosophy, social goals? We struggled a lot. I think I made 70 pages of notes in my first document. And then they had to read it all. I felt very sorry for them. It took me weeks. Other efforts at categorization and even human rights or human dignity, it was very confusing, but I learned a lot. Well, more examples of narrative, character, heroes and victims in the pledge. It's a very emotional text. Ultimately, we started over and tried to categorize things in sort of grand global developments, universal foundations and principles, timeless visions. We got lost, basically. We got lost. So we had to start over. What we did is we started again at the little paragraphs of the original text and tried to create new categories for them, going from the manifesto to the context, principles, end state visions. These blue arrows, these are new efforts at categorization, but in such a way that there's a key master or mother document, depending on your gender preferences, where you can find the original words and phrasing. So that's what we tried to do. I'll click through it a bit faster. This is massive table. This is actually how big it is, so you can't read it, but this is how much work we put in it. So everyone can find the original word. We got lost again, because then we didn't know, we needed a starting point. Like, we needed sort of one word to start with. How do you do that? And these are many of the words we considered as a starting point, but we got stuck in this. We didn't really know where to start. And then ultimately, yeah, how to interrelate all these words and have a starting point. Ultimately, this became our starting point. It just happened magically during a conversation of all of us. And we said, planetary life. That is our foundation. Planetary life is what everything we do is based on. It sounds very philosophical, and it is. And then human life on Earth is sort of a lower order foundation. And then dignity of life and human dignity is the core principle, let's say. We even struggled with the word principle. Is that a good word? But this for us felt like a real good starting point that we can all believe in. And ultimately, this is what we ended up delivering to the person who actually wrote the text. That was mainly Kate, and we of course helped. It's very philosophical, but this is a summary and a synthesis of those 4 key documents. We called it Humanity's Core Principles. One can debate a bit about that, but I think there are, there's always people speaking about the individual versus the collective. We always speak about collaboration versus competition. We always speak about equality versus freedom, or perhaps they're not opposite. Maybe we need both of them, but this is always sort of how we frame and understand politics. So this became perhaps as the abstract core, and we used to call this charter, now we call it compass, but I think what we were looking for is an eternal, universal vision that is always true and theoretically will never have to be changed as the sort of the core of our infrastructure of policies. And then maybe the touchstones can be changed every so many years. But that was our aspiration, our ambition. So this is it. This is the synthesis we arrived at. And somehow it feels really good. And we hope it makes sense to you. Now this we gave to Kate and our friends. And then, we wrote, or they wrote the final text. And this is the final text. So this is the first part. There's 2 slides, this slide and the next one. But I go back. I made some of the words thicker. I don't know what the English word for that is. I don't know if you can see it, but like flourishing, balance, individual, commitment, sustain, prosperity, diverse natural world. These are some of the keywords that ultimately are a specification of that table of 9 words, referring back to the 4 core documents. So this is the architecture of this text. This is the most nerdy thing I've ever said on any GA. I hope it makes sense. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. It was a pleasure working with you on this. Now we're here, and we have to vote on this. So the vote 2A is about the entire infrastructure as a means of developing policy. And the vote 2B is actually the approval as part of the compass as part of this policy infrastructure. So we of course would like you to approve it, but feel free to don't, of course. Then I want to go to the final part, which is the touchstones. So in Frankfurt, we also already explained what we would want to do with the touchstones. But what is an actual touchstone? And this is like a common definition. A touchstone was a common tool to assess the purity of gold, and Volt uses touchstones to assess the quality of our policies and communications. And our touchstones are meant to describe a future that we are not having yet, but not in a way of telling which policy should be there or what we think about digitization, because these are all things, means to an end, let's say. And what we want to describe in the touchstones is the end. And then the policies can fill in the way to go to the end, right? And can be pragmatic in that sense, because we can switch between policies if we deem it necessary, because we have new information, because AI pops up, etc. They are ambitious, sometimes wildly so, I think Kate wrote down, but to make it clear, they are not policy. How do we use them? Well, we maintain alignment and work towards a common goal with them. So everybody across layers can use them as their framework. And in the framework that I showed in the previous slide with the document hierarchy, there is also alignment between levels, of course. But whenever our comms teams or our elected officials don't have a policy in place yet, they can always refer to the touchstones and see like, okay, so if we want to get there and there in this domain, this is the end state, so we need to test the ideas that we have to that end frame, let's say. How were they created? So what we did, we compiled all the policy texts that were there on the European level, which were like, I think 500 pages or so, including the Moonshot program and the whole MOP. And they were analyzed thematically by the European policy shapers, who broke down the text and extracted the core principles. And then we opened it up for an amendment process, which was done from 2 March to 2 May this year. And there were 64 amendments submitted, and 15 of them reached the support threshold that was needed to be voted on during this GA. And last point. The idea behind these touchstones amendments is that they can be that the process starts all over again after this GA. So if people are not happy with stuff that is in the touchstones, we open up the motion tool again, and people can file their amendment again, discuss it, improve it, etc., so that they can change the touchstones in the way they feel necessary. And that brings me to the final vote, the approval of the touchstones. But there are the 15 amendments that have to be voted on. So in the voting form, you can find the 15 amendments. You can read through them if you think that they are improvement to the first draft. And if you do, please approve the amendment. And then the final vote will be the text, including all the new approved amendments. I think that was it. So thank you for being here this early. Thank you, Chris, for all the work that you've done. Thanks, Kate and Dan. I don't know if you can see me and hear me, but I hope so. Kate sent me a message this morning, so I guess she's watching. And I think we can hand it over to the presenters. I don't know, do I give it to you? All right.
I have it here. Well, thank you both. Thank you both for presenting this early. We already have 2 people registered.
Hello, and welcome back
to
the at-home session of the Bratislava GA. I'm joined here with Rick Zenik, if I'm getting that correct.
That's correct.
The organizer, or what's your title more specifically?
My formal title is co-president of Volt Slovakia.
Okay.
And so we're the host chapter of this GA.
And what does host chapter of the GA entail really into like the organization of an actual GA?
So, I mean, obviously it's a Volt Europa GA, so it's really Volt Europa's event that then has to be held somewhere. And we applied and we're honored to be given the privilege to host it here in Bratislava. I want to emphasize that from our perspective, this is a cross-border GA. Bratislava is the only capital city in the world that borders 2 other countries, Austria and Hungary. Both are on the city edges. And so we've done this together a lot, with especially our chapter neighbors from Austria, because Vienna is less than an hour from Bratislava.
And what would you say is an interesting fact about Bratislava that people may not know when initially visiting Bratislava. Because people obviously they go to Budapest, they go to Vienna, and then it's not exactly halfway on the Danube, but like it's halfway in the Danube. You have another capital city
Right.
on the
Well,
Danube.
what was cool was on Friday, we had a lot of Volters who came, they were coming through Vienna to Bratislava. Some of them chose to take the boat from Vienna to Bratislava, which is a little over an hour boat ride, and it's a hovercraft, and so it's quite an experience. But I think that's something a lot of people don't realize.
And is it like the old hovercraft in the day where you took across the English Channel, where it was in like a very old hovercraft and you had a lot of people throwing up along the sides? Or
First of all, it's on the river, not the sea.
Okay.
So it's much calmer waters, and it's a much smaller boat. But I think it's a newer boat as well.
And what's the one experience that you'll take from not organizing the GA, but heavily implementing yourself in the organization of the GA?
So
for the future of your chapter,
Yeah.
the Slovakia chapter?
I mean, we were interested in hosting it here in Bratislava because we believe it can be game-changing for Volt Slovakia. We have local elections in 4 months here, and it's always a struggle to gain awareness and credibility in any country, and that's been the case certainly in Slovakia. And so this, we believe, is having that effect. Is that we've gotten the attention of people in the political establishment in Slovakia, the media, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh wait, we still have time. We still have time.
Okay.
When on the main stage, they people move. Sorry. We are dealing with the live events.
That's fine.
The limits of the live events. We need to go back to the motions.
Compass. Also, if you believe that there should have at least been an amendment process and that members should have a say in our top document, then also vote no. And then let's create something better together. Thank you.
Ole? Ole?
Hello, everyone. So it's an interesting effort what has been going on with the Compass, basically trying to figure out a new core text for Volt that only describes our goals. So not the means, only the goals. And then there are also basically a question that I've been thinking about a lot. Is Europe truly a goal or is it a means? I personally also think it's a means, not a goal. So in that sense, I somewhat agree, but I think the Compass in its current form does not really answer the question very well what the goal is. It's a nice piece of text, but there's a lot of things in there. I get the feeling that a lot of other progressive parties also say. So then what is the core that makes Volt unique? Well, my suggestion would be it's the same as what I said in my speech yesterday. Maybe it is curiosity, the desire to learn about each other's experiences, about what truly works in all kinds of different locations, and about different cultures, and using what we learn about cultures to improve ourselves. Maybe then, because maybe if we put that curiosity for other cultures, like putting that in, for example, with a text like Volt wants to know about different cultures and learn how they do things and what works about them, then Europe does not become just a choice of a means, it becomes a necessity, something that naturally follows. Maybe, and so that would be my suggestion, maybe put that kind of curiosity into the Compass, because then we necessarily have to be European. But that's my idea about it.
Thank you to both Caroline and Ole. We don't have any more people registered to speak on this. So right now, we have the votes already open on this until tomorrow. Please don't forget that only people who have been members for 30 days prior to the General Assembly have the right to vote. The votes are the vote 2A, approval of the policy infrastructure. The GA is asked to approve or reject the vote policy infrastructure. Vote 2B, approval of the new charter as part of the policy infrastructure. The GA is asked to approve or reject a new charter as part of the policy infrastructure. Vote 2C, approval of the touchdowns as part of the policy infrastructure. The GA is asked to approve or reject the 15 amendments to the touchdowns that collected enough support by the members, or approve and reject the amended version of the touchdowns. And now, back to you.
Thank you. Thank you to the chairing committee. Thanks again, Chris. Thanks, Joost. Thank you, Caroline. Thank you, Ole, for your remarks. You've seen it. When you register to speak, we'll give you this stage. Use it. The view is pretty neat. Oh, what is this again? Who's playing the game I mentioned yesterday? Shame on you. Maybe you don't remember. I said every time this QR code shows up on the screen, you scan it and you donate some money. I have no shame. I will keep asking you for cash. Every 100 euros help. No pressure though. So, moving on. We have some exciting sessions again here on the main stage and in the breakout rooms when you walk through that door, around the car, upstairs, you already know it. In the room number 1, we have the Volt Academy, scaling our pan-European movement through digital sovereignty. And in the room 2, we have why EU ETS and carbon pricing are structurally failing Europe's climate goals. And right now, here on the main stage, we will be talking about the Volt Europa political narrative. And let me invite Xenia and Caio to tell you a bit more. And like I said, if you want to register to speak on this topic, scan the QR code. Hi.
Oh, noise? Okay, works. Good morning, everyone. We're going to talk about the Volt Europa narrative, but you might be thinking, who are these two people on stage? So let us present ourselves first.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming in this Monday morning to watch us talk about the narrative. My name is Caio. I'm the political assistant, the digital assistant at the communications team of Volt Europa. So everything social media related you see from Volt Europa comes from us. And some background so that you know who you're talking to. I am from Brazil, the grandson of a farmer, son of a farmer. So the natural next step for me was, of course, to move to the Netherlands and join a European party and start working with politics. So thank you. Xenia?
So this is my official picture. I am Xenia, and I'm Volt Europa Digital Comms Lead. However, this is actually what I do in my free time. I like to pedestrianize streets and save bike lanes. This means that this is actually a better representation of my official photo. This is me in the town hall. I spent so many hours there that the next step was, of course, to run for local elections in Lisbon. Speaking of elections, you probably know this, that there's this joke, a running joke in Volt Europa, that on any given day, there is an election happening somewhere right now. Now, we have had quite a bit of success over the last couple of years. We've grown from 200 to 360 elected officials. But we have lost some as well. Now, remember this image? We really enjoy having our photographers take this kind of images for the party. This was a big moment for us. Now, a lot of you, after that spectacular moment when our party really gained momentum, when we elected the 5 MEPs, started actually questioning, okay, now I want to communicate what Volt is to my community, within my movement, to the people who I hope will vote for me. And some of you have said, okay, I've read the Shine 29 program, but I still don't have all the answers. And probably some of you who have run for elections, by the way, how many people have run for elections here? Raise of hands. Fantastic. So especially you probably have heard this question. So are you left? Are you center? Are you Vox, that far-right Spanish party? And probably some of you have had this question. So in my Instagram bio, should I write the F word? Do we all know what the F word is? There are a lot of right answers, and yes, it's federalism. And of course, some of you might have heard, okay, if you're green, then why are you purple? So to be truly successful by 2029, in order for us to have more of these pictures in 2029, we need to freshen up that one story that we're telling. Why? Because this way we can act as one movement and speak with one voice. And this means we need the narrative. What do we mean by this? We need a narrative that would give us a united story to tell across Europe. Remember that myth of Europa? Zeus spotted her, chased her, and then she gave name to the entire continent. That's what we want for Volt. We want the entire continent to have that one story, that one name to remember. Then we also need a narrative that would inform our policies. Again, we have a few ancient Greeks here voting. We want internal democracy, we want external democracy. We want to be able to have that story so we know how we're building our policies. Then we want a narrative that would define how we communicate. And you might think that this is another ancient Greek. No, this is actually my colleague Kaio working on his Canva post. And then we need a narrative that would be the foundation for all our campaigns. And the ancient Greeks used to say that these are odysseys. And many of you are on an odyssey, on a campaign. And some of us are probably feeling a bit upside down and tied to our ship. But this is exactly why we need the narrative. And then one day, I received a call from this gentleman.
And the reason you might have received a call from George, maybe one of you in this room, some of you got a call from George, is because this process started back in January by collecting feedback on the existing narrative. Before creating any new narrative, we wanted to understand what was wrong with the narrative we had in place. And so this process was started by calls that George and Sebastian had with stakeholders from the party, so our elected officials, our members of parliament, our staff, and also some of our key members and stakeholders of the party. We can, yeah, that's George having his calls with some of you in this room. And also we have Sebastian as well, and me in the back, also helping me write this narrative. Yeah, so the next step was also mapping out the tensions. So some people, of course, we're a party that agree on many things, but especially on which terms to use, and we know this is something we sometimes disagree a lot, there are some tensions. So the next step was mapping out tensions. For example, some people thought we should use the word people. Some thought we should use the word Europeans when referring to whom we're making policies. Some people thought that using Europeans would mean maybe to, if you apply it to a national context and you would say, doing this for the Spanish people, if you're from Spain, it could sound nationalistic. So should we use the same type of wording at the European level? Some people didn't think so. Some thought we should own the term Europeans and use it. So that's the type of discussions we had. Also pragmatic. Some people thought that this word, of course, we know we're pragmatic, but some people thought that using this word to describe votes is not the best to show our bold, evidence-based, innovative policies. And we also had the discussion about federalists. Should we be putting federalists in every single bio and be using this word everywhere? So those are some of the tensions we had. So the natural next step was, of course, to listen to you. You built this narrative. That's the important part here. This narrative was not built by George and Sebastian in those calls or by me. It was built by you answering the surveys. We had over 1,600 answers to our survey about the narrative. So thank you for your participation. You built this narrative with us. Yeah, and important to remember as well that this wasn't just a question of yes or no in the survey. We also had open qualitative answers so you could share your actual opinion in huge paragraphs. And We read it all. And then in April, we finalized this narrative. Now, going straight to the narrative, the story of why vote exists and all of that has to start with what we're trying to fix, what is broken. Xenia?
Yeah, what is broken? So Europe has not unlocked its full potential, and people pay the price. Notice how we've already used the word people, not just Europeans, as a result of your feedback. So what does this really mean? So for all of us, this can have a different meaning. So for many of you, it's probably the ongoing war in Ukraine. For some of you, especially from the European South, these are wildfires in Portugal, in Spain, in Italy, in Greece, in Cyprus. For some of you, it is how much you pay for the food and how a lot of people now can't afford to actually put food on the table. For some of us, and I come from Lisbon, it's paying 120% of your salary for actually being able to rent an apartment. So this is probably a question to you. What is your problem? All right? How do you define that? And the next question, of course, is what do we want?
And the answer all of you gave us to what Vote wants is that we want a Europe that works and a Europe that works for everyone. This can mean multiple things for each one of you. Xenia, a mobility activist, probably for her, a Europe that works is a Europe with bike lanes in every single city. For some of you, a Europe that works is a Europe with a common European army that defends us and prevents us from even entering wars. For other of you, it's about reforming the democracy of Europe to make sure that the parliament is actually democratic and our European government is democratic. This means removing the vetocracy and the veto power of some of our politicians. And for other people here, it may be simply the creation of a United States of Europe, our ultimate goal. Whether we call this or not, this is, for some of you, the main reason why you're here and what you want to do. And now, who are we? Who are these people trying to do these things?
Yeah, Volt is the European community. What do we mean by this? So for instance, someone calls you and says, my son has a birthday, he is 5. Would you like to come? This happens to be, Jorge from the Volt Portugal team. And for me, this is the community. For some of you, this is having a dance in Albania. Now, we're also a movement. And what does this mean? It means that we don't wait for us to have a position of power to actually change what we think should be changed. Again, this is an example from Volt Portugal, because, well, I'm from Volt Portugal, have more images from there. And we didn't wait to be in the city government to actually pedestrianize the street. We organized a protest and we just sat on that street and we made it pedestrian. That's movement. Now, we're also a party, of course. And this means that, well, you all know we have our representatives on local, national, here's Lawrence, and European level. So, Kyle, why do we exist?
Well, the reason Vote exists is to build a Europe that connects, a Europe that is united, democratic, and capable of overcoming challenges across borders. And our ambition, what Vote wants to become, is to become the leading democratic force on the local, national, and European levels to reform Europe to make it work for everyone. And what this means is, on the local level, for example, we have our amazing local elected officials. Who here is a local elected official? Do we have any in the room? Yeah, amazing. And as you may know, this week we had also the elected official summit here in Bratislava. And what Vote does special is that all other parties can say that they also have a local official, but we are the only party that have officials from all across Europe collaborating and exchanging best practices and creating policy together, united, creating the same type of policies for all the way from Cyprus to Portugal. And it also means changing and acting at the national level, for example, with our senators, Gaby and Eddie, at the Dutch Senate. And of course, we are a European party doing this at the European level with our MEPs. And it's also important to remember, just a second there, that this does not only mean through elections and through members of parliament, it means acting on the local, national, and European level, also as a movement. For example, at the European level, we are soon starting our ECI on housing. At the local level, we have our local parties working, such as Xenia, working on mobility outside of elections as well. So that's also what we mean by acting on all levels, not just in the parliaments, but also as a movement. And our value proposition.
our value proposition, we unlock Europe's potential. Now, how do we do this? You see these three verbs: unite, empower, and change. And many parties could actually put it on their slide. But let's actually see what we mean by that. Well, when you say unite, we know that there are a lot of people probably sitting in their houses thinking that they're the only ones who actually think that things should change, that Europe should be one. And they don't know that there are actually all these other people out there who are dreaming about the same thing, who are actually acting about what they think the dream should, which dream should become their reality. So when we say unite, we actually go out and invite these people. We show them evidence. We are together. We're not alone. We're actually becoming this one thing. Now, when we say empower, what does that mean? Let me give you a story. You probably all know Nella, but not everyone knows her story. She was not in politics. She was someone who participated in Volt Germany's program for young people who wanted to become politicians, and she was number 2 on the list, and now she's representing all of us in the European Parliament. Now, change. We do have many success stories. So Beppe, I see her there. Beppe is part of the committee in Northern Holland, and she made it possible for deaf people to actually have sign language on every government communication. This is the change she has already brought to our world. Well, Damian. Damian has been working on the 28th regime. That means any of us, no matter where we are in Europe, can open a company easily, paying less than 100 euros. And Kai, you probably know that now he's making it a reality that if you are traveling anywhere across Europe, from point A from point B, it shouldn't be 100 tickets. If it's just one journey, it's one ticket. This is the change we're bringing. Now, what do we do every day?
Well, what we do is we act as one we act as one in over 30 countries to create bold evidence-based European pragmatic policies. We also unite people to give them and empower them to act. We also run election campaigns so that we can elect a network of elected officials that can create change from within. And of course, we run social action campaigns because we don't wait for the next election to act. We act outside of elections to make sure that change happens. And what do we focus on?
What do we focus on? Democratic reform. Again, this slide could be on any other party's presentation, but we mean something different by that. We actually have a community, a European community, which is called DreamCom. And if you're tired of vitocracy, if you think the way we vote for the European Parliament should change, then any of you, can be part of this community and actually write policies. Same goes for economic reform. Any party could have this on their slide. But what we mean by this, again, we have a number of different communities. Well, here we talk specifically about Econ-FinCom, and you can be part of it. You can work, for instance, on basic income or any other economic topic that you have that you want to become a policy for all of Volt. Social reform. Well, again, what do we mean by this? We actually have tons of communities that you can join and make this policy and hence change happen. And what is our call to action?
Well, our call to action to all of you and the call to action of our narrative is let's unite Europe together. You may have thought this is a bit repetitive, but that's what a narrative is. If I tell you future made in Europe, you know that is Volt. So what we ask for you as well is repeat this time after time. Let's say, let's unite Europe together in these next years into the 2024 election, so that this is what Volt's about. And that's what we are asking for Europeans to do. What now? Thank you. So our last request for you is for you to vote for it. The narrative is now, the voting for the narrative is open. So we recommend that you vote in favor, of course, but make up your mind. And the next step as well is to localize the process that we have already started. This narrative is not supposed to only work in English at the European level. It's supposed to work for everyone in every country. So we already started the process of translating this to every language where Volt is present. And you may have watched this and thought, unlocking Europe's potential doesn't really work in my language. That means just opening a door. So how do I do it in my country? Well, in your country, we're probably going to adapt it a bit and use a word that applies for the situation. So that's the process now. And the final request is for you to scan this, because this presentation was us telling a story about the narrative, but not the exact wording of everything. So to read the actual narrative, that is a bit longer than what we presented here, this is a one-pager, it's very simple, but it's very detailed. When we wrote it, every comma, we paid attention to make sure that we meant what we wanted to mean. So of course, this is not exactly how it's written. So please read this so that you can make a wise decision when voting. And Sebastian at 2 will be presenting the narrative again, actually reading word by word. So if you want to watch that, please attend. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for the debate. Now it's time for the members to take the floor. You
Hello,
can
welcome
register
everybody.
through
Welcome back to the
form.
live stream.
Currently,
I'm
we
joined
have
here with Kai.
Sonia, so please,
I don't think,
towards the
Kai, you need
stage,
any
for
introduction,
the mic.
but for the people
And
online that
just,
may not know your face or your role, do you want to introduce yourself maybe to the people watching online?
Yes, happily so. Hi, I am Kai, a former local councillor for Volt in Braunschweig, Germany. Since 2 years now, member of the European Parliament, and especially working on transport policy and trying to improve rail policy in the European Parliament.
I can imagine that's a lot of hard work and a lot of determination. If people watching at home, if you have any questions, I have my laptop here and I can also read out questions. But what would you say is one of the successes that Volt has had, or that you've had as a success in the European Parliament so far? Because I saw that you had the single European ticket passed a couple of days ago. Do you have any other successes that you've had?
No, but this is the big thing that I would actually want to mention there, because we have been now for 2 years pushing to get strong ambition in that whole ticketing package that is now on the table. We, as a parliament, can start working on it. And in the dynamics with the different political groups and also group internally, I then also managed to now be the rapporteur on the main file of the ticketing package, so meaning on the rail ticketing regulation. And I mean, that is now the legitimation to work for the next 2 years on it and have real influence and be the lead negotiator for Parliament on this. It's incredible, and that's just the topic of my heart, and to be now able to shape myself, and of course a huge success.
I can imagine that it's a lot of hard work, but you have probably a lot of experience so far. What would you say is your most memorable experience away from the actual policy part of it? What's your most memorable experience that you've had in the EP so far?
I wouldn't single it down to one experience, but a little bit this whole world that I'm now acting in, I think is a incredible experience. Just having suddenly like people to exchange with on the highest level, being involved in processes that you wouldn't have dreamt to be involved in, or just 2 weeks ago, then having in the evening a dinner with Ursula von der Leyen together with the Bureau of the Greens group. From there, going directly to council, to conciliation, like trilogue with the member states on air passenger rights and so on and so on. It's quite an impressive setting, and also shows you the, let's say, importance of what we are doing there, and what we are now able to also have influence on and shape the whole content and processes. So I think that's something that I feel very honored to be able to do for Volt.
I don't think we have video. Sorry, I don't think we have video. Okay, perfect. Sorry, there were a few technical glitches, I hope, that I needed to see, because I couldn't see my video on my screen. But yeah, I can imagine it's very knowledgeable base. Volta is also known for having a lot of young people as members. What would you say is your one message that you could say to the young voters watching at home, maybe that may not have the money to travel to these types of events? What would you say to them?
Well, I think I hope that at Volt Europa we try to make it possible for as many people as possible to actually at least be able to join the GA. But of course, well, you will not always be able to. And I do think with Volt, with the work we do, giving actually also hope to young people that they can influence politics and that we have a say and that we can actually bring new ideas and a new approach to politics, not only in social media or somehow on an abstract agenda, but actually really into the policy making process and into the parliament. I think that is incredible, and that gives me personally also a lot of motivation to do what I'm doing.
And we had a question asked online. We had a question: what would you say are your next steps in relation to the Volt train policy, or your position in the Volt European Parliament train group?
Yeah.
What
So
would you say are your next
on the
steps?
rail policy.
Yeah.
So at the one hand, I'm right now working on the Connecting Europe facility, meaning especially about funding infrastructure, and on the rail ticketing. The next steps are now that we start setting up the parliamentary negotiating team, that we start exchanging with the different political groups on what will actually we have an approach. And I'm also now starting to have the conversation with Commission to make sure that we're aligned and yeah, bring forward a good vision there. And I mean, the whole process will last for probably 2 years or longer.
And what would be the end goal, the end vision, would you say, like, that you have in mind at the end of this, I guess, 2-year-long process?
So the big vision is that operators do not sell their tickets completely separate from each other, but that we have a passengers focused system that makes sure that from every place A to B, you want to book a ticket, you can do it in one transaction. You have it as one single ticket connected with passenger rights, and that we bring more competition on the tracks, meaning more offer from trains to passengers and also lower prices in the end, as we can see in some places where this actually works. Yeah. So actually just improving the whole offer that rail has to offer right now.
Thank you. If you have any more questions online, we'll probably leave it 1 or 2 seconds. But thank you very much for your time, and looking forward to seeing what Volt does in relation to this in the future.
I will happily try to keep everyone updated on this very much, and everyone at home have fun with the rest of the GA.
Now it's popular to do it like this. But why it can be bad? Because they speak a lot. They say a lot of words saying, okay, now Europe that is popular and gives votes, we can use it. But a lot of the times they will not make a single action. And that can be a problem, because a lot of people will say, oh, we now understand that Europe is the solution, but the national countries will not take an action. It's for this that this election in 2029 is so important for us, because at the end of the day, Volt is the political party, the political movement that we know we were created for this. So we are not just chatting, just throwing words, but we will do the action. So the most important part for this, and you can see I'm from the campaign team, ideas do not win the elections, campaigns do. What does it mean? Basically that if we want to win seats, if we want to win seats, therefore to change policies, to change politics, and to make an impact in Europe, we need to campaign. Campaign is the open gate to be able to change the future of Europe, and of course, the future of Volt too. And why, maybe you always hear people saying, oh, this particular election, in this case, this European election, is the most important one. But truly, I cannot say enough, stress enough, how the 2029 election will be the most important one for Volt. Not only for Volt, but for Europe. Of course, we all know what is happening in Europe, what the far right that is coming. We are seeing the walls, no, the face of the wall coming out in Europe, etc. But there is another thing that I think is very important. This is more personal to me, but it's in the point that many of us can work, we can study, we can do everything right in Europe, but still can't get ahead. And in Volt, we tend to have a very, we tend to see like, oh, we speak about very up things like democracy. Of course, the European democracy is one of the most important things to do. We have to save it. We know it's important. But for the normal people, like my mother, my grandmother, for example, or my brother even, we are the same age, but he's not too much into politics. What matters really is real life. And real life basically is I don't have to choose between having a roof or having to eat this day. I have friends, literally, I have friends that they have to choose between both of them. And for example, Volt, we know that we can use Europe to bring these kind of topics into the European elections and make it count, because we speak normally about something that are a little bit ethereal, but we have to try to bring it down to the things to eat, as we say in Spanish. In Spanish, normally we say things to eat is the things that are very important for the people's lives. And we can fight there too for the election. And this is why it's so important for me personally. So, as Xenia already said in the previous exposition, the good thing about Volt in the campaigning side that we were just 1 year checking a little bit, and we just discovered, we all know that, but we really discovered through data that it's one of the main advantages that we have and we have to endorse for 2029 is that Volt is the only pan-European party, of course, we know. Well, no, we have other ones, but with the same issue, we can talk about the same issues all around Europe. We can use the same frame that is super powerful. We can have the same identity, so to speak, the same way of exposing the problems that in each region, in each country, they are a little bit different, but we have the same box to operate. That is super strong. It's a really strong thing that other political parties that have worked previously, they do not have. And we can do the same action at the same time in the same countries and in the same moment. This is insane, and we have to take profit from it. The thing, now I will speak of the boring part between quotes. For me, it's super interesting, but I can see it's a little bit boring. It's Sunday. I will try to make it clear, easy, but you can ask me later if you want. But I will explain a little bit how the campaign team is being decided to work, what is the organization, and a little bit so you can understand how we will operate during these years, basically. So, of course, we did the planning, but we also made the frame. We built the frame already. We have already the different toolkits for the different national chapters, regional chapters, and we are at the moment mapping the different chapters. So we will be able to bring help to the different chapters according to their needs, basically. Now, thank you. It was a lot of effort, so I'm very happy with the results, to be honest. Now we just have to scale it, basically. I will give a very rough big picture of the campaign team structure. You can see here, basically, what we are trying to make operate is, of course, building the road for the 2029 election, the campaign architecture, the campaign toolkits for the different regional and national chapters, support the chapters campaigns, not only the European one, but the one that you will have in your chapters. We will be there for you to help you and to make out the best election that you can, and turn strategy into action. Just very quick, we have divided the campaign team in two sub-teams. The sub-team one, basically, is the European level. We are focusing all the resources that we have on the team into making the 2029 European election the best one. And for that, we will use two tools. Basically, the ECI that you will have in 2 hours, I think, workshop with us. I will be there again, so I will be super happy to see you there. And from the sub-team one, what we do is basically we check everything at the European level, like hockey, I think it is the word. And the sub-team two basically is everything that is in charge to make sure that if you need something from the national level for a campaign, a national campaign or a regional campaign, we will be there for you, for helping you, and to make sure that you have the toolkit, you have the training if it's needed, if you need help with the frame or whatever, you will be able to have it. And what happened next? Basically, now we onboard the volunteers. So we have the ideas, we have the tools, but we need hands too, because we are a restaurant farm team, and we need hands to be able to make it happen. in summer 26, be ready because we will start to use the tools and the trainings. We are checking the tools with particular chapters, but we want to make them democratize them in the sense that for every chapter to be able to use it. In autumn, we will have the first campaign wave, ECI, basically. This is why it's important to go to in 2 hours, the next idea. And of course, in 2027, we will be able to support all the chapter campaign. So please, 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 very important. Do not wait for 2029. The elections, they are already happening. You can see what is happening. So just take your phone if you want to help. You have this magnificent QR that a friend of mine helped to create. And join the team, please. Support your chapter, national, regional chapter. Each hand is of quite of help. And start campaigning because really, it starts really right now. And it starts with the QR. So please check the QR. Thank you very much. And profit the Sunday. See you in 2 hours again. Ciao, thank you.
Woohoo! Thanks so much, Iago. I'm super excited to be scaling up the plan with all of you. I mean, 2029 doesn't feel like it's around the corner, but in many ways it is. And so it was the right time to really have this conversation and get the excitement running. Let me share with you, we have 4 exciting sessions coming up. So first of all, on the main stage, we're going to be talking about, we're going to be getting an update actually on the European Political Party and the European Political Foundation project. This is a really important conversation. And so we're excited to be having it with you face to face. And to have really a chance to build bridges between various perspectives. And so I look forward to that. But there's also really, really interesting sessions going on in room 1, which is on Eurotech. So we're going to be talking about civic RM, security, European sovereignty in Vault. We're going to have in room 2 a session on innovation. So innovation for a more competitive, sustainable and resilient agri-food system. And last but certainly not least, in room 3, a workshop on ecosystems. And so what's important, not just in terms of setting up an ecosystem, but getting it running. And now on the main stage, let's start the session on the European Political Party. And I would like to invite on stage Achille and Lucia. If they're here, they will provide the update. And there will be an opportunity also for you to engage. And so as they come out, I want to also invite Fabian to say a few words. Yes.
Yes, thank you. Don't be shy, you can already come up, but it's going to be a big block about the UPP, so I want to quickly go through it. But before, as well, this is still up, one change we had to do today. So the session in Sala 1, the European Tech, it's not going to be now in the breakout rooms. We actually moved that one to the main stage in the afternoon. So if you're really interested into this, you can still stay. The tech session will be in the afternoon. So just this as a quick remark, we had to do a bit of changing. So now in the UPP session, we're now going to have an introduction by Achille and Lucia. Then we're also going to have a little debate with external partners or about external partners.
Thank you.
And then there's 4 votes that will be explained and as then later voted. So we will have 4 different vote explainers on the stage with Q&As, and then we will have the time for you to join the stage again for the debate. So the whole UPP topic, because it is really connected, we decided to have this as one debate at the end. You can already register. Some of you already did. So please, if you want to talk about the UPP, do that, and we will have that together later again. As there again, has been a lot of discussion beforehand. I'm sure you will touch this well, but also from my side, so please try to be constructive, have an open debate. We did a really good job in Frankfurt with having constructive debates about sensitive topics. Let's redo this here. And now I give it to you.
Thank you, Fabian. Good morning, everybody, or as we also say, Ave Caesar, those who are going to die stand in front of you. Yeah, because I say this a little bit as a joke, but it is true that this has been a complicated year, I think. We have engaged with each other in digital discussions. We have a tendency in digital discussions to call each other out much more easily than when we see each other in person, right? So I am very happy to see you now here for real, that we can have this conversation with each other, eye to eye. We can listen to each other. I am more used to the backstage role, but here I am in front of you, so happy to engage with you on this. Thank you. And I also want to extend this thing about digital relations that really exacerbates a little bit the differences that we have sometimes artificially. Yesterday, I lost my temper with a Volter, debating about these things. His name is Simon Dailly. He's a great young guy, a policy lead in France. And I should have been more listening and understanding to what he said, also what he had to say. So I wanted to acknowledge this. And let's maybe dive into the slots, what we're going to speak about. But do you also want to say a few words of welcome, or shall I move into
definitely. Maybe what I just want to say is that maybe some of you who know me will be surprised to see me here with a presentation on the party, because I'm more the movement person that propels the party. So like, what is Lucia doing on stage talking political party, right? So, and that is because as a board member, I was quite concerned that we don't lose our movement. So I think I can talk in a down-to-earth way about the European Party, because I really believe in it. But I'm also here to safeguard and support the movement that propels the party in a way, right? And that supports it. So so by means of introduction, I hope that suffices. I'm also not a legal person, right? So if you have too many legal questions, this is perhaps not the time. I think there are many other things we can talk about that preoccupy our minds, not the statutes yet about it. So let's see where we've come from, right?
All right. Well, first, everybody, if you have a question, if you want to engage with us, if you have something to say about this project, scan the QR code. You have to be registered to speak, and then you can ask your question. What do we have on the menu today? So first of all, a little update on where we stand with this project. Good morning, Simon. Good morning, Friedrich. Where stand we with this project? We're going to speak a little bit about the foundation as well. We're going to do an update on the countries, what's been going on in the fields, a Q&A, and something that is not here in this list. That is, there's a series of motions. So members also wanted to engage and make proposals. So we'll also hear from them during this hour. So the current status. So since we saw each other last time.
Yeah. Since Frankfurt, a lot of stuff.
Since Frankfurt, since Tirana, a lot has happened in the world of the Volt political party. I say Tirana because Tirana was the first time I had the honor to speaking about this project in front of this assembly. So a lot has happened, but first, Volt is very special. Why Volt is special is also because Volt is diverse. We are all green to a certain extent, but we are also sometimes a bit red, depends, and they're also sometimes a bit blue. But what is cool in Volt is that together we make this work. We work on policies together, and we try to build something out of that. But at the same time, there is an urgency because what's going on in this world. We have wars ranging around Europe, in Ukraine, in Iran, in the Middle East, in Africa. We have far right on the rise. I am personally very worried about France next year. There could be the far right coming into power with a very, let's say, devastating effect on the European project. So, as progressives, we have to march. We have to be in a conquering mode. We have to do it now, I think. Honestly, we have to do it now. We have to.
Time.
Yeah.
Feel the urgency.
The time. This is the time, and it is sad that the far right has been much more efficient than we are, also in terms of collaboration with each other in Europe. They are very good in using European funds for their nationalistic purposes, much more than we are on the progressive side. So this is a little bit, okay, like on the back where we have been doing. What happened is, first of all, last year, great news when in Italy and Naples, Davide De Rico got elected as a regional councillor in the regional parliament, and that brought us country number 4. At the same time, there were several countries who are having discussions with other parties. So how can we unite? Can we collaborate? Can we work together? This was also moving well. So we're going to speak about these specific cases in a moment. So there was all of a sudden a slot, a window of opportunity that we thought we can make this happen now. We can create this machine right now to build impact for Volt, towards really strong impact for us. To have, let's say, this machinery, potentially around €1 million of public funding, build up a foundation with funding for Volt that can help us on policy. We're going to speak a little about the foundation also in a second. Then, so that is on the timeline really accelerated. Then also other things worked, but maybe I should not say everything immediately.
Maybe we can show them on the slide.
We can talk about that.
Yeah, yeah.
So what is now, what has been going on this past year? So we had these partnerships, discussions. We are also working as Volt in order to develop and trying people to join Volt also to accelerate our own growth. We have been working hard on the founding governance model. So how are we going to build this whole system up? How can we collaborate together? We've been working on draft statutes. And there have been some first member consultations already ongoing, some town halls, some Q&As, and yeah, these things. And of course, there was a lot of different opinions. Lucia, shall I give it to you? Because if not, it's always the male speaking. Yeah. It's
women are much.
You do that much better than I do.
Yeah, thank you. So let's backtrack a bit and where did this come from, and we can have the next slide. So I will talk a little bit about what even is this European political party. And because some people will say, but we're already a political party, right? Yes, we are. We are an association of political parties, and we have participated as with Volt Europa backing country candidates for MEP. So yes, we are already a political party. But there is a legal status which is called European Political Party. And when we registered Volt Europa, we said, we want that, right? We want that legal status because that legal status comes with a lot of money as well. And if we see the urgency and we want to respond, then we have, it would be great if we can have that money, right? Now, the trouble is, you want to register as a European political party, there are rules. You need 7 qualifier countries, which means that in 7 countries, you have to be elected at the right level, right? So in the Netherlands, that would be you need to be in the parliament. In Italy, that means you have to be elected in a regional parliament. And this is why what Achille mentioned earlier, and what happened the day after Frankfurt, Volt got elected in one of the regional parliaments in Italy. And then, exactly. And then we were like, holy F, we have another qualifier, right? So we have another qualifier, and this is, we speed it up then. This EUPP project that had already started, a team was working, as Achille already explained, supporting countries to grow the movement, to try and become qualifiers. That's why we have focus countries. Remember those of you who work on the focus countries. That's the purpose, to become this qualifier. So we speeded up the process to qualify and register as an EUPP. So, and the reason is it's an enabler that helps us to achieve our goal, to be elected more and be known all across Europe and be a force to be reckoned with in the European political arena. So I hope that's clear, and we can move to the next question. So yeah, here I've already jumped the gun a bit. So how did we get to where we are today? Is that at the last GA, oh yeah, that was not the last GA vote on Shine 29. We voted on Shine 29 in
Tirana the first
Tirana.
time.
That's why you started
Yes.
with Tirana, right? So in Tirana, we talked for the first time about this idea. We will register the European political party, right? So we voted on Shine 29, and in Shine 29 it says, let's do this, and hopefully by building, I don't know exactly how we say, but the idea is let's build, bring more people, more politicians into our camp, right? Then we had the Italian elections, which happened just at the Frankfurt time, which speeded up and brings us here today. And we have external parties with similar purpose and value who want to join this massive ambition. And that is the work at country level to see, can we join existing political forces? Can they join us in the Volt movement? Can they join us with these Volt ambitions? And that is where we find ourselves today. We not only have qualifier countries, we also have chapters with partners who say, we want to make this happen together with Volt, right? So let's have the next slide.
Yeah. Just if you allow
Yeah,
me to say,
yeah, please.
also,
Yeah.
we have a massive ambition, and the electoral systems in Europe are not always playing in our favor, right?
Yes,
So for there are countries where we have thresholds of 5%, and let's be honest, with the 5% threshold, we would not have been elected in the Netherlands or Germany in the first place.
Yeah.
So we have to be really pragmatic and, yeah, a bit conquering about this, because we are ambitious, because we want to be in lots of countries elected on all the levels in order to really have an impact. Okay, what should Volt actually look like? So what you see here is a model with 3 different legal entities. We want the movement to be the central pivot. This is in terms of accepting, let's say, the things that Volt wants to achieve. Second is Volt. If the Euro Party became Volt movement, lots of things that we do, we cannot do them anymore in the same way. We cannot support countries, individual candidates, elections here and there in the same, with the same freedom, with the same flexibility as we do right now. Our movement can step in, jump in everywhere. We can try to raise money. We can train candidates. We can communicate specifically about one country as a European organization. That's why we need this separate entity for that. And the foundation is a great external vehicle to accelerate our advocacy, to accelerate. We'll speak about the foundation in a second. But that's what is why we have this trio of organizations to build our European presence. We thought up to here, the story is quite simple, but things became more complicated.
Yeah, it got a lot more complicated. And what was the
that's
complication? I think I'll say a few words about that. You can add if I miss anything. So the complication was that some members suggested another reading of the purpose statement, which is in our statutes. It says we'll register, Volt Europa will register as a political party. So that word as, we are 5,000 euro further, and we now know that we don't know exactly if we wanted to do this. There is a small legal risk, it's called. Yeah, if we wanted to do this without changing our statutes, there's a small legal risk that if somebody says Volt can do this, and we go to court, that it will be against us. We are not sure. It could also be in favor. So that's why it's a legal risk, right? So with the advice from the arbitration commission, it's called. We can have the next slide, I think.
Yes. Sorry.
Yeah. So the board paid for legal experts, 2 different ones, so that we have good opinion. And after consulting this, because our own arbitration committee doesn't have the Belgian law expertise which governs like Volt Europa, etc. So that's why we hired, and the arbitration committee concluded after hearing the lawyers that yes, we can permit Volt to build the EUPP, but we have to mitigate for the legal risk, and we already have a plan for that. We can detail that out later, not today, I think. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
And then, now the plan ahead. Maybe you can say something about that? Yeah.
So what is the plan ahead? We had a setback in Cyprus, where we actually did phenomenally well for the first participation of all the elections with more than 3% of outcome. That is really, really great.
Yay!
And I think we literally were a couple of 100 votes below getting our MP in parliament. We could be below having 2 MPs in parliament. That's really, really a very close call, but it is what it is. And a positive upside is that we're going to get public funding in Cyprus as well. So I heard sums of about 50 to 60,000 euros per year for Volt Cyprus to further develop. So that's really a good thing. But that means that it becomes more complicated for us to actually register this year. So this is largely, let's say, accepted by everybody that this is going to be postponed to next year. That gives us also a bit more time together to speak about this, also to listen to people and the inputs that we are getting. But still, we want to do a certain number of things right now. That is, create our foundation, our European foundation, right now. We want to create a foundation this year in 2026, be it not with the European public funding that we will get once we are registered as a European, as an EUPF, but at least it gives us, it's a vehicle to fundraise also. There's lots of foundations, there's other organizations, NGOs who cannot fund directly political parties, but they can fund foundations who work on specific policy projects.
I think we need to watch our time a little bit. Is that the time we have?
You're
Yes.
actually just about, you have 7 more seconds. So
Okay.
if...
That's good. We need some time.
The
We
next
need some.
session.
I will do maybe 20 seconds just to
but
respond.
just
We're
about,
managing our time,
and
I
then we
think,
move
yeah,
on.
Because
Thanks.
it's still our session, the next as well.
Yeah, the statutes. We need some. We have, let's say, a first batch of the statutes. We're going to prioritize this further to work with you on this in the upcoming times. And we have discussions with the APPF, because what we want to do with the European, in the Europe as a European political party, is really uncharted territory. There is no other European political party like this, with one political direction, with one political vision, with one political program, and that is something that is completely, let's say, a weird fish in the bowl. So we need to speak with the APPF to get that thing, weird structure through and approved. Then there's the consultations, and we need to work on the countries, and I think that is it.
Okay. So now the
Then we
really
go to
last
the next one.
sentence. You finished? Last sentence.
So on the foundation, this serves 4 purposes. Look at it on screen. For policy research, to bolster our policy research with the process of participatory action research, advocacy to really make our ideas shine in Europe, education, and providing a platform and a network for
Okay.
like-minded progressive
Thank you so much to
pro-European
both of you for
organization.
this
Thank you very much.
lovely
Shania.
overview.
But it's still our
And
session,
we're
so I
now
don't
ready to move on to the next session, because many
the
of
same
our
session.
members
It's our session,
are wondering.
so-
So please stay on stage. Please
Yes.
take your seat.
Okay.
And many of our members are wondering what is happening with the external partnerships. And so therefore, we are pleased to also welcome on stage, first of all, Sacha Courtial, the co-president of
We were
Volt
going to
France,
manage that, but anyway, come and sit.
followed
Combinatie
by Duarte Costa, co-president of Volt Portugal. And we also have an external guest who happens to be one of my personal favorite politicians from Belgium. I have the pleasure of welcoming Sophie Rahoni, the president of DEFI. Hey, Sophie. Hi.
We welcome her in the middle. Okay.
Bonjour, Sophie.
Hello.
Bienvenue.
Hello, everyone.
All right, because we want to speak a little bit about the partners. So my thing was blocked. The qualifier countries we have ourselves, 3, and we want to speak here a little bit on the other countries. All right, we have here 3 countries on stage. One is not here on stage, but I think it would be a fantastic start with you, Sophie.
Okay.
From Belgium.
Yes.
To tell us a little bit more about you, who you are, and what we want to do together. What you want to do as a party and what we can do together.
Okay, thank you very much, first of all, for your initiative, for your invitation. So as you can see, I'm not a member of Volt, but I truly, deeply believe in our common project to this Euro party. So I'm Sophie Roni. I'm the president of the party DEFI in the French-speaking part of Belgium. And I'm a former MP in the national parliament. So DEFI is the acronym of Démocrate Fédéraliste Indépendant. So Democrat because we are truly committed to democracy, fundamental rights, rule of law. Federalist because we are really defending Belgium, which is really federal and solidaristic, which is the case also for Europe for sure, and also independent because we are not linked to a trade union, to our current religion, or yes, we are really independent in our way of thinking and to do policy. And so why I'm really committed to defend this Euro party with Volt is for several reasons. First of all, because I think that building a stronger Europe today is not an idealistic project, is really a necessity. When we face now nationalism in all over Europe, and especially in my country, for example, we see that according to recent polls, the first party in Flanders is far right, and the second one is the the nationalistic party.
Yeah.
So for now, in Flanders, which is also the richest part of Belgium, we have more than half of electors who are seduced by nationalistic ideas. And so that's a huge challenge that we face in Belgium as well as in Europe. Secondly, it's really important as we face nationalism, as I already said, but also climate change, wars, war in Ukraine, in Middle East, the problem we face now with energetic transition, the cost of energy today, and so it's really a necessity to face this challenge together with pragmatic and progressive solutions. Thirdly, I'm trying to be short. Thirdly, in Belgium, we have one of the biggest European communities, and especially in Brussels, because we have the European institutions, we have the international institutions, we have big entreprise.
Yeah.
Okay.
Corporations.
Corporations.
Yeah.
And so for now, these Europeans which participate to local life and so on, they are underrepresented in the democratic local life. And so it's really important to represent them. And I think Volt is really important. And that's why also we have already a shared history, a story with Volt, because, for example, we had a shared list for the local elections because we were really interested in their European perspective they give to local challenges. For example, the way we give to citizens to participate in local life is really important. And lastly, is because of my Hungarian roots.
Yeah.
So my grandparents have to leave to escape Hungary because of the Soviet regime in 1948, and that's big thanks to Belgium and thanks to the European solidarity that they could rebuild their lives, then they could live freely with prosperity, and I will be on all my life grateful to this idea of European solidarity. And so now it's really a necessity to build together a stronger Europe. And you know that the motto in Belgium is l'union fait la force. So union makes strength. And I think this motto is, of course, really important for Belgium, in Belgian politics, but it's also a necessity at the European level.
Thank you, Sophie.
Pleasure.
Great. As a matter of fact, you were in the Hungarian Pride March last year, right?
Indeed, in Budapest, that was so huge. We were 200,000 of people.
Yeah.
So that was the biggest success of the Pride Budapest. And so, of course, it was the first step to the defeat of Orban.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely. All right. What about you, Sasha? What do you have to add?
Hi, everyone. So Sasha from Volt France. Can you hear me? Yeah. So thank you, Sophie, for advocating for the same values that we are defending here. As you all know, 2027 in France is an important year. Can you hear me? Yeah? Yeah. Far right might be winning the presidential election in 2027 in France. And if they not, it might be at the other scale on the left, that is also a project that is against the European Union and more European integration. So Volt France and Volt Europa really need to step up its game. Otherwise, we will just be passive in front of the news and in front of what is happening in those countries. That's why at Volt France, since 2-3 years now, we have been very engaged with the European level to try to contribute to the Euro Party goal. And I think all chapters here present in this room, our goal in the next year, in the next month, is really to contribute, to make a contribution to the common goal of achieving 7 countries and more for this Euro Party goal. One of the objectives, obviously, is to elect Volt in the parliament, in the regional election, in the European Parliament. When it comes to external partnership, it's an accelerator to that goal, and there is a cost-benefit ratio to see when we are looking to external partnership. And I just wanted to share some learning experience that we had in France in the past month, is that when you look at the cost-benefits ratio, it's important to have in mind first the values. If you have partners that is sharing your values, because as I was mentioning before, there's so many things going on politically that you need also to have partners. The second thing that is very important is to understand for the chapters that even though it's a European goal that we are doing, there are big debates internally. You know, you need to make sure that your members in the chapters are involved, discuss about the topic, because otherwise you cannot move on. The other learning experience that I wanted to share is that there is some benefits that are sometimes misunderstood. I think the session that you shared just before, you mentioned a lot of benefits that the Euro Party and the foundation can provide to Volt, but there are a lot of others that are sometimes not even mentioned. If I take France as an example, Volt France cannot get any money from Volt Europa, and will never be able to do. However, Volt France can get money from a Euro Party during the European election. And for us, it will be a huge boost to be able to run and to be able to elect Volt in France in 2029 if we have a Euro Party to support us in terms of resources, to be able to hire people and to actually pay our ballot, you know? So for us, achieving the Euro Party goal as soon as possible is what we are dedicated for. Thank you.
Yeah. I see that Duarte was quite agreeing with this, with the money part, right, Duarte?
Absolutely. Well, good morning, everyone. I came here today with 2 ideas in mind that I want to share with you about this project. I've read so many comments and discussions on the the Euro Party. And then, so one of the things that I want to help in this process is to build trust between us about this project, and then obviously give you the Portuguese perspective and the work that we've been doing, similarly to the work that has been done in Belgium with a fantastic project like TEFI. We're doing a similar work in Portugal with JPP, and many of you will know JPP, especially if you're from the Netherlands, because you met the member of parliament in Portugal from JPP that was a speaker in the Dutch GA in January. So let's look at the opportunities and the risks in full trust and in transparency. As you've heard in this panel, we are talking about Volt being able to enlarge its reach, being able to build in the success stories that we have across Europe, to unite Europe beyond our movement, beyond our party. We are at the point in our growth that we acknowledge that our message, as Iago said brilliantly, our message is not just relevant for us and for those that decided to join Volt. Our message is relevant to the entire continent. And in this continent, there are political projects that are worthwhile collaborating with. And collaboration means also respecting the political and civic legacy of these movements across Europe to together build what we share. And if we don't do this, if we're not capable of collaborating with others, respecting who they are and what they have built in their own realities, we are not going to be able to build something much bigger, like a European Federation or a united Europe. So you now have the opportunity to do our dream, which is unite Europe. And the European project, the European Party, is a form of union. And it's not union about among the same. It's not union just within Volt. We need to work on this. But it's union with others that are not Volt, but that we can perfectly collaborate with. Defi is a perfect example. I was a Belgian resident and I loved Defi way before this started. And in Portugal, we have JPP. JPP is a party that exists in Madeira, one of our autonomous regions, our outermost regions. JPP is a success case in Madeira, and it's a civic movement that started by a group of people that ran to the district council. They won the district council. They did the great service to their community. Then they won the city council. They did a great service to their community there. Then they became the second largest party in the regional parliament. They are now the only hope that Madeira has ever had to have a different form of government. Madeira has the same government, the same party, since democracy started in 1976, with vices, with serious problems in democracy. There are serious attacks in democracy. Just an example, you cannot belong to a different, you will face repercussions in your career if you belong to a party that it's not the party in government in Madeira. Volt, for example, has never really been able to exist in Madeira because our members in Madeira tell us that they cannot simply be on a list because they will suffer repercussions. But there is a movement that is fighting this there. And there is a movement that for the first time is bringing hope that a new generation of politicians can change this for Madeira. Now, JPP does not have aspirations beyond Madeira. JPP is now also in the national parliament representing Madeira, but JPP is seeing that they need to partner up with other people, with other movements to be able to also grow and help build this Europe. And the beautiful thing about where we are is that we, Volt, need these people in Madeira, in the outermost regions of the European Union. We need them to collaborate with them, to learn from them. And we need their votes, their insights, their numbers to be able to do our work. But for this, we need to be able to collaborate in good terms, not like proselytes or people that belong to a religion that believe that if the whole world will join my religion, then the world will be perfect. We are not perfect. Even within Volt, we have our fights, we have our disagreements, we have our moments where it's very frustrating. If we decide that for Europe to be united, everyone needs to be part of Volt, everyone needs to be a member of Volt, we are probably not building a united Europe, we are just brainwashing Europe to be like us. And I have two final ideas that I wanted just to share with you. I hear some of the feedback on this project and the challenges that it brings, and that feedback is super useful. I don't think the question is whether we should or shouldn't do this, but is whether we can really seize this opportunity and ensure that the risks that it takes that are well managed. Whether we are, I was hearing some claps. This is a huge opportunity for us, and we are a very democratic movement. We vote, but voting comes with responsibility. So if we decide to reject this opportunity that I think has become clearer over time, we need to have alternatives. And those alternatives that I hear many times, that we need to focus on other priorities, they are not incompatible with the European project, with the European Party. If we say, but Volt should be more grassroots. Yes, Volt is grassroots. Ksenia showed how Volt is grassroots, for example, in her presentation. And we will continue being grassroots. We will continue being Volt. But this is about whether we want to collaborate with other like-minded and very carefully selected projects across the European Union. And if we want to collaborate, whether if we are ready and able to unite Europe, and by uniting Europe at this stage, have the power to unite Europe in the European Parliament, in the European institutions, and create our dream vision, the United States of Europe.
Sophie, do you want to add something to the things that you just heard? So I think in terms of how can you nourish as a partner our project? Is there something now that inspired you here from this? I also want to give you the opportunity to speak because you came especially from Brussels for this for this slot to present yourself also to the people here in the room. So yeah, what do you have? Is there something you want to add to this?
Yes, maybe the fact that, so thank you for these so inspiring speeches. Maybe highlighting the fact that we have so much in common between DEFI and Volt. So first of all, the values of emancipation, solidarity, equality, which is indeed values that we have underlined in our Charter of Values, which was the first step to rebuild our party. Maybe the things also that I learned when I was a legal expert, so before becoming a parliamentary assistant and an MP, it's the most favored clause in Europe. So it was a concept which was built by Gisèle Halimi, which is she's a very known lawyer in France. And so the idea was to pick the best practices which is developed in a country in women's rights, which is really my favorite topic and which is really close to my heart, and then to pick this best practice to make it a reality for all Europeans. And I think this philosophy, it would be really important to develop it to all areas of public European policy for now. So about human rights, about LGBTQ community rights, about energy, about climate change, and so the energetic transition and so on. So we have so many challenges that we have to face that we cannot face them in an efficient way alone. It's really impossible. And so it's really a necessity for now, as I already said, for our rights, for our safety, for our future. It's just that. And I think it's just pragmatic. It's just, we cannot think in a different way. And I think really this Euro Party participate to this idea of picking which is the best practice in every single country, and then make it a reality for all Europeans.
Thank you very much, Sophie. Lucia.
May I do one call to action? 10 seconds?
I can say.
Yes.
Oh, you want to say
I will now ask you to wrap up the session in the next minute. Thank you.
Just in 10 seconds, one call to action. We are here 3 countries, but don't it's a collective project, the UPP. Please continue to campaign to make Volt known in your countries and to reach out to parliamentarians, like-minded elected officials that don't know Volt yet and might join us as well in the future.
All right. Thank you very much, people. Then we move on to the next point, Susanna.
Yes, thank you so much, everyone. This was super interesting, and I could feel the emotions in the room. So thanks for that, because of course we're all here because we really care about Europe. So very nice to have a chance to share this sentiment with you. Sophie, thank you so much. I was allowed by the chairing committee to give you a hug. So if you allow me. Yes, thank you very much for making the trip to spend time with us. So, okay, I will now hand it over to the chairing committee, who will share information about many important things and votes and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Also, thank you all the volunteers setting up the stage, doing stuff. So now we had the general introduction, and now we get into the vote explanation phase. We will have 4 votes that are going to be explained coming up. Each of them will have the opportunity for Q&A, so quick questions to the speakers. And then we have also the opportunity for you to register. One thing, we need to apologize on the speaker registration forms. We are doing that the first time. So there was the motions missing. We have now fixed the speaker registration form. So if you want to sign up for the motion on the afternoon, you can click it now. If you want to speak on the UPP, just take the vote 9 because it's going to be a debate together. So just take vote 9 UPP if you want to speak in this debate. We will have it at the end. As you said earlier, we want to try, and as are obliged to by the regulation, to be balanced on gender, nationality, and as a pro and con. So please indicate it in the form, and as we encourage, as always involved, especially the non-male voices also to speak up, to come on the stand, because we really want to get your opportunity, your viewpoint. So now I give it to Barbara. Okay.
Yes, me. Thank you very much. Hello again. Before we move on, I have a brief housekeeping announcement. If you borrowed the flags for yesterday's public action and did not return them yet, because I know at least some of you didn't, please do so quickly, though. It will be collected in the place where you picked up your tickets and where you're going to receive your lunch. You sign the sheet so we know who you are, but we need you to return it and sign off so we can have this one finished. So without further ado, we have a member motion. Let us refocus on Volk. So let me invite on the stage Friedrich Jeschke and Simon Dai. Thank you. I butchered. I'm sorry.
Hello, everyone. We are going to present to you the motion Info, who was submitted by Johan, a German guy who is living in Greece since many years. I'm Simon from Lille in France, northern part, and my colleague here is Friedrich. He's coming from North Rhine-Westphalia in Germany and has been an elected official for 5 years. So to quickly sum up, we represent voters from all over Europe who deeply care about the Volt project and we want to make us grow. But what is this motion about? We want to underline that it is competitive with vote 9 on your party principles. We believe that this vote on statuses comes a bit too early and overrides earlier necessary steps. To be clear, we are not against the EU party principle. We want to become an EU party, but we believe that we need to do so with the necessary time to properly discuss and engage with our members so that we can have understanding, legitimacy, and acceptability for this change. Now, I would like us to take a step back about why we joined Volt in the first place. We wanted to do true pan-European politics. We wanted to do something different, something that is a party that is the same in all Europe, in all countries. We took the existing EU parties, like Social Democrats, the Greens, as counter models. We do not want to become EPP 2.0. Your party, with external parties involved, is a philosophical exchange of how we approach our identity. And therefore, it cannot be a decision lightly taken. We need everyone's motivation involved. We cannot just decide and let all go on. We need and this thing, bringing external parties within Volt,
It touches on our core motivation, on our core reason to belong to Vault. And that's why we need a strong mandate coming from the membership and a proper discussion to ensure that our membership gets along with its idea. And I must say that sadly, what we've seen now was much precipitation, unclear and high-level information, and unhealthy debates without proper discussion spaces. We believe that Volt deserves better. We believe that, especially about such a fundamental question, we need to take the necessary time to consult, engage, and listen to our members, not explaining beforehand why this is a good decision, but listening whether members agree with it. Only then could we take a decision that will be understood, accepted, and legitimate. And now, I will let Friedrich speak for more technical details.
Merci, Simon. Yeah, it's a real European presentation of it. So let me start with a quick question. Could you raise your hand who ever heard about the EUPP project in this party? Who get aware of that we have this? This is quite nice. But who of you really read the draft, understood the process, and understood the principles of the mixed EUPP? So you see there's a gap by raising their hands. And this is why we have this motion. And this motion is not against the EUPP project. Basically, what you heard before and what you're voting on vote 9 is like an advisory text. It's like a prosa, but a good one. We are not saying it's bad, but we say we need to do it better. And this is why we talk about some structural issues, what went wrong. So from the process perspective, we discovered some issues we can do better at Volt. For example, the key documents are only available in English. And even though our statutory texts are hard to understand, even in your own local language, in your native language. The second part is, as said yesterday and today on stage, there was a rush reason for the elections also in Cyprus. But this was not explained to us members. And it was not explained that everyone could understand. And this was not necessary. That caused that we all and members felt apart. And the core topic was decided in a room in an enforced timeline, and which was also not explained. And as I said also yesterday, the pressure was so high, but now it's not. This is a little bit ridiculous and not explained as well. Another point is that the main feedback tool to give feedback, to take part of the process, was a Google Forms. Since 8 years, we are working in suggestion mode in a document, having a discussion or work together, but now there was a forms. So we say also this is much more better. And there have been talks, negotiations, it was said exciting talks, but there are conflicts within our party. There are cases in Romania and in France. We don't judge, but there are conflicts which are not solved yet. And maybe we should have an internal discussion for. And because we are running out of time, I'll try to wrap it a little bit up, because our motion is pragmatic and it suspends the restructure of vote 9, but you can vote on both. Technically, it's a parallel vote. You can vote on 9 and you can vote on 4, but 4 reaches the quorum, it's suspend 9. And we say we need a proper due diligence and legal risk elimination, because it was mentioned that there was the hint from the arbitration committee, but at least members need to raise a case at our, let's say, court. There was no pragmatic discussion and say, look, you're right. It was, we need to have a court debate. And they stated, yes, you can permit, but there are legal risks, and we want to eliminate these legal risks because it's the core of our statutes. And we want to ensure that Volt is saved and is the real senior partner in a mixed UPP, and that we are not get hijacked in a parallel structure where we are not allowed members yet. There's no solution how we can become member yet. This is a fair enough point, and we want to contribute to that. So we say, let's become a EUPP and unlock our resources. We are in favor of what was said before. We are not against. But let our membership, so you should decide and debate with us who should cooperate with us and who should become a member of us and who should join us. And we need a better process in our Vault DNA changements for transparent, participatory, and multilingual resources that everyone can understand, everyone can take part, because next year on a GA, we want to vote on a EUPP and we must vote on a EUPP. And in our opinion, this EUPP vote must be nearly 100%. We need all to stand behind this EUPP idea. And so everyone needs to understand it and needs to be taken on this way in this process. So by voting for motion 4, we ensure that motion 4 is binding. Motion 4 is a task for the new board. Thank you.
Thank you, Friedrich. I would just have to say you can have your last sentences while I now ask you if you have questions to those two speakers. Then yes, raise your hand perfectly. First row. Robert again, our perfect mic boy. He will come around. He will grab onto the mic. Yes, you are not allowed to touch the mic.
Yeah.
Yes, perfect. So please, your questions.
You mentioned a legal risk. What is the legal risk that you're mentioning concretely?
Okay. Lucia also mentioned it there in our statutes is a part which says Volt Europa should be as an European political party. I don't have the exact phrase right now. The point is that legal experts, external experts said, does the board has the right to set up a parallel company from a legal issue? So technically, it's maybe the best way, but the board, from our statutes point of view, is maybe not in right to set up this parallel party. It's not the mandateship. So, and this is an unclear point, and we just say we need to reform our statutes first, that we can do it. How do we want to change it?
Okay, so if I may, I had a look at the purpose, and it says so it's an association.
No, sorry. So this sounds like a statement. So if you want to make purposes, then you're supposed to sign up for the speaking right.
Okay, because
thanks for your
told not to
question.
sign for, then we'll discuss later, probably.
Please,
But I
please.
think there is no legal risk
Yes.
because I don't see any voter who.
The speaking form is open, so please, no discussion now. You can put up on the
Thank you for the question.
Thank you. And then, yeah, so we did now try question, answer, short questions. If you didn't understand something, political discussion we have afterwards.
Well, the thing I don't understand is the whole approach to this. I mean, Volt was created as a daring adventure. We want to change the world. We want to change Europe. I don't understand why there is such a defensive, legalistic attitude to this whole process when we should embrace it and also leave the practical execution to the board. That's what we give them a mandate for.
Let's say you have to see the history of this motion as well. Some points we heard today were the first time we heard today. In the process, we didn't get the information from our structures about there's a legal case. There was no newsletter or post about the issues. There was not a really happening discussion. We tried to take place, we tried to contribute. So this is why we're standing here. And then we raised the motion in time. Since the last days, and especially today, there was given more information we didn't have before. And some people agree with that. And when we have a conflict with this, that some people say, members say, we have different point of views here, we say, let's take some time. And when we raised the motion first, there was set up an extraordinary GA on May the 13th. And that day we had a state assembly of Northern Westphalia. And we said, how do we combine it? We are about 6.5% members having a state conference party at the same time. So how do we handle it with this core discussion? We didn't get an answer. We didn't get a reply from the board to our questions. So we faced, that was a top-down process. And we just demand, let's be together in this process and not top-down. This is the only thing in this motion.
Okay, one last sentence by Simon if you want. If not, enough questions for now. We have more votes coming up that needs to be explained. That can be Q&A, and then please feel free to sign up for the discussion. So if you have one last sentence, you can.
Not especially.
No, you're happy. Perfect.
And have a nice
Then
end of the
thank you
GA.
to you. You can leave, give out the mic, and then we invite the next speakers on stage to explain the vote 9. So Lucia Nachil, when the stage is ready for you.
3, 4. Tak ako boli predtým, títo dvaja.
Sorry, okay. But before you go, we do, sorry, Lucia Nachil, one moment. Yes, but one moment first.
Yes. So as we're having this discussion, now we are also hosting several other sessions in the side rooms. So let me share with you what they are. In room number 1, we have the Universal Man Affair, which is led by our very own Volt Slovakia, Lucia from Volt Slovakia. In room number 2, I see that there's a session on innovation for a more competitive, sustainable, and resilient agri-food system. This was announced for earlier, but I'm guessing it's been delayed. And in room 3, we have a modern view on the economy, a workshop to introduce the insights from modern monetary theory. And that's on the 3rd floor. So make your choice, and I think we can carry on with the main stage schedule. Thank you.
Give it to Lucia.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, we have to get the order right of things here. So I'm back to explain to you the vote, which is like, we call it a non-binding vote. The idea is that you give direction as a membership, direction to this EUPP project, right? So the board has formulated some key principles that we feel are very important for us to go forward with. And we're asking you, do you get it? Do you understand it? Do you think that the next board can continue with these? And if not, please let us know, that we know where more work is needed to deliberate and to find a way forward. So this is an advisory vote, a non-binding vote. We want to hear from our members to provide guidance to the leadership. So this vote is on the political direction and the governance logic behind the draft statutes, which you can find in your convocation package for the GA. So whatever the final structure will look like, and we have already explained to you, there's still discussions ongoing with the APPF, with the authorities, because we're doing something very new. Even what we want, is it even allowed, right? We don't know some of this. So this is all still happening. But we want to stand by our purpose as defined in our statutes, and we want to achieve our goal, and then let's agree on the principles here. So we have 6, basically. The first one is about our values and purpose. So basically, we have a vote on our charter as well at this GA, right? We are reviewing some of this. So as Achille explained, the Volt Europa AISBL, the movement as we are here today, will remain the pivot, right? So the EUPP has been designed to stay in line with the Volt Europa, so to be that sort of little brother of us that can stand in the political arena, right? Or sister, as you would. So the values and purpose vote talks about how do we safeguard Volt's identity as we move forward in this political party. So have a look and see what you think. The second one is the member party structure, which we have created to safeguard Volt's identity. Here, I want to say something about the we have like a federation model initially, in a sort of the idea is that we would slowly transition into a full-fledged EUPP. So in the transition, we have the member parties only as members. Not yet all of you. And the reason is, unfortunately, it's not possible to immediately give you also, if you are a Volt member already, you cannot automatically become a member of the party. So the risk is, if we don't organize well, we will lose a lot of our members by this shifting to the party. So we have to get ready for that. So initially, in a transition period of maximum 2 years, we are saying that the Volt branded partners, so we're talking about, maybe others may join us there, but those who already have the Volt brand will be the core founding members. And also those registered in non-EU countries can be part as associated member parties. And we also permit non-Volt allied parties. All of these will get 2 votes per country, a male and a female vote. So that is the member party structure. Then on those who do not have the Volt brand yet, we're looking at a cycle of 3 years in which they either join the Volt movement and turn into Volt, or we will review after 3 years, how do we continue our journey, or do we say goodbye? So there are some, how to say, safeguards there. So look into it. The third one, see, I'm eating up my time quickly. I already mentioned the third principle is that individual members can join after an initial period of 12 months, because we don't want to lose anyone. We want to move with everyone to the EUPP, and that requires us to get organized, and we're not at the moment. The duration of the transition period is, if we do not meet all the conditions we put in within the first 2 years of that transition, we can stop the project. So there is a limit to the transition. So we cannot stay in this modus of having a EUPP with only the parties' voting rights. Maximum 2 years is what this says, right? The fifth one is the 2-body governance structure. Yeah, so let me explain this quickly. Because the member parties are the only ones there, not the members, we already have like a country council structure, right? So we don't need a country council. In the first instance, we only need to work on, so 2 governance bodies, meaning there will be a GA composed of the parties, and there will be a board listening to that GA. Principle 6 is the board composition and powers during the transition period. So in those maximum first 2 transitional years, the board of our Volt Europa will also be the board of the EUPP, so that we can trust it to evolve together. And then when we are ready to complete the transition, members can join, a new board can be elected, etc., etc. So I hope that was clear. Anything you would like to add in terms of explanation?
So maybe on this last point, I heard people having doubts about this governance structure.
Yeah.
The reason why we said that the Euro Party board in the beginning, at the start and inception, should be the AASBL, our movement board, the same, is because this is the board that you elect. These are the people that you elect. It's the same people, it's the same body. They are the most legitimate to build the next step and to define the statutes and a more stable structure in time, so that you are sure that these are our members that have their say in that. These board members that sit in the EUPP are also accountable to all individual members, because they're also our movement board members. And that is, I think, a very important safeguard for everybody, that you feel that we are doing this together with you. Because as Lucia said, we are going to be the only Euro party where we have thousands, tens of thousands, individual members joining that. There is no other European party who does that. But we have to manage this. There's very complicated to navigate this with the European authorities. So we need this transition period to make it happen. We need to make like a clean, lean, efficient kind of structure so that we can have benefits before that, but working towards that. So that is why we have this governance structure. That for me.
Thanks for explaining that, because I was rushing towards the end. So
Okay.
some important points.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
All right.
So if you have then your explanation done, then we can also move to Q&A.
Yes.
If there's a question coming, Robert is with the mic again. We have the first volunteer. Thank you very much. Robert going up. Please again. Question or very short statement so they can answer. If you want to go to the debate, go to the speaker form.
Thank you very much. I would like you, if possible, to clarify number 3. I really don't understand what it means, a 12-month initial period to become an individual member. I don't understand it.
Okay, maybe you can explain it a little bit better. The question is, why can't members immediately become member of the EUPP? She doesn't understand. Can you explain it in a better way?
Bom dia, Manuela. First, thanks for your question. So it is just because we cannot force members automatically to join the European political party. This is a voluntary process. Members have to proactively themselves do the process of enrolling. That is the first thing. And the second is we need to figure out the legal framework with the APPF. We submitted them our drafts, but they have to answer us. How can it concretely work? That's the reason. So that's for now, it's the European board members who sit, and it's the member party, the qualifiers who sit in the GA from the beginning.
Because imagine that we don't get our act together on the Volt members and other members start to join and gain the majority and make of that EUPP something we don't want. So it's really all these things we are doing is safeguarding so that when we allow members to become members, that we are sure it's Volt members, they have been onboarded by Volt, they have been, that we safeguard the identity of the movement. So too much to explain now, but trust us, it really, if we don't, we'll run into trouble in many ways. Yeah.
Konrad.
No. We have the mic on the back. He was first.
Thank you, Fabian. Okay.
Yes. So as I remind you, the faster you answer, the more question we get. So we can get to Konrad if you're fast.
Great. Hello, everybody. My question is, what is with the non-European community members on the long run? Are they will they have full rights or will they kicked off?
I didn't get.
Can someone repeat the question, because
we didn't get the question.
But someone else, maybe another voice.
My question is about the non-EU members.
Non-EU members, yes.
Will they in the long run be kicked off or will they have full rights?
Okay, do they have full rights? The non-EU members, yeah. Okay.
These are associated members. They have full. There are some restrictions. Their restrictions are linked to European law, European regulations, not to what we want them to do. We want them to give all the rights. But that is not possible. And they can, for example, they cannot outvote. That's the most important thing. If there is, for example, a tie about a certain decision, an associated member from outside the EU cannot outvote a decision. But they can contribute to a vote, for example.
Basically, they cannot be in the majority. It's not allowed by the regulation. So they can participate, but if it comes to a point where they are in the majority vote, that is not allowed by the EUPP regulation. So that's all. But yeah, that's unlikely to happen fast, but that would not be possible. So yeah. That's
Okay.
not us, that's the law. Yeah.
So thank you. Then the last two questions, the gentleman there, and then Conrad will have the last question. Then the answer, the tally is 3-3 on male, female. So we are good on the question. And then you answer fast. And then we have two questions, and then we move to the next block.
I will keep my questions short. I do want to disclose that I did request speaking time at forehand, but depending on the answer, I might revoke that. My question is specifically about principle number 2. I see immense legal risk there. How is that taken into account, or does that still need to be? Does it still require more research?
Well, what risk do you see? Because we define the risk as not being able to retain our membership and not being able to even allow to go in the way we want to go because the APPF says no. So this is what we are in. So what is exactly the risk you're talking about?
The question is that I actually really want to vote in favor, but the legal risk is on its own. I need some clarification that we do have non-vote members as a party, and we say full parties will have a veto, and other parties won't have that.
Maybe to cut you there, we have another vote who especially as about legal pathways. So maybe we put this to the other session about the more legal deep dive. One sentence maybe from you.
But I don't know if you have seen in the draft statute, we have a way to make sure that the volt, how do we call that mechanism again, where the volt votes will have are more binding. So that's how we control. So there is a mechanism anyway.
Yeah. We have, exactly. There is a rule, let's say, in the statutes bill, there are categories of volt members and non-volt qualifier members, and there is a distinction there in terms of voting. But yeah, we will talk about this.
Control of the
So,
non-volt parties.
Legal deep dive we do later. Now, Conrad, last question, short answer of you two.
Thank you very much for the team to work on this absolutely crucial project. Can you confirm that independently of the outcome of vote 9, there will be a refined proposal at a time when details are available, being presented to the next GA with an amendment process?
Yes, so
there's a separate vote on that, actually.
There is, exactly. So also after this GA, there's going to be an Article 3 vote on our purpose statement. So there is going to, the members will receive an invitation to vote on the Article 3 to amend this. So this is mainly about making the 3 parties work. And there is ongoing work on the statutes with a full process that will be that will also go to the members. And that's why we currently have the debates first with the APPF, because we also want to be sure that what we propose to the members is also legally compliant.
Yes.
That's it.
Okay.
For now.
Thank you too.
Yes.
Yes. So there will be a process that's for the next board to manage. So we don't know exactly how that will go, and much will depend on your input now on these principles, so that the next board has enough guidance from you.
Yes. So thank you,
everybody. Yeah, thank you everybody to listening on Sunday morning to this after having a night of partying in Bratislava. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. And now I will explain you what the votes will be, so we can be quick there. So yes, so the vote 9 will be the informal, non-binding vote on those key principles, and then they go ahead, and there's going to be an extraordinary General Assembly that will be organized to approve the final UPP governance setup. This is the vote 9 they just presented. The motion before, the M4 motion, is the vote to null this vote. So what Friedrich and Simon presented, they say no, we shouldn't make this discussion yet. So if vote M4 is going to be approved, then vote 9, it doesn't matter the outcome there, it will be annulled. So basically M4 says, don't make the decision now, and that's as a binding, so it will annul the non-binding vote. And this is the non-binding vote on the principle that we generally agree, but they should still have the extraordinary GA. But don't worry, we will still dive into the votes at the end of the debate. Now I invite Barbara to invite the new people.
Thank you, Achille. Thank you, Lucia, very much. Just a quick reminder, please register to speak on this topic. We will yield the floor to the member interventions after we're done with the whole EUPP parts, which now we have 2 more member motions to go through. And do I need to say anything more? Like, I'm going to strip you from all your hard-earned cash before we're done, right? We don't have that much time, so please scan the QR code and donate to Volta Europa. And now, without further ado, I will invite Lars and Luca to talk to you about the country council motion to mandate the European board to explore legal pathways for EUPP. Lars and Luca.
Does this work? Can you all hear me? Perfect. Amazing. Why are you all so serious? Is this not the Festival of Europe?
Yeah, Lars and I were very much in a European spirit here.
We are here to talk about an important topic. But first, there is today Switzerland voting on a chaos initiative trying to limit their population. There is Slovenia being prepared for multiple referendums going on against the right-wing government. There is multiple elections that we need to participate in this year. And here we are discussing internal legal disputes.
Yeah, so we as a country council came together because we are representing the co-presidents of all the chapters, and we need to lead in the faith of good, because we trust the European board. And first, we want to thank the European board to take this initiative and to really speak with us, to cooperate with us. Thank you. Thank you for your amazing work. And so we as leaders think we support you, we want to support you. And this is why we are talking about this motion right now, right, Lars?
Exactly. And this motion, it's not a motion of do you support the EUPP or do you not support the EUPP? This motion focuses on one fact. The arbitration committee of Volta Europa said, we can do it, but the best way to do it is to first amend our statutes. And this is exactly what we want to do. The country council wants to give our European boards that we are electing this weekend a chance to amend those statutes, find a legal way how to do it, and then we do it properly.
So, yeah, we just want you to vote with yes, give the European board the mandate to really find out where we're going, and then we can vote on how we're going to do this. But please, let's trust the European board that's going to be elected today, and then we can make political impact together.
Because at the end of the day, there is real politics out there that needs to be done. And fighting internal legal disputes is not a way how we're going to win. How we're going to win is going out there and making the impact we have to. Thank you.
Thanks. Are there any questions?
So, yeah, so if you're already done, thank you
Yes.
for being precise on the time. I invite the members if anyone has questions. If not, then this makes me very happy because we are running late on time. But don't. So if you still have a question, you can. No?
I don't see anything.
Last call, no?
Yeah,
Then
we wanted to do you a
Thank you.
favor.
Thank you
I'm
so
a happy
much, guys.
Please vote yes.
So yes, then this is already over. And now Barbara already introduces the next people.
Okay.
Still a quick reminder, you will also do it. Sign up for the speaker form.
Exactly. So we're doing great on time. So next member motion will be to mandate an open amendment process for the EUPP Articles of Association. Let me invite Niels to present his motion.
Hello, dear members, dear friends of Volt. First of all, I want to thank the board and the EuroPP team for the immense effort they put into this whole process. The motion I put in place is I think you heard a lot of deadline and for August that we need to rush and be quite quick with the UPP process. And I want you actually to maybe to open the process, that we can, all of us can have the time to look into the UPP, have the possibility to make amendments like others said here before. And one big issue I see is with the CSA, with a cooperative and service agreement that's still not put in public. There's also no draft yet. And I would say before we can vote on a new PP, we need to know all the facts. We need to see this kind of contract. You wouldn't sign a contract if you don't read it beforehand. So I want us to have the time, to have the opportunity to maybe who wasn't yet involved in the process to be heard, to have the opportunity to make their point in this open amendment process, like we have done with the touchstones, and want all of us to work together on this. I think if you rush, then we maybe have a flawed UPP, and this will fraction much more our whole party. And I think if we, all of us, work on the UPP statutes, then everyone will be behind it and stand for the new European Party. So yeah, that's all my motion is about. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Questions? So once again, Robert needs to do some sport because we are so much sitting, so he would be happy to walk up to someone. If not, don't worry, there's speakers who have signed up of you, so last call. No questions, so I guess it was a perfect presentation.
Thank you so much.
Then thank you. Winning back the time. So I wanted to announce that we maybe need to cut into lunch, but maybe now we don't. So you're doing great. So this has been the 4 votes now explained. We will do that again, but as always, the votes are already open, so you can also go read them up. So what we do now is going into the debate. Members have been able to register. You're still able to register. You'll have 2 minutes to speak on stage. I hope, or I think, that the first speaker is already up, and I can also say we do have some balance on it already, but we are still looking for people who want to talk. So actually, who's ready? Yes. Okay. Yeah, just checking. We need to check with the order, but we will do that afterwards. So I invite the first speaker on stage. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I just wanted to come back on the legal risk that was mentioned about the statutes. So it was saying that the statutes, it reads that Volt is an association that promotes the movement to become or to be registered as a EUPP. And the legal problem that was raised is that it doesn't say explicitly that the ASBL can create another entity for it. So the legal risk would be that there is an interpretation of the statutes that the process that is today envisaged is not possible. But I mean, what is the legal risk? A legal risk is actually that someone would put Volt to court to say that the process is not correct because of the purpose. Do you see really any member who actually agrees with the Volt project who would do that? I don't think so. So just to say that this legal risk is really low, it's really remote. And yeah, just that I think we shouldn't delay this process for stuff like that, because in any project you have, there is a small legal risk, and it's just a question of costs and benefits. So I think this one can completely be removed. That was my point. That's it.
Then thank you very much. Next time we do, no, sorry, next time is Olaf, because he signed up very early. Yes. Yes, so we have order when the people signed up on the registration. We're also going to do gender balance. So Sophie, you're going to be next because we do gender balance. Then it's Lucas, then it's Jerry. And then if more people sign up, we will put them at the end. But now, Olaf, 2 minutes for you. We will reset the timer. If not, I will just stop you.
Okay. So hello, Bratislava. Hello, good morning. We are at the deciding point in Volt's future. We are going to decide today specifically on the UPP and the future of our structure, of our organization, of our association. There's been a lot going around the UPP, the general organization, the statutes and all of that. I want to say, first of all, thanks to all the people which have worked on that and all the people which have been on the team. So a big applause for all of them. Now, the main point is, how do we want to structure our movement? Volt has been a movement for a long time. And after the European elections, we have grown. We have grown a lot. We have moved from 1 to 5 seats in the European Parliament. And we have had also electoral successes all around Europe. Now, if we want to continue on growing, we also need to grow our structures and our organization. So the UPP, the Euro Party, is a good opportunity to do that. The Euro Party on its own also grants us the ability to continue with more funding, with a more structured organization, and overall a clear path to move from just being a movement to being a full-on organized structured party. So my suggestion is give the mandate to the European Board, because if we do not go on this path, we will stay with our current organization structure, but we must grow. We must also grow on ourselves, and the Euro Party is the possibility to do so. Thank you.
Perfect on time. Thank you, Olaf. You can pass the mic to Sophie, and I invite her to stage for her 2 minutes.
Yes, good morning, everybody. I'm relatively new to Volt, and I have to say I'm a little bit surprised at what we are doing here. We do politics differently, they say. Well, we're not doing politics at all. What are we doing here? The world is on fire out there, and we are talking about internal rules. And, you know, I have a tiny bit of experience in a political party. The administrative stuff, that is what we have the board for. We have mandated them, and they will sort it out for us. So no amendments, okay? Secondly, on the substance of the motions, and I made the point earlier here, if we want to change the world, then we have to embrace this adventure, and we shouldn't be too purist, because, you know, we can try and keep our virginity and we'll die a virgin. We want to broaden the movement, become a political party, and change the world. And if we cannot even change ourselves, how are we going to change the world? So vote against the motions. Thank you.
Then also thanks to you for being quite on time. Now we do have Lucas as Brazilian member. This helps us with like the nationality. Lucas, 2 minutes for you.
Thank you, Fabio. Hello, Volt! Hello! I'm super excited to be here, finally talking about the European Party again. For everybody who knows me, I've been very passionate in talking about this for 3 years. 3 years, guys. This is very early on already. Yeah, we should. This is, as Sophie said, this is administrative. That is something that we elect the board to do and give administrative tasks for them. It is important for us to have a conversation as a party, but we've been having already for 3 years. That is not a binding thing. There's still a lot of room to discuss together. If we do talk about, say, hey, let's talk about it. No, because let's talk about it. Because let's talk about it. That is exactly what we've been stuck for in Vote for Whoever. We talk, we talk, we talk. The world burns. We talk, we talk, we talk. The orange made a taxi run. We talk, we talk, we talk. Guys, this is critical for the European elections. We need the money and the work and the foundation that this unlocks for us. This is critical for us. We shouldn't be talking too long. This is important. We give a mandate to the European board to do exactly that. Let them lead us, talk to them. They're right here, still waiting for your votes. We need to pass this. Let's stop talking, because for 3 years we already been talking, and this is still early on. We still need to create a foundation and the European Party. That takes time. The 2029 election is close by.
You're done.
Thank you. Cheers.
That's busy. Okay. Now the man who has been waiting for a long time.
Hello, I'm Yuri. I'm specifically speaking about Vault 9, which is complicated, and I'm not fully against it. But what I do see is that the second point, which just hasn't been properly answered in principle, that we're taking a massive legal risk, is that something that we do need to research properly before we are able to do this. And I do need people to ask for the transparency on how we're going to do this, and we need people to have the full disclosure. Can we take this legal risk, or will it slow us down in the end? Thank you.
That was quick. You're all doing so well on the time. So yes, I was told George withdrew, but if George withdrew, he can do it. George, our GA hero. But also only 2 minutes for you.
Hello. We should not be so arrogant to assume that we are the only people who care about changing Europe. We should not be so arrogant to assume that we are the only people that care about changing the world. And there is a lot of work to be done to change the world and to change Europe. The urgency is now. If you vote for M4, what you are voting for is delay. Your inaction and lack of impact. Some chapters need to be able to collaborate with other small parties as a result of moving forwards with this European political party. So we need to support them to make sure that we are not just a Dutch and German party, but we are present all over Europe. And that's why you should vote down M4.
Thank you, George. And he will pass it over to Chris, one of our former GA hosts.
Hello, everybody. Good to see you.
Okay, because my laptop is
but I was so much speeches on the
Thank you very much,
UPP
everybody.
project.
Welcome back
So
to the live stream, watching at home. I'm joined with our fundraising lead. If you want to introduce yourself briefly
Yeah.
for the people watching online.
Hi, everyone. Happy to be here. I am fundraising lead of Volt Europa. My name is Alona. I think I've met lots of people already all over Europe from all chapters. Yeah.
And what is your most impactful contribution to Volt Europa that you've had so far, would you say, in your position?
We actually secured the
Yes.
largest one just yesterday.
Mhm.
But I won't share it until we are sure that we receive the money, because anything could happen until you have it on your bank account. Yeah, but yeah, we secured a few thousand euros yesterday in the evening. Yeah.
And what is the most important part of why does Volt always need to fundraise during these types of events, or like why is there constant calls for fundraising?
Because we always need resources. We always need people support. And I'm really fond of small donations from many people, because I think, of course, we have large supporters who donate huge amount of money, and we are always like really grateful to them. But I think as a movement, that's important to feel your share in the progress of Volt. And I think if you donate €5, but do it regularly, in a perfect case scenario monthly, that's a great support. That's really the basics that we can start on, and we can improve our tech infrastructure. We can actually fund our staff and raise more employees that can help to grow both Europa and chapters as well. So we become more professional organization and can actually grow on the donations that are large donations that are coming from major donors that we also do.
And what is so far the big thing that you're fundraising for during this GA?
We have few goals for next year. We want to improve our tech structure to actually be really professional and digital. That's what I'm also aiming for. We are fundraising to support our next political partnerships, because we have to meet people, we have to go places, like co-presidents always traveling, and they really need resources for this as well. We would also like to support campaigns in different chapters, and we cannot transfer usually money directly from Multi-Europa to chapters, but we can help them to have stuff that they need, and we can provide for people that help chapters to grow and to campaign.
And we're now based in the Bratislava GA. What is your one experience or memorable moment of this General Assembly as we approach to the close of the General Assembly?
I really love to see how many people attended and how people care for each other here. That we have quiet rooms, that everyone is taking their role really seriously, but most of people are volunteers. And I think that's really connecting with fundraising, because you can donate your time as volunteer, you can donate your resources, your energy, but you can also donate money. I think it's same, has the same value, and it doesn't matter which amount. It could be 50,000 euro, it could be €5. It's very valuable and it's very appreciated.
And people watching at home, they might be, a little bit more passive members within Volt. What would you say should be the reason as to why people should become more active within Volt Europa or within the national chapter of Volt?
To feel the energy, to actually save Europe, because originally I'm from a country where everything went wrong, and I know that it could wrong really quickly if we don't act fast. So we should mobilize, even when the picture is we live in a good conditions and we think that it's given, and we think that it will only be better and better in years, but sometimes it could really go wrong. So in case we want to even stay at the same place as we are right now, we need to move faster and faster every year, and we need to grow, and we need to protect our values.
And what is a memorable conversation that you've had so far at this General Assembly? Because we really want to motivate, I think, the people online to come to a GA in the future, because there's a lot of good energy, as you say, and unfortunately some people can't make it because of logistical reasons, and probably they have FOMO of coming to GAs. But what is your most memorable conversation or your most memorable person that you've talked to at this General Assembly?
Every person that I meet here is just stays in my heart. I think the person who it's in my heart right now is Francesca, because unfortunately she won't be president anymore. But yeah, she is my love, and I'm really happy that I'm here, and that we can share our love with her personally before she goes to the
the next stage of time.
The next stage.
This is also where I'd like to remind people at home that Francesca will be joining us later, and please do vote. in the, I think you probably share my message to vote for your
Candidate.
chair, for your candidates. I don't know which. I think they close at the end of the day. The candidates. I don't have the exact time when they close, but please do vote. Candidates won't be coming here because we don't want to endorse one specific candidate, but it's very, very important that you cast your ballot before the end of the day.
Yes.
Do you have? My laptop is unfortunately out of touch. Do you have any questions or anything?
And please, people, do subscribe for 5 months, €5 monthly. That's a great support. If we get 10% of people that are actually members of Volt to donate €5 monthly, we already get €30,000 monthly, and it would be like a great foundation to move forward.
Because I guess Volt Europa in the future wants to move away from specific big donors and be like
it's much more sustainable when you have 1,000 people giving €5 monthly, then you have one donor, because for one person circumstances could change, unfortunately. So it's much better when we have a few thousand people donating small amounts. I really appreciate if you donate small amount but monthly.
Thank you. I think we need to switch person to interview. So we'll break the stream for 30 seconds, change the mics, but thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm happy to be here.
Hello and welcome everybody. I think normally when you're on a live TV show, this is where you'd get a small ad break, give the presenters a little bit of a chance to drink some water and whatever. But now I'm joined by our strategy leads. But before we start and I introduce the strategy lead, please do vote for your candidates. I'm reminded that you have 5 minutes to vote. The results will come, the chat is saying 4:30. I will confirm whether the results are coming at 4:30, given the fact that timings or whatever are a little bit messed up. But without further ado, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, thank you so much for inviting me. I'm Sebastian. I'm the European Strategy Lead. I started at Volt, I think, almost 5 years ago as a European events co-lead, and so I was also responsible for hosting events like that. We're always very excited to be here, and now I'm active on the European level for more than 3 years as the European Strategy Lead, being responsible for Shine 29, also driving the integration with the chapters and really ensuring that we work together as one in this organization.
And when it comes to strategy, how do you set the organization of, or the vision of a strategy plan or a strategy concept? How do you draw up such plans?
Yeah, I think one thing that is super important is, so I'm active on the European level, and this is something we also want to make clear all the time. Like on the European level, we understand ourselves as this element that is really uniting also all of the parts that we have in this organization. And this also comes to things like the strategy. So for example, with Shine 29, all of the processes that I have been responsible for, namely Shine 29, new narrative, Recharge 29, for example, the strategy we have in Germany, also helping Netherlands, is always a bottom-up approach. So it's we are really trying to understand the whole organization, try to ask all of the people what they think, what we should prioritize, how we really can create a plan that we can act on. And I think that is just super important when it comes to all of the parts. It's nothing that is decided by like a small team of people. No, all of the things we have in there is really the voice of the people, voice of the members that we have in this organization.
And this is where I would like to also remind people that, as always, as we've had for the yesterday and the whole of the morning, you can still pose your questions into the chat, and I'll be glad to get Seb to answer those questions back. And how do you envision? A lot of people mentioned Shine 29 in the General Assembly in many of the breakout rooms. How does Shine 29 actually meet the requirements of Vault? Or how will Shine 29 meet the requirements of Vault in the future?
Mm-hmm.
And how will the continued how do you sustain the continued growth of Vault as time goes on?
So maybe it makes sense to also just think back how everything was created, because so Shine 29 was created in 2024. So we had our European elections. It was very clear that with 2024, our old strategy ends, so we needed a plan moving forward. So we thought about it, okay, what could be the next milestone? What is the timing that we envision as a huge next step, or make the next step? And it was very clear that we think in those 5-year steps with the next European elections, that is a common foundation also for the whole organization. So we said, okay, 2029 is the next milestone, and we need to really be able to now develop and bring this organization forward. And one key idea is that also this is not a plan that we created back then that is now fixed in stone. No, this is a living document, and you can also see it with all of the process that we are following on, is that we are adjusting certain elements when things are changing. So for example, with the strategy foundation, we took the parts as given back then because it was very important that we just have a plan moving forward, how we develop, etc. But it was now time to also think about, okay, how can we tell the story that we have in that way that it also fits the new environment and well, the new global stage. And this is why we are also adapting it all of the time. But the key idea behind it is that we have a core foundation for this whole organization that we can agree on, that we can unite behind, and that we can really act on all across Europe, because that's the main idea behind it, right? We have hundreds of people here with thousands of people in this organization, envisioning to have a positive impact for 450 million plus people out there. That's the idea behind it, but make it more concrete and also operational.
And how will we know if Shine 29 will meet its goal? I guess it's for the European elections, but how would we know that Shine 29 has met its goal?
Yeah, so we have different parts in that strategy. So when you just look at Shine 29, we have the strategy foundation. So the things like why we exist, how we act, what we want to achieve for society, but also as an organization. But we have different stepping stones in between. So for example, the strategy staircase, where we envision the long-term path that we want to follow on. So there are very specific targets on that line. So we're becoming a Euro party, being elected in all European countries, getting enough MEPs, etc., and going on to then really reach the vision that we have for society. Something we will not make in the next 1 or 2 years, but really in the next decades. But we also have things on the way. So we have our strategy framework that has 3 core strategic pillars: enable, create, and impact. And with that, we also have very specific points where we can see, okay, as an organization, are we really getting better in structuring ourselves and making the processes better? Are we then with Create able to really activate our members And then impact, that's the thing we are here to really have an impact also for the individuals out there, for all of the people and citizens of Europe. So we have certain parts on the way that we're trying to also achieve. And then, of course, on the way, we need to see, okay, how we are developing, how we need to adjust it. But the main part is now towards 2029, and we will have a super successful year. And this will show that we are on a really good path here.
And how can, I mean, a lot of people online are maybe like the non-active members of Volt. How can they get involved to make sure that Volt meets its goals and its strategy?
I think we have thousands of different ways. So I think the most important thing is that people need to understand why they want to become active. What are the things that really matter to you individually, what you really want to achieve, and also, of course, understand, okay, how involved you want to become. But we have, for example, very easy ways to become active, just like wherever you are, either join a local team or start a local team and really be part of a community that is near to you, but then also understand, okay, if you have topics that you're really interested in, for example, democratic reform, social reform, economic reform, we have European communities around those topics where you can really just start to work on also really specific projects and then make policy out of it. Or, of course, there are ways also to run for positions, be part of elections, but it really comes to the individual, what you want to achieve, how much you want to put into, and then just reach out. I think that's the most important thing. Reach out to people, ask how you can become active and find out, because we are open all the time and everyone is happy to also get new people, new faces in this organization.
And Volt is obviously made up with a lot of national chapters. And obviously you need to then harmonize the strategy between the two. How do you go about harmonizing a strategy plan such as the Shine 29 program?
Yeah, I think this, and it's very interesting. So there are different reasons why something like Volt doesn't exist yet, because what we are doing here is, this is huge. It is a huge project, right? We are trying to break with traditional ways of doing politics, and something like the chapters, for example, we need political parties in the different in the different countries, because, well, the system is built for that kind of style. But what is very important, and this is why I'm also coming back, for example, to the narrative or strategy foundation, is people are not part of, like, for example, I don't know, Volt Berlin or Volt Germany or Volt Netherlands or Volt Sweden. No, they are part of Volt Europa. And we have one strategic foundation. I mean, we want to make Europe better, and we want to really make it work for the individuals also, for the people out there. And we have a core thing that we can unite behind. And this is why we always need to also understand, like, when people are asking you, like, oh, so you're a part of Volt, I don't know, Sweden, etc. No, the answer should be no, I'm part of Volt Europa. And this is also why European General Assemblies are so important, because we need to understand that we shouldn't get into those kind of silos. No, we are a huge organization and we are winning together. And this is, I think, super important. But then when it comes to the operations, of course, you just need to understand where we can really create synergies, where we can really work together, where we have different challenges that all of us have, but then don't work on it alone, but really try to understand, okay, how can we work together on it and understand this organization as one organization. And this is what we're trying to also achieve at the moment.
And how effective are volunteers and stuff like this, and also like making, or how they come apart as well as to like coming together and making the Volt strategy?
Yeah. So I think it's very important also. This is something that we have also outlined when we talk about what Volt is. Volt Europa is a community, a movement, and a party. And the really cool thing is that we are developing. And you can see this, for example, also with we are getting more and more full-timers that are also really acting full-time on what we want to try to achieve. But the core of these organizations are always the volunteers. And this is also the movement spirit that we have and that everyone also values. And as I mentioned at the beginning, when we are talking about these kind of big projects, for example, common narratives, common strategies, etc., we always start with the members in mind and really try to understand, okay, what do we want to achieve? What are the opinions? How can we bring this together? And how can we unite? And then also try to understand how we can bring people into those projects. And I think all of the people that we have in leadership positions really also are following up on this and really trying to make this a reality.
And as the Volt General Assembly is coming to an end in Bratislava, what is the one conversation that you'll bring back to the strategy team when you come back and talk in the coming days about reflecting on the General Assembly as to what happened today?
I think so. We have a new European board this afternoon, so this will of course bring some change with it. But we have, for example, Shine 29, and Shine 29 is a mandate also to the new board. It is something that the members want this organization to achieve, and they are the things that we want to develop. So it's of course just important to really reorganize, refocus again, see how we can really make all of that happen. But there's one element that also matters a lot for me at the moment, because if we want to be really effective and really want to have an impact, we as well need to learn how we can act as one. And we have this kind of slogan at the moment also internally with one winning team. And we also had a panel, for example, yesterday where we really tried to understand
I was not able to do this. Okay. All right, take it personal. Okay, everyone has to wait for the stream to stabilize, but sorry for dealing with the technical issues. We have a good tech team, but obviously this is not part of our strategy. If we're talking about strategy, but we're talking about the one team. Yes. Thing is about the one team that you're particularly excited about.
Yeah, so this is something that we will take away also from this weekend. So to be really successful in the next years is really to really understand we need to become one winning team, which means that we need to focus on this one winning team part. And so we also had a panel coming up yesterday with both Germany, both Netherlands, both other chapters, and both Europa. Where we also try to understand how we can really understand how we can better work together now moving forward, how we can best leverage all of our resources. This is also something that we will definitely ask the board prioritize in the next 6 months. And this is, I think, something that I usually also take away from those European General Assemblies where you understand that we are one big organization and we can unite behind one common idea of this organization and just make it operational. I think that's what we take away.
Thank you very much for your time, and hope to see you around in the corridors. If people have any more questions, we'll wait like 2 seconds, but
otherwise everyone can also reach out to me. So Sebastian takes me. Always happy to answer questions.
Yeah, I mean, you also have the general strategy team from Europa, probably also if I guess people have any ideas or any reflections they want to provide, yes, on the
Always
59 person.
Any kind of
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you. And welcome everybody back to a brief interruption in our program. We have our tech lead here to talk to us about everything member based, one European system. Talking about how we can improve our technology infrastructure. Would you like to introduce
I'm Peter. I'm the European tech leader for the Volt. I have joined in January in that capacity. Yeah, since then, I guess we've been quite busy implementing our new membership management system. It is CBCRM, maybe quite a lot of you have heard about it. We are already productive with it for our one chapter. We are onboarding more chapters. We also already use CBCRM for mailing campaigns, donations, and if you are here today with us at the GA, you hopefully bought a ticket, and the ticket was actually bought and verified by CBCRM. It's that productive, and it's our big objective.
And with obviously changing tensions across the Atlantic, what is Europa doing about removing American technology away from the organization?
That is a topic that quite a lot of people are very passionate about. I get asked this again and again. People are passionate by the notion that you should really have technology that is made within the European Union, that is hosted within the European Union, and yet does not depend on this in the American tech. We have been calling this the European Tech Sovereignty topic. And what we are doing about it, basically, we are gathering ideas as to how we can ensure both is sovereign in terms of technology. Today here at the GA, today actually, there's going to be the presentation for Europa, and I'm going to be announcing there, and the pre-announcement here, I guess, I'm going to be announcing the new team that is only dedicated to that stuff. One has to be mindful that defining European tech is actually not that easy. Because you may have a company that is within Europe, but maybe they host using US technology. So we have to decide what is okay and what is not in terms of technology. And so the first topic that this team is going to do is actually developing this definition. Another topic is really that we are on Google, and Google is really a backbone of both, for better or for worse, and we want to move away from it. So this is actually very hard. We need really clear requirements so that we don't jump to another system and people lose features that they really need. So this team is going to define all of these requirements, is going to interview people, and then we define a strategy as to what we can change to and when and how we're going to go about it.
And for people watching online, normally they are the more passive members. What will they see in the changes of their technology? Of course, everybody has their own photos, their photo email address, and then they can contact everybody within bots, and then they're integrated within this Europa family. But what are the plans with plan changes? What will they see change in terms of their technology and the way how they interact with Europa?
That's a very interesting question. I think there are two sides. We do have a lot of technology that's there in the background. So, for example, for people who use CBCRM, you don't really know where it's hosted, right? And to be honest, most people, they won't care only, they will care ideologically that it's hosted in Europe, but that's it. So, for those people, things wouldn't really change that much. For those kind of tools, it wouldn't really, your interaction with both wouldn't really change. For things like Google, yeah, it would be completely different. So, we are mindful that we use Google Email, Google Calendar, Google Drive, also Google Meet. So we would have to replace all of these tools by an alternative. That's also part of the challenge. Can we have one tool that replaces all of this? Like, can I get an email, a calendar, etc., all in one package? Or do I rather need to have multiple tools for this? So it's also something that the team will answer. So the team will define how our alternatives is going to look like. Yeah, we hope that it can be as easy as possible for all the members, so that members don't have to spend too much time fiddling around.
I mean, it goes without saying, if people have tech issues, they will let you know, but if everything is working correctly, you get told nothing. So it's about keeping everything correctly.
If I may comment on that, it is true, and if people do have tech issues, we have a really amazing help desk. The help desk of Volt is really great people. They're like only volunteers. you can reach them at help@vote.europa.com. So any problems, please.
And with CBCRM, of course, for many members, it doesn't change really anything. But once implemented, will it solve issues that are issues that you've already identified with the current system that we're using to this day?
Yeah. There are, I think, two major issues that come to mind. One is that with the current solution, it's actually very hard to put people into specific things so that you can have a source of proof about that and you can handle it somehow, like reach out to people, send them emails. Or if you do have several contacts of people who may not even be members, then the challenge is where do I keep this data? How do I reach out to them? How do I assure privacy, GDPR, and all of that? Again, we don't really have a good tooling right now to handle all of this. So CBCRM is very adequate for this. I can put my members in specific groups. I can have, for example, the big chapters like France, Germany, Italy, Portugal, but then the smaller chapters like regions of these countries or cities of these countries. I can define functionalities quite easily, and I can just have non-member data. So if I'm running a campaign, for example, I'm in Newsroom, I want people to vote there. I want to gather emails from one of the three. I only want to keep one part of the month with the GDPR. CBCRM is actually very adequate. Finally, the good part about it is that it integrates very well with many other things. So I can do donation campaigns associated with this data. I can even make more tooling myself, such as a voting system that uses CBCRM as a backend data. Yeah, and the sky is then the limit. So we are excited to change to this system exactly to have this license.
And with this flexibility, does it become with more data information? What data will we have in the future that we don't have now? The thing that for many people, the sole point of interaction with bots is they pay their membership fees, they may donate on a monthly basis, and then they use their bot email address, but not actively. What will be the new data gathering that will take place?
Yeah, so for these people in particular, so a person who's not selected, CBCRM doesn't change much for them specifically, but it is a better tool for people who want to do the community management work, the campaigning work, and basically the work that involves you reaching out to others, right? So that's really where the advantage is, because you can get a system where all the data is already there and you build the quality. And that is in start contracts with the current system. It's a way of working where you can just have too many tools and the tools don't really play well with each other. So that's why the difference with CBCRM.
And did attending this General Assembly change your ways that you work in the future in relation to the implementation or the full implementation of CBCRM?
Not with CBCRM, and that's actually because we are already, I think, quite well established with the stakeholders of CBCRM. Maybe if anyone is listening and they feel they should be a stakeholder of CBCRM, but they aren't yet, then I would just say please reach out to me. Pedro Nalguera at vote.europa.org, if that can be shared. So yeah, I think we already do have a good enough community. The team is actually only 2 people right now that actively work on it. It's myself and Maria. So Maria is someone that works on Europa. And yeah, we really need volunteers. We need to expand. But yeah, the GA did not change my resources scenario. It really enabled me to reach out to more people on many other topics of technology that are not only this.
And what are the other, technology that bots will probably be releasing in the future?
So I think the big milestone that we really want to get right if anyone tries to vote on this.
Yep. Okay, welcome back, party people, to the backstage lounge. We're gonna check out some people. We're gonna check out some stuff. Come with me. Hi, I'm Jesse, by the way. Let's check out what people are up to here at the GA. Hi, guys. How it doing? How it doing? How it doing? Can I ask you guys questions?
Yes.
Yeah, amazing, amazing. We're on the stream live backstage to every people outside. How has the GA been treating you so far?
Oh, it's a really energizing GA, and that's why I'm here in Bratislava, because Volt
and DGAs are the events allies of the entire year. You know?
Nice, man.
Yeah.
Great pitch. And you?
Yeah, being on panels, being on stage, it's amazing seeing this crowd feeling like very European and like loading up all my European batteries for that backend for a year now.
Okay, that's very cool. Because what are you working on in the German board?
Oh, damn, we work on so many things. We're working on breaking our German silo because we really need to be European. And I think a lot of you out there really know that. We need to support smaller chapters because they need to grow too. And I think this is not only the responsibility for the European level, but also for us, like the big chapters. And I talked a lot about with the Dutch board, about this with the Dutch board, because we have a responsibility, we have elected officials, we have mandates, we also have finances to maybe help them out and also like bring Germans to all the European campaigns. I said that we have worked on strategy and I was like, okay, my goal for next year is that every German member joins at least one European campaign. I mean, it's a big yeah, goal, but maybe we get there and at least making baby steps in this direction.
That sounds amazing. And do you guys have any plans for Bratislava? Are you going out tonight? Are you doing fun stuff?
I think I'm going to chill. No, I'm going to be there with my team. A lot of the Germans are from my German national team are here, and I want them to connect more. So we're going to have a chill evening.
And as an elected official, by the way, I'm an Italian elected official in Germany.
Very cool.
So I am going to meet all the elected officials from all across Europe to bring my city Offenbach a lot of new policies and best practices for my city.
Very cool, guys. Thank you so much. Okay, we're moving on. Cheers. See ya. Okay, moving on. These people see like they're interesting. Okay. Let's check them out. Hi, party people. How we doing?
Great, how are you?
Pretty good. I'm actually using this mic this way. He commented on that yesterday that I shouldn't do this way, but still I'm doing it. No. How you doing, man? How's the GA been treating you so far?
Really, really good. I really like the atmosphere and all the people meeting here, so it's really, really nice. Yeah.
Very cool. Hey, you guys?
Enjoying it. Amazing to meet so many people from different countries. For once, all talking to each other instead of only our national GAs.
That's very nice. Did you also have some fun plans yesterday? Or are you going out tonight? Are you going to do some fun stuff in Bratislava?
Well, like everywhere in Europe, there's also special beers here that one has to try. So yesterday we took over a bar with 40
Fuck! Sounds very cool. And you, man?
I'm enjoying it a lot. I mean, there's not enough sleep. That is always kind of the problem with these kinds of events. I think you can also always see, like now on Sunday especially, that like it only fills up close to lunch because everyone is done from the day before. But I think this is also what this is about, right? You don't only come here to vote and make important decisions, but you also come to hang out with everyone from around Europe. So that's just as important. So I think it's fair.
Very cool. Thank you so much, guys. We're gonna move on. Hi, come with me. I see some people from our MEP team. Let's talk to them. Hi, party people. How you doing? Hi. We're live on the live stream. So say hi. How you guys doing?
Hi, my name is Chris. I came all the way from Rotterdam to Bratislava to tell we love you.
Oh, that's very sweet. That's very nice. How are you, man?
I'm fantastic. I had a really good evening yesterday. Unfortunately, not again tonight, but taking a long night train back to Brussels tonight.
Okay, very cool. And did you have some time to explore the city? Do you have any tips? What were the fun parts?
Of the city itself. Yep. So it's my third time in Bratislava. I once had a girlfriend living here, so she showed me around. So there's a lot of secret places I cannot tell you about because they're secret. But I love going on the hill. There's this monument from the communists, how they defeated the Nazis. And the castle, you have really beautiful views up there. And there's a really lovely lunchroom on the east side of the city center where I'm going to tomorrow.
Okay. And what's one thing that stayed with you guys from this GA?
I loved hearing about Volt Albania. Because I didn't really know this, but they're the only political party that's allowed to go sort of to the environmental protest happening right now in this sort of nature reserve. Because actually they're not doing it for propaganda or political purposes. They're just there to actually be there on the ground to go.
Yeah, wow.
I think that's the best part of Volt, like the activism and actually doing stuff, and not just talking about it. So
getting out there,
yeah.
That's very cool. Very nice. Thank you so much, guys. I think we're gonna move on a bit. Let's see. How are we on time? Say hi. Cheers. We're Doing good on time, right? Yeah. Let's move on. Let's move on to these lovely people. Hi guys. How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. We're live on the stream of the GA. Say hi to everyone at home.
Hello, everyone.
How has the GA been treating you guys so far?
It's been amazing. It's a great event. Great that you have all the voters together in one place.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Very nice. Did you have any plans yesterday? Did you have fun?
Of course.
Of Bratislava in the background, and it's basically next to the Danube, which is flowing towards Austria. So beautiful feeling, beautiful music, like amazing how we get here.
That sounds lovely, amazing.
Yes.
Thank you so much. We're moving on. Let's see and check out all the guys. Thanks, guys. Cheers. Okay. So everyone is having their lunch break so now, so you can get a great view of our beautiful stadium. It's actually a tennis stadium, and it's beautiful to see whoever you can walk into. Let's continue, guys. Let's try out to check out some people over there. It's a long walk, but I think we can manage it. Go to front of the stage. I'm so sorry, I walked very quickly. Okay.
Okay, we're going live. Hello and welcome back to the studio room. I think we're going to call this. It's not really a room. It's basically on the high level. We are joined now with the Electoral Commission, if I'm correct.
Yes.
Voting has closed as of 39 minutes ago.
Yes.
Are you busy counting the votes?
Yeah.
Yeah, our colleagues are very busy right now, sitting at their laptops, looking at everything, making sure everything is fine.
And what's your role exactly? Of course, at the General Assembly, you always have a lot of motions, and then like sometimes you have a board election.
Yeah.
What is your full-time or like your whole volunteer experience at the Electoral Commission?
So you've seen now us at this event. Hopefully, maybe the board event yesterday, but that's only a small part of what we do. Our mandate actually started quite a while ago when we initially announced for the opening of the board positions. So we managed everything from the opening of the candidacies to invite as many candidates as possible, to be part of this democratic process, to making sure that the campaign period goes smoothly, that it is a fair process, that everyone has a chance to have their voice heard, and then also we'll now do the board event and now also count the votes.
Exactly, and we are very happy that so many candidates decided to run because that is the heart of our party, and we were so happy to work with all of them. It was a great pleasure, and we hope for the next elections that even more people decide to run.
This is also a reminder that if you want to ask questions to the Electoral Committee, they can ask and then we'll read them off the chat. Please
Great.
use the questions tab just so that I can read out all the chats. I read both live. But when you go into starting the electoral process, how do you make sure that a wide range of people attend or show up for election?
Do you mean the candidates
for the candidates themselves? Do you do a lot of outreach? Do you do what do you do to make sure that a lot of candidates set there?
Yeah, well, first of all, we obviously try to publish it as heavily as possible on Halo, but because we know that a large amount of members are not active on Halo, we also ask regional boards to use their infrastructure to share the vacancy announcements. So we really want to make sure that as many people as possible from diverse backgrounds can apply and see that there's actually an open position.
And especially from all chapters across Volt Europa,
Yeah.
right? Because Volt is not just two chapters, the Netherlands and Germany. We have so many great people from all over Europe with different perspectives, different cultures, and so our goal was really to try and reach. Also, we worked with the Counter Council, which is where all the co-presidents of each chapter meet. So we also wanted to work with them, try and make sure that this message reached everyone in every country in Europe in all our chapters. And I think if we look at the candidates, we have a lot of very good representation. We have from Albania to Cyprus to Germany to France, to Netherlands, so many different chapters. And so I think it's quite encouraging. And
Yeah, I think there's still room to improve always, but we were really happy right now, and we really hope that this election and how it went can also encourage future candidates to apply, because even just participating in the process, I think, can give you a lot of new skills, leadership skills, and you also gain a new network with all the other candidates. So I think that it's a great advantage if you run as a candidate.
And even if you don't get elected, it adds a new perspective, a new voice, whether it's the debate, the online events, the things. People get to hear your perspective, and that can add so much to our process and the way we work. And because, the more people we hear from, the more viewpoints, I think this is, Volt. We are a grassroots movement that we want to take everyone together. And, the more people we have involved in the process, the stronger this process is.
And how would you rate the overall process? I mean, I guess that, when we opened up the vote yesterday, there was a lot of interest, which caused a crash to the system. I mean, we should, leave technology as it is, not as it is. We should improve the technology. But how would you rate overall the process? Do you think it overall went well?
Yeah, well, the process is not finished
The process
yet.
is not
We're
finished.
still
We
in the
still need to
middle of
count
the
it, but
so we can't give a definite answer on this yet. But we definitely see areas that really went well already, and were also quite different from previous elections, like yesterday's. The presentation of all the candidates and the events we had to present them to the party base. I think it was really something new we tried, and there were aspects that really worked well, and we want to maybe continue doing that. But also, of course, there are areas which we already see that we can improve on, like increasing the server capacity so the site doesn't crash. But yeah, it's I think I can't give like a percentage or rating in that sense, but there are definitely areas which went good and areas we can improve in the future.
Yeah.
And what now goes in the background when it goes into verifying the votes? I think that for a lot of the members online, they want to probably know what happens. How do you go about verifying
So
the votes?
I think what we're doing is quite new. We have a script that will count all the votes, and we're verifying obviously by hand that this script is true. But the script is also available on Halo, and this is something that's never been done before. We've published the script; it's on there, and so people can also check the script to make sure that the script works as it's supposed to. And so obviously on our side is verification, but members have the opportunity to also verify themselves.
And it has already been a great help from members commenting on Halo if they found anything that didn't work so well in the code, and we were able to act based on that. So that's been a great help, and I hope we continue to improve this process in the future as well.
I mean, I guess the Electoral Commission, if no one complains about how the vote took place, you've almost done 99% of your job already. But what would you say has been the main successes of your position in the Electoral Council? I mean, if you can.
Yeah, I think we have a great mixture of people in the EC right now, because we have some really tech-savvy people who are really focusing on doing the script and counting and everything. But then we have really the creative, out-of-the-box thinkers as well, who really helped in putting a new format of presenting the candidates together. Like yesterday, I really liked, and we got some feedback already that people liked having not just having speech after speech, which can be a bit boring at times, but actually seeing candidates interact with each other and how they would react in a team is a really great thing. So I definitely count that as a success.
Yeah, I think we were able to engage with so many candidates and hear so many great perspectives, and I hope we've given candidates a lot of time to share their vision and ideas, and so I think that's a success.
And how can members I guess there'll be a reflective process. How can members that have joined online become a part of the reflection process?
Yeah, we are currently thinking already about how we can do the whole debrief process afterwards. And what we're probably going to do in the future is to ask for feedback from the member base on the whole process, on everything we did. So keep an eye out on Halo. We will definitely let the members know where and how they can give feedback.
But if they have any questions or anything, there's our email on the site, and then they can always, in any scenario, they can always contact us there. And yeah.
I mean, you can also ask the question directly here. I have my laptop open if there are any questions.
Yeah, of course.
There is nothing now, but I can see that someone is typing.
Okay,
we'll see if there's a question or not for the electoral office. But I guess for you, this GI has been quite stressful. What have you been able to do in Bratislava to relax, I guess, a little bit?
Oh, I've been going out. I mean, the GA is obviously a moment of very serious times during the day. We do a lot of really important work from everyone, not just us, but the backbone team, the general secretary office. There's so many amazing people working in the background. But during the evening, there's so many voters going out, and this is what makes the GA so much fun to be part of, is seeing the city, getting to know people from all over Europe. I mean, that's just an amazing experience. Meeting people from Spain to Bulgaria to Romania, with different cultures, different ideas, but with the same spirit and values. And so, we've been going out to bars and having drinks, and these conversations, to me, they get me so motivated to be part of Volt.
Yeah, that's part of why we are here, to meet all these people, and that's why I encourage everybody. If you have the funds and time to come to the GA, please do so. It's really different being here with all the people in one room. It's really, really fun. So I encourage everybody, if it's possible, to come.
And what's one takeaway that you will take out of this General Assembly? I mean, I guess you can take, we'll reflect the whole election period, but what's, like one takeaway that you would take personally or within your position within Volts that you would take away from standing in the background of the stage?
I think as someone who wasn't involved in the European team, the amount of work that people are doing in the background is something I didn't realize. And there are some people who are putting so much time, so much love and passion, not because they want, to be seen or to be a power or whatever, but because they love Volt and have so much vision. And so I think that's something for me that was incredible to see, is the team behind and organizing everything here, the live stream, everything. Just it's a really such an amazing group of people.
Yeah, it was the same for me. I knew that organizing a GA is really, really stressful, but seeing it in person is something completely different.
Thank you very much for your time. I think we're slowly getting up to our afternoon program. It also gives me a little bit of a break to eat, and hopefully you time to get back to verifying the votes. Don't want to take too much of your time, but thank you very much for joining.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you, and thank you,
thank you
to
for
everybody watching.
Yeah. Thank you very much, everybody, and welcome back to the studio setting. Maybe in the future we'll get a mini video within Volt, but now we're joined with Valerie, who is among many things in Volt, probably within Volt France, one of the well-known members. But what is your position in Volt? Because you have a very interesting position.
Yes, actually, I'm within Volt Europa. I'm actually the co-chair of the country council with Mike Venko. And and the country council is a very interesting organization within Volt, not very often well known, I think, by the members.
And the election committee, they talked about broadcasting the open position in the country council. What is this country council
What is the country
thing?
council? So the country council, it's where all the leadership of Volt meets. So like all the different chapter, all the co-president mostly, they all meet together, and this is where they can discuss about everything that you can't really do at a national level and what you can't really do at the European level. So they discuss about all of this. So it's very, in a very concrete way, meaning they meet every 2 weeks online, and we do also like retreat where we can discuss a bit more deeper all the different topics that come to them. And this is actually something quite fantastic that we're building within Europe. We show how we can work together at the European and not reproducing the same mistake that makes that Europe is sometimes like blocked somewhere. And so we don't have any veto, for example, in it. And this is also where actually our leadership can really align politically, exchange also best practices, where we understand also where something has worked somewhere, could work somewhere else. So no misunderstanding, this is not a place to be operational because we have a lot of like good functional team doing like fundraising, doing like So it's not about doing what the functional team can do, but it's more about bringing an impulse, bringing like the vision, and work also closely with the European board to make sure we like really work all in the same direction.
And how does the country council sits within the organization? I mean, I would like to put in a presentation of how the country council sits within the whole organization, but could you describe how the country council fits in with the European board, the functional teams? I mean, like it is, you said that it is distinct from the functional teams, and where the national chapters actually sit.
Yeah, so that's an interesting question. So this is kind of like a long link. For example, within the country council, you have the co-president. They're like part of it. They don't have like a voting right in it, but they're part of the discussion. So I feel like the country council have the link with all the different, the link with the chapter.
Sorry, we need to move it closer.
Maybe it's better this
Yes.
way. Yeah. And so the link with the chapter, because even closer, now you can hear me, fantastic. And so link with a different like chapter this way through the co-president, but also link with the European board, and of course with all the different organizations. You know, if they need like to discuss about what's going on in the COM, they can totally also like discuss with the COM team on the European level if needed. So it's really like a very independent body, but with a strong link with the rest of the organization.
And you also are part of Vote France, and you are also in many election posters for the a special election that happens for French residents abroad. And we also had many successes. Do you want to tell us more about your role within getting these successes?
Like what I like very much within the country council is like we can like all the chapter can gather internally and like make like vote win anyhow. But something that is very important for everyone is also getting outside and being elected. We're a political party, we're not a think tank. And so this is something that I'm doing outside of being a co-chair. I try to help Vote France as much as possible to be like present when we have election. And one of the election that we just had is something that exists in France, which is like representation for French people living abroad. And we just had the election and we got 3% elected. So let's say they kind of like the communal level for the French living abroad, and they go all together in an assembly and they discuss about like how to like help French people living abroad and also having a different type of relationship in all the different countries in which they live. And yeah, so we were like very happy that we had like Superstar elected like 2 weeks ago.
And what do these three, or what will these three elected officials, as we can probably formally call them now, what do they have as a role within the French system?
So the role, like they're here to help French people. They when they live abroad, so they're here also to help like difficult situation, but also like sitting in commission when they give like help for like school to like access to school or for like social help, but also for all the initiative between two countries, like I don't know, French German choir, for example, like all the associations. So this is also something that they help promoting. And then they go into an assembly also that we have in France only for the French living abroad. And I think this is starting again.
Yeah, it's starting again, but you can
nice.
talk until the next session starts.
And yeah, look forward for what's going on in the afternoon in any case. And they're also here to like bring up all these different topics to like directly the French ministry for like foreign affairs and home affairs, like where the French people living abroad work to. So with this election, we are getting closer to like where decision is made, and we can also like help to bring new topic at the agenda, which are like dear to us.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's starting again. Unfortunately, I wish to ask more questions.
Yeah, that's wonderful. We want to hear what's going on stage.
We need the people voting online. They want to sometimes see the stage, and yeah, we try to fit in interviews when we can. But
thank you very much. That was nice that we could talk about the country council because it's important, not well known, and that we still have successes in the election.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
We've been playing the tennis theme, right? Because, well, you get it. And so we're going to play with that a little bit more. By the way, you know, morning was fantastic, charming, really funny. Sorry you missed it. Anyway, so we have a fun activity for you. We call it tennis player or a politician. We're going to give you an actual quote, and you will tell us if you think it was said by a tennis player or a politician, right? I'm going to give you the instructions every time we do it. So if you agree it was a tennis player, you're going to make some noise. And then if you think it was a politician, you're going to make some noise, okay? Is that clear? The instructions are clear? So let's do this. So, tennis player or a politician? The quote. Answer my question. The question, jerk. If you think it was said by a tennis player, make some noise. Okay. And if you think it was said by a politician, make some noise. Well, you were wrong. It was a tennis player, John McEnroe.
I'm not sure how to follow on just as amazingly as you do it, so I'm going to give it my best shot. So if you heard someone say, if I had two faces, would I be wearing this one? Was this, in your opinion, said by a politician, in which case I would really, really like to hear some noise? Is that all the noise you can make, or you can do better? Come on, it's Volt. Perfect, that sounded a lot better. And please make some noise if you think this was a tennis player. What do you say? It's
That was pretty even.
It was,
that was
yeah,
pretty
right?
even.
Do you think that we should run it again?
Nah.
No? We just give him the answer?
Yeah.
So this was said by Abraham Lincoln. So that's how good a politician he was. Yay! There you go. Over to you.
So quote number 3. Tennis player or a politician? To be honest, I think bananas are a pathetic fruit. If you think this was said by a tennis player, make some noise. Do you think that the hater of bananas was a politician? I think the tennis player won, right?
I think the
right,
tennis
right.
player won,
And you
yeah.
were right, that was Andy Murray.
I got the next one for you. So, if you heard someone say, "We need a clown for this circus," would you think of a politician? Make some noise. Or would you think of a tennis player, in which case, please make some noise?
Oh, that's interesting.
Wow.
That was
I was not
interesting.
expecting this one.
No, me
Did he
neither.
fool them again?
Yeah.
So this sentence was said by Roger Federer.
So
I'm
you were
really, really
wrong.
sorry to disappoint you all.
And this next one is interesting. Polar bears aren't endangered, they're just unlucky. If you think it was said by a tennis player, make some noise. Yeah, if you think it was said by a politician, make some noise. This one was so obvious. Maybe you know who said it. You will not be surprised. It was Sarah Palin.
And just for the very last one, if you heard someone say, "If you're afraid of losing, you daren't win." For the politician camp, can I please have some noise? For the tennis player crowd, can I please have some noise? A new one. That was said by Björn Borg. So, thank you for the opportunity, for coming on board and energizing our crowd.
Thank you so much, you guys. You're amazing, although you were wrong.
Have a great afternoon.
You were fantastic. So, moving on. We have some exciting sessions again happening here on the main stage as well as in the breakout rooms. In the room 1, you can join the ECI Right to Housing, Let's Start Our Campaign. In the room 2, Queer and Conservative Europe. And in the room 3, Soft Mobility in the EU and Green Transition. Right now, here on this stage, we will hear about resisting techno-fascism, defending European democracy in the AI era. Just hang on a minute. Sorry. Thank you. And let me invite our speakers. Ronit, the VP. Oh, sorry, I forgot. I promised. Yeah, the chairing committee has something to say.
Just to officially reopen the GA at 107.
Thank you very much. I keep forgetting this official stuff. So let's do this again, okay? So let me invite the VP of AI Governance and Ethics, Ronit Wilmersdorfer, and a senior fellow at Florence School of Transnational Governance, the European University Institute, Vladimir Shucha.
Hi, pleasure to be here. My name is Ronit Wilmersdorfer. I'm with Digicom and the AI policy team and also the tech team's AI Advantage Group, which you'll hear more about this afternoon. I will be joined by Professor Vladimir Shucha, right? A little bit later. I will first start the session by priming you a little bit on the topic of techno-fascism and how the interplay between digital technology and AI and authoritarian agendas is something that we as a political movement need to look out for and should think about how we can counteract. So, starting with this concept of techno-fascism. I'm drawing this from a paper by a professor called Mark Köckelberg, who is a professor at the University of Vienna, who analyzed how AI and digital technologies have parallels and interactions and synergies with features and properties of historical forms of fascism. And he identifies 6 categories where these kind of interactions take place and fortify each other. And I will just run us through them really, really quickly for 10 minutes as a primer for the session. And then we will have a fireside chat with Vladimir about what it is we can actually do about that. So the first topic that Köckelberg identifies is how AI can help with mass surveillance and manipulation. I am sure that most of you are aware of the concept of surveillance capitalism and the attention economy and how that undergirds the business model of the internet. But if you are not, the idea is there are products, we engage with them, we pay attention to them, and every time we engage, we create a data point, and all our data points create profiles about us as people and consumers. And these profiles can then be sold to advertisers who will pay lots of money to play targeted advertising to influence our behavior. And this is relevant for fascism in two ways. One is that it just so happened historically that pitching people against each other and making us angry at one another is something that's really, really good for maximizing our attention, our engagement. So it creates lots of data so you can sell us stuff better. So it's something that has been incentivized by social media for a long time. And that has created a really fertile breeding ground for authoritarian and fascist political agendas. The other point is that this data infrastructure that has been built around the attention economy and the marketing model that's behind it is a authoritarian's dream in what it enables in terms of surveillance of the population. And not only surveillance, but also the ability to influence what we think and what we feel downstream. So in the past, fascist regimes have always tried to implement surveillance across their constituency, but were constrained just by the sheer capacity to do that, to process the data, to collect the data and to process it and then act on it. And that constraint is completely gone. On the collection side, it's been gone for a long side. And now as we kind of move into more actionable versions of AI, the ability to process that data and act on that data is also going away. So then we have the topic of information control. Everybody knows censorship is a feature of authoritarian regimes. And with AI, there are just completely new ways of gatekeeping information, because if you have tried to Google something lately, as I'm sure you will have noticed that there is now an AI summary first before you get to the actual search results. And you will have also noticed that the search results are now kind of shit. Right? Yeah. And so there's one problem for like the broader information ecosystem, where who actually like clicks at the source links that are quoted as the sources of where this information came from and cross-checks what information that the summary claims it has taken from a source is actually there, which is often not the case. But that's also often a performance issue. But from a sort of fascist perspective, the bigger problem is that all the models have system prompts and instructions and training data that is designed in a certain direction to carry a certain ideological favor, for example. And this applies to Gemini in the same way that they kind of chose to display black Nazis, as it does to Grok AI, where they choose to deny climate science because of political alignment. And as we kind of move into an era where AI is integrated in any economic activity, that then also includes journalism. So it's not only about us like trying to find information from Google where we know it's kind of, oh, there's an AI in between. But also if we read newspapers, if we consume traditional media where we assume there to be people in between doing proper journalistic work, newsrooms are also using AI to do their research. So there is just this really tight bottleneck that can be controlled by the people who control the models, about what information gets surfaced and becomes integrated in the discourse or not. And that happens without anybody ever being threatened or arrested. So it's really under the radar and even more effective for that. Then there's a topic of governance by algorithm. And I want to preface this with saying that I don't think that any application of AI in government is bad or wrong, and we shouldn't do that. But, and also we kind of need to upgrade the efficiency of public administration, or people will become very tired of the user experience of democracy, which I think is already happening a little bit. So that as a preface, there are some problems with doing that. And so you need to be mindful of how you do it. Because I'm German, and as a German, I can tell you that having public administration and public clerks kind of unquestioningly carrying out orders is a very big feature of a fascist regime. And by automating processes across public administration, that just creates an environment in which it's really easy to just do what the machine tells you. If there is even a person in the loop still, and kind of do that without questioning any morals or without having any interface for empathy with the people affected by this decision. And that, again, kind of removing opportunity for empathy is something that Kuckelberg identifies as something that's very powerful in propping up fascist regimes. And we can kind of have seen that happen already in the way that Doge was used in the US administration to slash, for example, their USAID program, which ultimately cost thousands of people their lives. So this is not entirely hypothetical. Then, and I think this is quite an interesting one, so there's when we think about fascism, then this is usually kind of like tied to national mythology and like a really romanticized past. But Kuckelberg argues that any fascist regime also has kind of displayed this obsession with progress, with technological progress and with military progress in particular. And this is something that is kind of already part of the discourse of AI, like, oh, but if they use it in their military, we will be militarily inferior and they will conquer us. And therefore we need to be like, we need to have this military prowess, and AI in defense is an incredible growth sector right now. There is so much money going into it. And historically, this has always been instrumentalized to devalue humanistic values and to undermine empathy. And this is something that, again, in discourse is happening now when we talk about deregulating so that we don't fall behind, to make sure that we keep up with the progress. This kind of cult function is a very big feature of AI at this point in time, I would argue. And also, just if you haven't heard, Elon Musk say that empathy is a fundamental weakness of Western civilization. That also fits very neatly into this progress against empathy kind of dichotomy. Then there's the topic of government-industrial alliance, which again is so prevalent today. I'll get to it in a second, but historically, fascist regimes have collaborated very, very closely with industrial actors to consolidate each other's profits versus power. And we can see this happening again in the US right now. Trump and his tech bros, who are all kind of completely rallied behind his, I don't want to say cause, because there isn't really that much of a cause for him other than getting richer or whatever. But they kind of have this understanding where they don't stop him from playing God and he doesn't stop them from creating God. And so they kind of feed off and support each other's narcissism in this way that just, yeah, creates this very unhealthy dynamic for a democracy. But we can also see it in a more structural way, where there's a piece of research which is called the authoritarian stack, where somebody did a really good work in tracing how Peter Thiel, who is on public record for saying that freedom and democracy are, in his view, no longer compatible, has taken people from his individual ventures in like the drone industry and in surveillance industry, so Palantir, and has moved them into advisory positions inside the administration and just on the public staff. And this kind of, yeah, fusion of public sector interest and industry is something that's already becoming really prevalent. And then the final point I want to raise is what I've called here sedation and manipulation. So Kuckelberg argues that there is a parallel in fascism and AI in how they both present themselves as a remedy for the pain points of modernity, where it's like we are always, everybody's always feeling lonely, there's always a crisis of meaning, and fascism offers people the opportunity to be part of a collective, to be part of a greater whole, and to be part of something meaningful. And AI does something kind of similar in the way that it, it presents itself as a companion that knows you, that cares about you, that helps with your feeling of loneliness and makes you feel understood. And then at the same time, that then kind of bleeds into topics of AI consciousness, and that creates this whole, meaning story, which feeds back into the cult object. And then it also feeds in the manipulation story, because of course, if you have built like this emotional intimacy via a medium that you can completely control, or your cronies, in the tech industry can completely control, you can also leverage that closeness and that intimacy for influence. And so these are the couple of things that I wanted to give you as a primer for the coming discussion with Professor Vladimir Schucha, who is Senior Fellow at the European University Institute School of Transnational Governance. He is the author of multiple books on the topic of AI and society, and founder of Resilient Core, which is an organization that produces policy recommendations basically for how we can address the erosive effects of AI on society. A very warm welcome to Vladimir. I'm so happy to have you here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take a seat. Great. So, to kick it off, when we talked before, you said that from this paper you were a little bit unhappy with the categorization because it conflates symptoms and causes of this kind of crisis that we're in. Would you like to talk a little bit about that and explain to us how you would rather categorize?
Yeah, sure. First of all, it's my privilege to be here in such a such a nice people with such a great ideas behind. And many thanks for invitation. Indeed, that's this Kuckelberg's paper you were presenting, but I was reading recently another paper of Giuseppe Longo, who is arguing against calling it techno-fascism because it is confusing with the fascism, and he was giving again many pages of arguments again. So then what is my little problem with this is that, as you said, we are just describing the external image of something which is much deeper. And he is the Longo was saying that we should call it techno-feudalism or techno-oligarchy because it's not fascism. But I frankly I don't care. What I care is why it's happening. What is the underlying principle? And that's my thesis. That's my work in the past few years. I'm looking what AI is doing with the human agency, and that's for me. This is the fundamental issue. And you mentioned this. This manipulation. I said, you are in the post-communist country, and I remember the communist regime, and I was saying very, very often at different debates in Slovakia that if the AI would be available between 1989, the communists would never fall, because it is basically extremely good in manipulation. But what is the manipulation of AI? So because you mentioned different highlights in your presentation, and I fully agree with them. But if I'm looking to the basis, what I see that artificial intelligence is not helping us or harming us. It is the same event seen from twice. It is helping, but it is at the same time harming. And if we do not compensate for this harm, so then our fundamental human basis is eroding. And what I mean, and that's the ecosystem which is composed of cognitive capacity, emotional capacity, and social relational capacity. So then we have the problems to think, we have the problems to feel, and we have the problems to create the relations. And we have already now quite a significant amount of evidence from different studies that this is happening. And if Elon Musk is saying that empathy is whatever weakness, well, he is anticipating what AI is actually doing, because AI is eroding empathy. But empathy cannot be weakness because it's a fundamental human feature. So and if we take empathy, if we take emotions from our life, so then we are reduced, and this is what they probably want. They want, and they will be successful, because in the communist regime, the brainwashing was the main tool. But we were resisting because we knew that this is a bullshit, that this is what they are talking is simply not true. But what is happening now, we are outsourcing thinking, and we are doing it. We are doing it with a smile. We are happy to outsource our capacity to think to artificial intelligence, and this is then eroding this fundamental substrate. And if this is eroded, then all the manipulation, sedation, whatever is possible. So, and I think that we have to revert this, because even if we are clear about terminology of fascism or techno-fascism, techno-oligarchy, whatever, so what? How we fight against it? It's not that we remove one person who is promoting it. No, we have to come back and to actually preserve this human capacity for future, and not for future, very distant future, because it is, as we speak, it is happening.
Right. This makes me think of this picture of like using our capacities. You use it or you lose it, and there's a difference kind of between using AI in the same way that you maybe use an elevator to carry up a heavy crate of drinks up to your 4th floor, versus using a machine while you're at the gym when you want to build muscle, right? So there's a being mindful of when we outsource certain capacities.
Absolutely. And that's the principle, that using AI is like this elevator. We know that we need this elevator because we would probably not have enough force to get to the 4th floor, but we are aware that our muscles are not training at that time. So then we can use it, but we have to compensate by running, jogging, or going to the gym. But this same is happening with AI. If AI is writing me email, this means that I do not exercise my mental cognitive capacity. If I consult with AI my inner feelings, that means that I'm, in a way, abandoning my real feelings, my emotional capacity, or my relational capacity. And we have a lot of data. So we take for example, the statistics from United States that young men between 18 and 24, more than 30% of them, they never invited the girl for a date. So this is erosion of capacity to make the relation. If you take the statistics from France, you know that France is typical by bistros. Italy is typical by cafes. And you know what is the decrease of the number of bistros in France and cafes in Italy? 30% in past 10 years. 30% reduction. So that means that people don't go out and they don't drink a coffee together. So this is what is happening to us, and it is not democratic, because it's not happening equally to everyone. So, and it is happening much more dramatically and drastically to young people than to those having this substrate much more developed. And that can be extremely tricky, because the AI is flattering the youngsters. The juniors are flattered because their outcomes are similar to outcomes of the seniors, because in that respect, AI is giving to everyone the same outcome. But that means that these juniors or students or kids in the school, they are not learning. So, and that would be, or it is already the crisis of the mid-career, because you are junior, you are a student to learn something. But if AI is doing it for you, so we are not learning anything. So this is not that I would be fighting against AI, but what I try is to raise this awareness and be like with this lift. I know that this is too heavy and I can't lift it to the 4th floor. That's fine. And this is what AI is doing. But I know that sometimes I need to run the stairs myself or to go to the gym. So this is exactly what we need to learn, what we need to do in families, we need to do in schools, in workplaces, and in the institutions, because you mentioned this, the German officials. I see it in the institutions that they are starting to rely on artificial intelligence and on products. And the institutions do more with less all the time. So what that means, the next step is to reduce number of people doing the work, because they will be fantastically saving. And then we are doomed, because we depend the institution, the very democratic institution like government, ministry, which is there, which was voted for to protect us, is being hollowed out and not capable in a very short time to do the very business they are supposed to do.
And this topic of automation bias feeds into that as well, where we kind of already know that even if you train people on, hey, be careful with how you use this, critically, like check the output, check before you do. If people aren't in an ad hoc position to make that judgment, if they don't know, then they will just always go with the automated recommendation, even if they know that it could be wrong.
Yeah.
It's it's quite a tricky problem to solve. But so I wanted to ask you, what are the leverage points that we actually have to foster human agency on a policy level, on a society level? What can we do?
Well, I think that, the vault's environmental values are very high. So you want to protect the environment. So I'm going to give you example from environmental studies. What was the turning point in understanding environmental policy as investment and not spending? That was the work of Constanza in 90s. And the team around Constanza, they calculated how much the healthy ecosystem, the healthy environment is worth. And they came with a number in 90s, it was $27 trillion, which was roughly the total GDP of entire globe at that point. So, and that raised the flag for ministers of finance. And now we have, even in European Union, we have legislation about ecosystem services. Now what we need to do, what the policy should do, we should calculate how much is worth the healthy human mental ecosystem. And I'm sure that it will be much more than the global GDP. But I think that this calculation, even though it will not be perfect, will be this kind of flag for those to understand that if this human capital, if this human capacity are diminished, so then the society and economy is doomed. So that's one thing what we need to do. Then we need to calculate the cumulative impact of AI, because AI Act is a good piece of legislation, but it is looking only at the very high risk AI. But my thesis is that every interaction with AI is eroding 1 nanometer of your human capacity. So then we should not be looking only at the high risk, but we should be adding the AI to the AI Act, the cumulative impact. Because the kids, the teenagers are 5, 6, 7 hours a day on social media, but social media is AI. Let's not be fooled. We are exposed to AI for past 17 years because it was Facebook introducing AI in 2009 into their algorithms. So then 2022 GPT appearing is not when we got into interaction with artificial intelligence. So then imagine we are introducing AI to school. So then this will be 2, 3, 4 hours during the school day. Then 5 hours on social media. Then with some other chatbots. So that can be cumulative impact of 10, 12 hours a day, and for kids, but also for adults, because they have AI introduced in their workplaces. So then we have to really measure this cumulative impact, and then it's awareness raising, like we are raising awareness of healthy diet. You cannot impose healthy diet. You cannot impose the mental resilience on people to do it, because it's very personal thing. But you can create this in the curriculum in a school, which will be included in this respect. You can do it in workplace. You can really help to create the architecture which will be helping and boosting mental resilience. Because I think that mental resilience is the most important, I don't know whether we should call it skill, but it is the most important capacity for the future, and also for the future of democracy.
Yeah, a lot of what you said there really resonates with me. So one thing I want to pick up on is this idea of cumulative harm. And it's something that I looked into a while ago, because the AI Act is very, it takes a very product safety approach to kind of the way it does risk assessment. And it's kind of like the possibility of harm times the severity of harm, and that's your risk. And I was like, I'm not sure that covers it, right? And maybe there's from climate science, they developed a way of looking at systemic risk that includes kind of the features of risks that are like non-linear, that are indirect, or that kind of compound past a tipping point and then only then start showing effects, and kind of having more of that, like, yeah, inspired from a different domain, a way of looking at the risks that we're actually looking at, I think is a really
it's the same in climate, but it's also in environmental exposure. You know that the very low, in maybe 80s, 90s, we underestimated very low concentrations of arsenic or lead. Even today, we do not understand fully the microplastics or nanoplastics. And this is to be discovered, what is the harmful effect of those. And this is exactly, you know, it's accumulation. It's not that one drink from the plastic bottle is going to kill you, but if you do it all your life, if you use it, so then the accumulation manifests in certain medical or psychological problems. The same is with AI. Not one TikTok interaction is going to kill you, but few months of this intense interaction with different AI technologies is going to shift your mental capacities, your capacity to feel, to think, and to create the relations.
Then the other point that I want to pick up on is kind of the economic value of human capacity, because that's something that I really worry about, because I think there is a very clear value for democracy and our ability to maintain this political system that we still value, versus the actual economic value in the way that the economy might develop. And I know from your work that I've seen that you are quite worried about the advent of AGI, which to me is a scenario where kind of our capacity to think and to produce these outputs, just economically, it goes down, because that is literally where AI slots into the economy. So how does the scenario of we get AGI versus this is just going to pan out at some point and it's going to be important, but not that transformative? How does that influence how you think about different risks?
Yeah, the AGI or highly capable artificial intelligence is one thing, but you know, let's for 1 second forget that AGI may arrive, or highly capable AI. If we stay with AI as it is now, it's already harmful. So then let's not focus on something what will come. Let's solve what is already with us. So that's very important. Of course, we have to be vigilant, because it's for the moment, and in the past 10 years, this process is exponential, and humans do not understand exponentiality. Our brain is linear. Our institutions are linear. Take the example of AI Act. 5 years from inception to implementation. In these 5 years, AI improved the capacity 17,000 times. So that means that something is wrong. Our linear institutions are not coping with exponentiality. Our brain is not coping. You know, the last time we were facing exponentiality was COVID. And then we did not manage it extremely well. So because the viruses were multiplying in exponential way. So then yes, we have to be worried. We don't know when AGI or extremely advanced capabilities will be there. Some are saying that we are already there. Some are saying it is 15 years. Okay, so then let's not go into this dispute. Let's maybe visualize it from the point of self-replication of AI. Already Anthropic is saying that AI is writing 80% of their code. So then how far we are? I don't think that we are 15 years from the moment where AI will be able to reproduce itself without human being in the loop. So that's, you know, I would say that that's something we have to be getting ready. We have to make scenarios. We don't know when this will happen, but let's not in a way fool ourselves that we should be only focusing on this. No, we have to focusing on the problems which are being manifested right now. We have 1/3 of our teenagers with some mental health problem. And I think this is on its own absolutely catastrophic situation. So then we have to deal with these things right now.
I would love to drill deeper into so many things, but I did say that we'd have time for questions in the end, and we've already eaten most of that time. So if there are any questions in the audience, we can maybe still take one, possibly two.
Coming. Wow, a lot of questions. Please stand up. I'll grab on it. No, please don't take it.
Hi. So I think we need an AI in an open source way, transparent way. I did my German taxes these 2 last years thanks to AI. That saved me a lot of effort. It would have been impossible. So I think also AI is helping many sciences at the bottom, and it's a tool in the hands of mankind. So we can do good things and bad things about it. That's it.
No, I would say that this is very common approach. And when I was working in Brussels, I saw dozens and dozens of lobbyists coming to me and saying that AI is just better car, it's better phone, but it is not. It's actually the first technology which is influencing the way how we think, how we feel, and how we create the relations with other people. So that we have to be extremely careful. If we say that it's just a tool, it is not just a tool. This is something which goes beyond. Even the most feared technology humankind produced, which is nuclear technology, is not changing your mind. So it's dangerous, but it's not changing your mind. But already we have tons of evidence that AI is changing our mind, our way of thinking, and our way of working with the others. So then it is not that I use it and I use only good AI and this AI is bad. Every act of help of artificial intelligence is the help and the harm at the same time. So then we have to compensate for that harm. I'm not saying that we should not use it, not at all, but we have to be careful.
So this is going to be a long question. I'm going to give some context. I love the thesis. I fully agree that AI has a strong ideological bias based on different AIs. I fully agree that AI is also eroding our human being, our core. Now, from what I observed, the mechanism that this is done through is basically by eroding the introspection. People go to AI, tell AI how they feel about some things, and AI is telling them how to act, thus eliminating true introspection. How do you think this is going to actually erode our society in the next 10 years?
If we don't do anything, the society will stop existing in a way as it is now. The people will not be independent, and whatever we call it, whatever kind of autocracy or fascism or oligarchy will prevail. So that's the huge danger, because we are actually unable to live in a real world. So this is, my capacity to fight or disagree with my colleagues in the workplace is extremely human. But AI is not disagreeing with you; it always agrees, and that you are, in a way, coming to the conclusion that you are the smartest guy in the world, because your questions, your answers, your reactions are just fantastic. And then if someone in the workplace is telling you, oh, come on, it's not true, so you are wrong, so you explode. You cannot, emotionally, you will not withstand this kind of critique. And already I talked to plenty of CEOs in the companies, and they are already telling me that young people are unable to bear any critical feedback. So, and this is exactly, but it goes beyond, it goes into intimate relations. And this is, we don't have time for that, but I can tell you horrified story about this intimate pornographic chatbots, and which are in Europe available free of charge, downloadable in your phone. So this is eroding the capacity of young people to create the relations. And of course, this cognitive part is also very important, because we stop thinking.
Okay, one last question, because we're already slightly over time, and then a short answer, and then a short closing statement, and then we'll make the stage free for the next session.
You say we have to compensate for the harms that AI do, but what are some, like regulation-wise, what are some practical things that may be included in laws to limit the harmful effects of AI?
We have already the law for this high risk, and we may, as was what I said, we may add to the law this cumulative impact, and that cumulative impact could be, I don't know, whether regulation or piece of information for you that you are already trespassing the threshold where it can be, this cumulative impact can be harmful. So then we need to measure, we need to calculate this in order to safely use AI in schools, in the workplaces, or at home. So this is what we need to do. And we need to equip people with quite simple techniques to compensate. It's very simple. Our school system is individualistic. So already the CEOs of the companies for past 10 years are calling for more collaborative capacity. So then our school system must be collaborative effort, not individual, that we need to interact not through phone or through different apps. We need to collaborate human to human. How you create empathy. So go to the homes for elderly, go for and help some disabled people. In Slovakia, go and help the Roma settlement, or in Germany, help some migrants in their solitude or in their problems. And that creates, it helps them, but it helps much more you to maintain your emotional health. So and for cognitive, well, we have to learn without AI as well. So if we learn with the help of AI, from AI, we need to help also without that, because that's the only way how we exercise these capacities. It's not I would say the rocket science. It's just awareness raising.
I think one key point that I want to pick up that is also reflected in your work with Resilient Core, I think, is that regulation doesn't only have to mean things that we prohibit, but also policy in terms of things that we want to strengthen, and creating spaces for us to come together, to experience each other as people, to experience community and to build empathy towards one another, I think is a really important point that isn't in any AI policy right now. Which I think that maybe we as Volt can make a push for. And I'm on the AI policy team, so I will. We now have a session on the post-AGI economy, if anybody's interested in kind of this interplay of what role will our cognitive capacities play potentially in 5 or 10 or 15 years. So I invite you all to go there. If not, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much, Vladimir. It's been such a pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
And yeah, have a lovely rest of the GA.
Thank you very much, Ronit, and thanks again to our external speaker, Vladimir Shucha. And now, we have again some exciting sessions in the breakout rooms. Room number 1, post-AGI economics, getting the politics right. Room 2, from barriers to power, empowering women involved. In the room 3, stand up for a safe, brave, and regenerative culture at Volt. You know the way already, right? Just outside, first, second, or the third floor. And now here on the main stage,
Hello, and welcome,
I would
welcome
invite
back to the
our
online stream.
specifically
We've switched from the main stage as they switched between tasks, but I'm here with Joost Pruimen, a big name, I think, in Volt. Do you want to describe to the people that are watching at home what do you do exactly within Volt?
That's a good
you do
question.
you do a lot of things. You're
right.
a little bit everywhere, but
Okay. Should I look that way, or should I
you
look...
should look at you can look in the camera.
All right.
You can look towards me, whatever you're more comfortable with.
So I give a little history then, because I've developed in role, let's say, but I've been appointed in 2021 to be a policy lead for the Netherlands, paid one. And I immediately noticed that it wasn't healthy for our organization if we split up in bubbles. So what I immediately wanted to do was to bring it up to the next level, because there was nobody on policy on the European level. And at the same time, I noticed that we need to do more than just policy development. We also need to try to make impact. Further than the elections that we do, right? Because we just have a few elected officials still within in the entire continent, and there are so many members that can do stuff like social impact initiatives, campaigning, lobby in their own local councils if they are not elected there, right? With the policies that we already have. So what we then thought of during the European campaign in 2024, there was a bit of a gap in positions on the European level. We started thinking about how can we merge all these people that are working on the same topics together into what we then started calling thematic communities. So that people that are new with a local team, for example, or a national team, can easily find people from other chapters that have the experience, the expertise in place to develop that stuff together, but also get in action together. And this is where the concept of European communities came from. So we've been working on this for the last 2 years. So this is my main priority right now, together with policy development across the whole organization, from the European level to the local level. And then the other thing that I do is being part of the European Officials Office, with which we support all the factions that are elected across Europe, or the people that are appointed, like vice mayors, etc., and bring them together also every year, the Friday before the GA, which we call the European Officials Summit. So that's my main.
Yeah.
realm.
It's many strands basically, and I'm glad to know that you're not doing it all by yourself. You have a set of interns also helping you alongside the work,
and a lot of volunteers,
and a lot of volunteers as well. This is also where I'd like to say this is also a very interactive feedback with the people online.
Okay.
2 people have already said hi, Joost and to you, Monique and Veronica.
Okay.
If you also have questions that you want to ask to Joost, please do feel free. But how do you like Bratislava so far? Or like, how could you describe also maybe the ambience of the General Assembly?
Yeah,
The people who
so
want
I
to-
think the first GA that I went to was in Lisbon, and the weather was quite nice. So we were standing outside in the street every evening with all of these people, and then we started moving the GA towards the end of the year, towards November. So then the GA went inside, and the people standing inside. So it became more of the winter environment. And now we are back in beginning of the summer. So it brings some extra energy because there is sunshine. People can walk outside and inside a lot. The city is very beautiful, the old city center. The venue is great because it's it's a tennis arena. It's crazy. And I think there should be more people actually. So people at home, next time you should come to the GA.
And this leads us to a next question.
Okay.
When people initially become vault members, they become onboarded as such. Could you tell us more about onboarding?
Yeah, so right now onboarding is like a dispersed process across Volt because everybody is doing it a bit in their own way. And we actually just started a European project with which kicked off with employees from the Dutch, the German, and the European office, let's say, to work on a united framework for onboarding so that everybody that joins Volt gets the same experience, in which we define what is the role of the European level, what is the role of the national level in that onboarding, and maybe the local level if there is a local level, because sometimes it's just a national group of people. And by doing so, we wanna make sure that everybody that joins Volt really knows what to do and where the information is and what they can be doing, etc. Right now, this is very like diffuse for many people. Sometimes it's very good, the onboarding. I think in parts of Germany it's done very good, in parts of the Netherlands as well, but in some parts it's a bit lacking. And I don't know actually about the smaller chapters because it's different situation. But we really try to make it as clear as possible for everyone so that everybody feels at home within Volt and not just within Volt in the local team.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, the session has started online, so thank you very much for your time, and we'll go back to the main session.
All right.
Thank you.
people, we run election campaigns, and we run social action campaigns. A campaign in Slovakia will not look the same as a campaign in Portugal, for example. That is fine, because local realities matter. But acting as one means we stop reinventing everything all over again, everywhere in this organization. But acting as one means it means we ask before starting from zero, who in this organization has already done something. If we have implemented something, we should think about, okay, where could we also apply it in different scenarios? And it means also local autonomy, but with a core alignment also as a European organization. We unite people because politics is not just about messages, it is also about belonging. We run election campaigns because, well, that's very clear. Value also needs power. And we run social action campaigns because we also need to be visible between elections. So think European, act local, but, and this is also my call to action for everyone here, act as one. So what do we focus on? Democratic reform. There we are. Democratic reform, make decision-making fast, transparent, accountable, so Europe can act and people can shape the future. The second part is economic reform. Drive innovation and investment, speed up the green transition, create prosperity, but for everyone. And the third part is social reform. Protect rights, create equal opportunity, remove barriers, and ensure dignity and inclusion across Europe. So what is our call to action as an organization? Let's unite Europe together. Let's now build on that foundation, and it's, I think, important that we use this foundation also moving forward and try to implement it and adapt it to the different scenarios. But of course, we also want to, well, get there because yes, we have our reason of existence, we have outlined where we want to be, but there's a lot to do. And we will not achieve this in this next week, the next month, or the next years. We'll achieve this during the next years, and maybe it might also need a decade, but not longer than that. But we have created a strategy staircase, and it shows how today connects to the long-term mission. Step 1, becoming a Euro party. Step 2, participate in all European elections or in all countries for the European elections to get enough MEPs to create our own faction. Get national and local MPs in all member states, and then create a united and federal Europe. As you can see, the word federal was not used in our strategy foundation, but it is still part of our strategy, and we are using that word because we are still uniting behind that idea. And it is a stepping stone. This is still something we also need to consider, because we're using this to then really build a Europe that can act, to create a Europe that works for everyone. So, but make it more concrete, get more closer to where we are today, and we have 2029. One number that all of us should also unite behind. It's close enough to plan for, but also far enough to really get some change happen. And I would like to invite all of you now to just imagine that. It's 3 years from now. What is visible across Europe? People know our name, what we stand for, our local campaigns, national campaigns, European campaigns, all of that add up to one story all across Europe. In election nights, results are coming in from all across Europe. Journalists are coming to us, but not asking whether we are serious, but asking us what we are doing next. Imagine young people, first-time voters, disappointed voters, and pro-European citizens seeing a political home that is really able to also act across borders. That is possible, but it is not guaranteed. It completely depends on what we decide to do now. More coordination, more shared tools, more disciplined messaging, more leadership development, more support also across chapters, and this is also very important. We need to have more focus on the things that really matter and that bring us forward on that plan. So let me say this clearly. Unity is not centralization. Unity is voluntary alignment around a shared purpose that we have co-created here. To address this, we have created Shine 29. The purpose of Shine 29 is very easy: empower and grow our community to maximize our impact. We have created a very concrete framework. So as you can see, we are coming from the long-term vision where what we want to achieve, etc., to more operational parts. This framework is hopefully known by most of you by now. The only thing that I want to say at this point, Shine 29 is about to be reviewed. We will ask all of you also this year to provide input again to see whether we need to make any adjustments to then really be able to deliver on what we want to achieve. But there's one thing that I wanted to share here, also moving forward and also coming from this GA. I think time to party is over. It's time to move. What do I mean by that? As already included also in our strategy, we have the different parts: enable, create, and impact. And the idea was that we started with enable, of course, we also need to work on it, but that we slowly shift the focus on more external impact over the years. But it's really time to also use this and understand that we should not only think about organizational issues. What counts most now is that we become truly one winning team. That from now on, we ask ourselves before every action whether whatever we are focusing on really matters to the people and improves their lives, and also drives our organization really forward. Academic discussions are super relevant. Halo rants are super lovely. Internal debates, elections are interesting, but really counts at the end is the impact that we really have for this organization, but especially outside of this organization. This strategy also works also on the individual level, something that I wanted to state here. All of us should ask ourselves, do I enable, do I create, do I have an impact, do I unite, do I empower, do I change, and do I contribute to this overall vision? Or do I just disturb and waste resources? We have created, and all of us created, this narrative, the strategy foundation, Shine 29, the plan moving forward. And something that we also need to clearly address moving forward is for everyone to understand whether we can unite behind that idea, because this is what this organization stands for, or whether, well, certain individuals know that they cannot unite behind it and don't want to drive this forwards. Then it's the time to ask yourself whether maybe external alternatives are better. But I want to end on a positive note here. One winning team is also something that we are really strongly driving. We have Shine 29 in place, but we also further driving integration across the organization. I'm very happy that we have Recharge 29 in place in Germany. We have Realign 29 in place in the Netherlands, and we are driving this also now more across this organization to really become this one winning team again, I would say. So we have achieved a lot, and I think this is very important to also keep in mind again. When you look back at last year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years ago, where we've been, where we are today, you can see we are making progress. We are achieving already a lot, and we are already having an impact, but we are also working on achieving much more. Our European General Assembly secretaries will now give you a more precise update also on very specific projects. My ask is very simple for all of you for this presentation, but also moving forward. Listen to those updates, not as separate work streams, but listen to them as building blocks of the whole strategy and of our path. Our strategy, I would say, is very clear. We want a Europe that works for everyone. We exist to build a Europe that can act. We unlock Europe's potential, we unite, we empower, and we change. So let's unite Europe together. Thank you so much. And with that, I would like to invite our General Secretaries on stage, Annette, George, and Akil.
What was that? Do it again, please. I really need it. I really need it. It's my first time GA.
No clicker. Yeah, if you got the clicker. Super. Needs it? Yeah. Okay.
Take it away.
Yeah, how it is. Okay. So, this famous diagram you've all seen so many times by this wonderful gentleman in the corner, but also throughout the organization. So, enable. What does enable mean? Enable means that Vault Europa should be providing and facilitating all chapters to be able to succeed. And that means through tech infrastructure, it means through narrative, communications platforms, all of these different things. So, what have we been doing on that? We basically, I'm not going to read the whole slide out because we're limited on time and you guys can look at it afterwards. But the big thing that we've achieved in the last few months is this one winning team piece. You might have been in this session earlier, you might not have been, but basically what we've been doing is aligning the German, Dutch, and European strategies to work together towards, as one team, towards our goals. And basically that's both a strategy, but it's also a mindset. So starting to talk in terms of we and not us and them. So this is a really important point that we've got. EUPP, EUPF, moving towards the European Political Party and Foundation. We've talked a lot about that this morning. There's been masses of work that's been done on the legal stuff and the statutes. And that is, basically, we talked enough about it this morning, so I won't go into too much more detail. Fundraising, stepping up our fundraising game. This one, we have a fantastic fundraising lead in Alona. If you need some advice on fundraising and crowdfunding, go and find her. She's been really emphasizing what we need to be doing on crowdfunding, so improving that. And one of the big things that we're going to be doing very soon is some, well, we're working on right now is a peer-to-peer system where all members can use our platforms to be able to fundraise their own campaigns. So if you're running a marathon, for example, you can run it for Vault, and that's where we're at with the fundraising. And stepping up our emoji game, but our tech game. This is the tech strategy is ready. It's going to be shared actually, I think, in the session directly after this, so you can you'll get into a lot more detail for that. We are also moving much more towards Civi CRM in our infrastructure that we're using. For example, everything around this GA has been done with Civi CRM. So all of the ticketing, everything has been done through that. And that is a really big step for us. So I think those are the wins that I wanted talk about. Should I hand over to you?
No, I think you should hold on to it and click through because I only got 2 hands.
That's fine.
Thank you. So if you think about what George has explained as a foundation, then think about Create being the people, being the community, being the talent that we've got, and how we create and support visible leaders, how we build ways of making policy together. So Volt will really only succeed if more people can step up, more people share our direction, and they have an ability to lead. So within Create, the kind of work that we've been doing has been focused on communities coming together. You see a lot of achievements that our team is really proud of. I have personally taken a part in one of the campfire sessions, and I can really tell you these sessions are super needed if we think about developing talent, leaders, creating spaces where communities can come together, share and exchange. There's also monthly Meet Volt Europa sessions that we have been working to put together. And these things are really foundationally all about the people. The second part is developing talent. My team, the HR team, I'm going to give a big shout out for them, have been working on operational playbooks. How could we just drop something in to not start everything from zero? Very, very interesting things. Velocity, our leadership program. So all of these things, again, emphasize how much Volt needs to put in to develop those leaders of tomorrow. The third part, creating European solutions. Again, you heard this morning about Compass. You've seen the policy infrastructure framework. Again, more wind into those sails to take tomorrow. And lastly, just to kind of conclude and then pass it on to my highly esteemed colleague, Ashil. With Create, we turn members into leaders and ideas into a shared direction. Without further ado, over to you for Impact.
Yeah, okay, for Impact. So, for Impact, yeah, I can be heard. All right, so Impact is really what we are all here about, right? About expanding Volt, about making sure that we are there in all countries, that we develop, that we have in a societal influence and impact. For that, we need an organization to grow teams everywhere. We need to communicate effectively. We need to build communication tools and ways and strategies and narratives. And if you go back to the previous slide, George, because you cannot, then we have to compete in the elections as well. And shape laws and policies. But shape laws and policies, we can do that from an electoral perspective, but I want to emphasize also on a grassroots perspective, we can work on policies, we can work on grassroots initiatives to shape, to influence society and to push for the causes that we feel are super important. And now, yeah, the next slide, please. Yeah, thanks. So the most important things I wanted to mention here, so everybody knows about the focus chapter plan. So the focus chapter program is to help a few chapters really proactively towards, electability, to be able to elect a parliamentarian, to make sure that we grow also towards 2029, that we can meaningfully fight in the European elections then. Okay, so I see that on screen, there's not very much. Something else that we are working on is on the ECI. So already heard a lot about that. I also want to say a little bit about expanding different parts of Europe. So everybody knows that Volt is relatively well established in Western Europe. Things are going on. So we chose our elected regional council in Italy this year. It's a very engaged Italian team. As well later this year. And also I want to say a few words about Estonia. So everybody knows in Estonia we have an eminent member called Thomas Henry Ilves. But I also want to let you know that we have really plans to establish Volt itself in Estonia. to have a legal entity there and to participate in the future in elections in Estonia. And we are preparing for that to happen. Hopefully next year, we are able to run with a full list in Estonia. Then, yeah. Woohoo! Yeah, okay. Then the next, I think you all saw the narrative presentation this morning. I hope you saw it. If you didn't see it, watch it in the replay. Xenia and Kayo presented it. Narrative is also about inspiring everybody, the chapters on the ground. What does Volt stand for? What do we want to achieve? How are we different? What is our message? I think there were some fantastic ideas, also great new slogans, and the European team has been very strong in that. That's all about I wanted to say on that side. Then on the winning the seats, you saw Iago earlier about the campaign. So we have campaign happens essentially on the ground, of course. But as a European organization, we can definitely support bringing in tools, bring our European community. And Iago and the team, we are building up capacity to ensure that we, as a full organization, can succeed everywhere across Europe. One also shout out for the new elected officials that we just won in France. We have 4 new female elected officials that were elected in the consular elections just very recently. Then the next slide, and then I'm almost there, I think. Here on this one, I wanted to highlight not only the political work we're doing, but also I've been working with Francesca on a documentary project. We went to Naples, we went to Napoli to meet 2 very gifted, talented politicians who got active in politics despite family dramas. So in Marseille, it's a young politician, 23 years old, elected vice mayor of Marseille, who lost 2 brothers to mafia. And in Italy, our very own Davide De Rico, also after family drama, death in his family, engaged in politics and got, does fantastic stuff in terms of confiscation of mafia, property in town, giving it back to the community. And there's a lot that we can learn, a lot of best practices. So this documentary project is about bringing Europe to the cities, bringing Europe to the communities and in the countries. Europe should not only be in Brussels, Europe should be everywhere, and that's what we're about. And there are fantastic other initiatives you see on screen. I look at Kai and I think immediately about trains, of course. So, but I think you've heard enough from me right now. So I think that's it. So, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Annette, you have a joke?
I have a joke, but I don't think people are ready for it.
Okay.
They need to wait for the next GA, I'd say.
Okay.
And thank you, Sebastian. Your support has been really, really great. And we look forward to the next half year. Let's see how far we get.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Annette, Achille, Jarton, Sebastian. This doesn't seem right. Oh no, I am wrong. Terribly sorry. So again, we have some sessions in the breakout rooms, AI and politics, tools that give us an edge. And in this room too, CAP, personalize and trade, exploring socially just and effective climate governance. In this room right now, we will be talking about the annual accounts, and we're going to need the approval vote, right? But later on, I'm not stealing your thunder, but I'm not forgetting you this time. Just a heads up again, you haven't seen this one in a bit, but register to speak on this topic again, because after the presentation of the annual accounts, we'll have a Q&A. So Robert's going to get some more cardio, and then we will have, again, space for some member interventions. So without further ado, for the approval of annual accounts and financial update, the Volt Treasurer, Christoph, come on up. There you go.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Christoph, and potentially this is also my last speech as treasurer, so I'm going to use my time also to do a bit of a shout out to some people in the team. So first of all, I'm going to talk about 2025, and then I'm also going to turn to 26 year to date, which is basically all the numbers in the financials up until May. If we look at 2025, we had a really good year with high income growth, but it's mostly driven by our member contributions. And I want to be very appreciative here towards our members in Germany, because we've really seen a surge in membership contributions coming in, or the average membership contribution from our German members. So if you look at member contributions, we have our MEPs and we have the other members. In total was 642,000 euros, which was 71% higher than the budget. Right. We had trading income from our GA, and of course you remember our fabulous GA, the biggest GA we had in Frankfurt with 1,600 members. And of course, because it was such a big venue and because so many people came, we had really good ticket sales, so around 90K, which was much higher than we anticipated. Of course, why we underperformed there. So I think in total we had around 331,000 euros in donations. And I want to do a special shout out to Alona, our fundraising lead, because she's been really, exactly. Thank you. Because Alona has been really working hard on our fundraising strategy for the crowdfunding and for the recurring donations. And what we've seen over the last couple of months is that we have a stable income coming in from crowdfunding. €100,000, right? The division of our cost didn't really change. So we spend around 55 to 60% of our budget or our expenses on personnel, on interns, and on our freelancers. We spend around 12.5% on our IT systems. We spend around 12.5% on our GA. So roughly 100,000. I mentioned the 90K on ticket sales. The cost of the GA was around 100,000. So there you see that the cost did balance on the ticket sales. And we spend around 10% of our costs on general, administrative, and travel costs. Now, if we have the 1.1 million in income and we have 800,000 euros in costs, it means that we had around 273,000 euros contribution to the reserve. But I need to be explicit here. This is profit on paper. This is not cash on hand, right? And for the financials in the room, they are probably familiar with the term net working capital, right? If we look at our cash on cash result, we actually burned 12,000 euros in cash. It means that if we look at the cash coming in and the cash going out, we really managed on balancing that. Where did then the rest of that money go? That went in our net working capital. So we had to invest 285,000 euros in our net working capital. What is that, for example? Well, let's take an example. Volt Netherlands usually charges the members beginning of the year, but then only pays Volt Europe in the next year. So the membership contributions from Volt Netherlands from 2025 were only cash in the bank in early 2026. But of course, for the annual accounts, it means that they need to be recognized in the year of revenue, being 2025. So that creates an investment in net working capital. And so you see that because of that investment in net working capital, the cash was actually 12,000 euro less than what we started with in the beginning of the year. And then, of course, we every year make the audit, and we have actually two audits, right? We have our internal audit, which I think you were able to follow the presentation yesterday. And I want to do a shout out to Milo and Anthony. I don't know if they're still here, but they were doing an amazing job on the internal audit, and they always come up with some good advices for the board to implement. And then we have, yes, exactly. Thank you. And then, of course, we have our external auditor. And luckily for us, like every year for the last 5 years, we received an unqualified auditor's opinion, which basically means that the auditor looked at our financials, looked into every journal post that we made, and said, okay, the numbers as you are presenting them show a fair and true visualization of the funds and the financial position of the association. So I'm very happy with that, because it confirms that we are in line with all regulation, and that yeah, we do everything correct. And that's also thank you, Conrad. And this is also important, because this is also why you then, as GA, have to vote on the annual accounts. So these are the votes. The annual accounts over 2025. Do the membership approve of the annual accounts over 2025, including the audit opinion? Secondly, every year we have to do this, is that the membership also provides discharge to the board of directors for all the decisions that they've made over the year that are in the end also reflected in the financial figures. And I think the votes are still open until Monday, 12 o'clock. So you still have time to vote on our annual accounts. That's it for 2025. Now we can also turn to 2026, because 2026 we're already 5 months in. And I'm very happy to say that as an organization, we have jumped the curve again. And jump the S-curve is a term people with a background in innovation might notice, that good high-performing companies or organizations always jump the curve and then climb the curve. So they always go to the next level and then ride the curve. And I think there are actually 4, sorry, I made a mistake there, 4 key innovations that we've implemented over the last 6 months since Frankfurt. One, we've centralized payroll, which has increased our efficiency and our opportunity to hire people from across Europe and interns from across Europe. And I want to do a special shout out to Rosalie, who is unfortunately also not here, who's been tremendous help in implementing this new system. Secondly, a shout out to Volt Netherlands, because Volt Netherlands joined Club Collect this year. And Club Collect is our membership invoicing system, right? Which basically means, and I turn back to the thing I said previously on the net working capital, right? So instead of now having to wait for the Volt Netherlands contributions until 2027, we were actually able to reverse that, and we've been able to invoice Volt Netherlands already for the contributions of 2026 in April. So that has created a wave of liquidity for us. And then also a shout out to our tech team, who will be on stage after me, because we've been working very hard on improving our tech stack and also making our tech stack more European. And then the last innovation that we did was we created an online treasury dashboard. This dashboard lives on our GitHub page. So all members currently with a Volt Europe account, but in the future with a single sign-on, can access our Volt Europe GitLab on the link you see above. And that will bring you to our treasury dashboard. Our treasury dashboard gives you a bit of an overview of where we stand as an organization. So the dashboard will have the KPIs, then you see the monthly P&L, the year-to-date P&L, and the forecast P&L, basically showing the year-to-date plus the remaining budget and where we will end up for the full year. It has a commentary, so people can read on what's actually happening, and a glossary for people that want to understand better what are the definitions of the KPIs, etc. And you can cycle through the months, so you can see from January, February, March, April, May, what has happened. Looking at May, I'm very happy to say that except for one, all of our KPIs are on green, which to me means it's smooth sailing in the handover to the next board. Our liquidity is extremely strong, right? And this is the effect of the net working capital. So end of May, we had around 920,000 euros on the bank account. This gives us a runway of 12 months. This 12 months, for me, is very important because it means if we run up to the 2029 election, that we have enough money in the bank to survive for a year without income, without membership contributions, like we did in 2024, to survive and to run the campaign. And I hope that also the next board will continue doing that we keep this runway of 12 months. Our total income is at 53.5% versus the budget of 54%. So we are on track according to the budget with our income. Our cost base is also roughly in line with what we budgeted. So we're at 33% and we budgeted 35%. Our membership collection is actually higher than we budgeted. And this is again a full year effect because the Netherlands invoices once in the year and then transfers the money. So that will smoothen out over the next couple of years. Fundraising, again, as we say, we are ambitious in our fundraising. So we are a bit behind on our fundraising target. And that's unfortunately the only red number that you see today. But again, I think all of our KPIs are on green. We are in control and it's smooth sailing for the handover. Then you see, of course, also some graphs. It's basically divided in monthly, year-to-date, and forecasts. And you basically can see, all of our members can see now, where do we spend our money. So you see the majority we spend on our personnel, we spend on IT. You can also see the variance, which basically means where did we spend more than the budget or below the budget, and our liquidity position. Same here for the forecast, and then the other KPIs that we track. Oh, no, this is one too far. Yeah. So basically, this is still April. You see basically also the membership income, and I think that's an interesting one as well. So we can live track where the majority of our membership contributions come from. And you see a liquidity forecast whereby we define our minimum cash reserve as around 6 months of operating expenses. And you see basically that except in a very negative scenario, that we will stay above our minimum cash forecast. The forecast P&L, I think, happy for you to all see this, and you can go for it. And that brings me to the end of my presentation already. I think I was quite fast, so that helps maybe with the timing. But again, I think 2025, very good year on paper, cash a bit less. 2026, the reversal, we have really good liquidity, and looking forward to the 2029 elections.
So right now we have Robert again looking for questions. So if anyone wants to have any question.
Hands up. Nobody has questions?
There.
Go. Please stand up. I cannot give you the mic.
Yeah, I have one add-on, of course, is that yesterday evening with the fundraising, we managed to get 55K in donations, so that will be added on top of what's in the overview right now.
Yeah.
Awesome. Questions?
On your left.
There we go.
Okay. Hello. On the report of the audits, there is a note that there is less information that is usual for international standards on the auditing. Can you please explain a little bit more what this means? I understand that according to the Belgian, everything is okay, but the Belgian standards, but according with international standards for international association, it was not everything very clear regarding the closing of 2025.
Which international standard are you talking about?
No, I'm just referring what is said here on the report. The procedures performed in the review are substantially less than those performed in an audit conducted in accordance with international standards on auditing. Accordingly, we do not express an opinion on these accounts.
Yes, so that's our auditor statement. As a small organization, we subject ourselves to an audit. We are not required to do so at the moment, right? So we do it on a voluntary basis because we want to have that external stamp of approval, right? That also means that the international standard that you're referring to is really the standard also for larger companies, listed companies, these kind of types of audits that they were doing. And that is, of course, that would cost a lot more than we spend now for our audit, but it would also probably not bring us a lot of additional value, right? And so that's why, as I said, that we are voluntarily subjecting to the audit, that the auditor chooses this methodology.
Okay, questions? There we go.
Hello. One idea. Do you regularly ask for improving the membership fees? My understanding is that we think about 1% at the entrance during onboarding, but later there is no adopting of this figure. And my feeling is that we have a lot of young people starting their career and also their income should start. And so sending in a nice letter could perhaps result in 5 to 10% more income.
I think that's a wonderful idea, but the membership fee in itself is, of course, very much dependent on the culture of the country. And we see that there is a lot of deviation between the membership fees in, for instance, France versus Germany versus Belgium versus Italy, right? And that's also why I think it's important that that decision is made by the national team, right? And that's why in the past, we've always said, no, it's only the division of the membership fee that is voted between, or at the GA, by the members, how the money is divided between the European level and the national level. But of course, I'm very much happy with your idea, and I do hope that Volt Germany might implement that.
Okay, any more questions? See any more questions? There was a wave there. That's not a question. So I guess we're good.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
So the vote is already open. It's open until tomorrow at 12. Just a reminder, only people who have been members for 30 days prior to the General Assembly have the right to vote. And if so, you will have received your voting token on your email. The GA is requested to approve the annual accounts for the financial year of 2025. The accounts have been prepared by the Treasury and have been reviewed by the appointed auditor. The GA is asked to approve or reject the annual report of 2025 and approve or reject the discharge of the Board of Directors from their liability for the policy pursued during the financial year of 2025.
Okay, thank you to the chairing committee, and thanks again to Christoph. And something completely unexpected happened. Who needs coffee? I know I do. Yes, perfect. Well, now we have 20 minutes. We're going to take a short recess, and we're going to see each other back here at 3 p.m. sharp. That is 1500 hours. So enjoy your break and see you in a bit. Oh, and by the way, you can use the time, we were speaking about money. So scan the QR code and donate. I told you I'm not going to stop. So see you in a bit.
Hello and welcome back to this live stage of the Country Council Online General Assembly. The stage is empty. It gives us a new time to have new guests to the panel, or to now we have two guests. Would you like to introduce yourselves, please?
Yes, sure. So we are coming here from
Okay, perfect. We are back. We are back. Okay. Let's start again. Introduce yourself.
Sure, yes. Thank you for having us here in this short break. So my name is Isabel Arendt. I'm from Germany, but very connected to Europe, and yeah, heading over to it.
Dominic, hi. Also from Germany, but also having lived all over Europe, and we love Schengen.
Exactly.
And well, you are carrying very proud stickers. There's something that you'd like to share with us today in relation to your position within Volts.
For sure. Yeah, almost 2 years back, there were the reintroduction of border controls in the Schengen area, and this is something which goes against our European freedom, and that's what we have been fighting for ever since, to release the border controls and to be back into our normal freedom of movement, freedom of trade, freedom of travel.
And today is Schengen birthday. We celebrate 41 years of Schengen today on 14th of June, and both of us have been part of the Schengen celebration in Schengen last year, which was amazing. Why do we celebrate it? Because it's our European value, as you mentioned, of freedom, of trade, of travel. And right now we have border controls, and it's all over Europe in 12 countries. And that's why we have to act.
And why does Volts take on the role to act? And why it may feel self-explanatory to say, okay, why do we need to defend the rights to Schengen? But why do you personally also fight?
I think it's quite easy. I mean, as a pan-European party, part of being pan-European is to communicate with each other. I mean, the GA is the perfect example. We are here, we are meeting so many people from different countries, we are exchanging ideas, we are learning about new cultures, and this is something that can only happen if we can travel freely, if we are not stopped at border controls, and we are experiencing it ourselves from coming here, right, Isabel? You have a story about that.
Oh my God, I've been in the border controls, or my passport was checked actually, but actually it wasn't checked because I recorded a video. You can see it on Instagram. When we came here to the GA, I came from Germany and crossed the Czech border, and there was like police coming in, and it's not okay that they control our European citizens and our passports here. And that's also what has been shown in Koblenz and in Bavaria from the court, because there was a ruling recently that the explanation of why, for example, Germany has border controls at the moment is too weak. And this is like really a problem for us European here, because it's restricting us and taking away our values. And this means we want to really call everyone out to stand up for Schengen, especially today, and use the hashtag #ILoveMySchengen. And surely you can also share your personal story about traveling across borders, or why you like the Schengen Agreement.
And what are you doing special today at the GA? Because these people online, they don't see what's happening in the corridors, what's happening in the social areas.
or what's happening at 3 a.m. in the morning.
What's happening at 3 a.m. in the morning in your team talks? If you want to share.
You have to imagine it's all collaborative. We have a fantastic team, and Dominic and me are leading it, kind of managing it since about a year. But yesterday night, we baked the Schengen cake, which will be seen very, very soon on stage in the end, where we already have our co-presidents and everything announced. And then we will make a huge happy birthday Schengen. So basically, there were really 2 people from Slovakia and from Germany baking a cake for Schengen yesterday night at 2 o'clock, I think, until 4 o'clock. It's insane, but this is everything you see here. Also with these stickers, this was also created by Henning from the team. We meet every week, Monday evening. You can join us from all across Europe.
Yeah, just contact us on Halo, get in touch with us, and we'll be happy to include you. We are still looking to organize a demonstration again, probably end of August, beginning of September. And we are still trying to find people from border areas to organize such demonstrations. So please get in touch and we'll get you in. We have a template.
And we call it in Denmark, Sweden. Also, elections are coming up, and it's such an important topic, and it is a bold topic. We also call out, like those from Slovakia, actually, we talk to them, like all the countries around. For the Netherlands, it's super important. For Luxembourg, which is like a country where all the people are commuting, right? And they lose time. Like they are 30 minutes more in traffic jams. It costs money, 11.5 billion euro per year, GDP loss only for Germany.
Okay, yeah, that tells you the risks at stake. And how can people in the online audience get involved? Because this is obviously organized through what's called thematic communities.
Yes, that's true. We just recently joined the thematic communities. Before that, we were more like an action group, something like that. And now being integrated into DreamCom, that gives us way more room to improve, to research on what is happening in the Schengen area, to make proposals, how we can enable free trade, how we can enable free travel, etc., and also have a much larger audience when we are looking for new demonstration leads and co-organizers.
So we are now part of the Vault Europe community DreamCom. Actually, here it's official. Like it's been since a week. We know it already. We integrated in sites, so we can really scale European-wide, and also now are really anchored in Vault Europa. And that's why we invite everyone into our group, because we want to scale up to European demonstrations.
Yes.
But we also do policy work. We support the MEPs, for example, with information or billboards, right?
Yeah.
And Rhineland-Palatinate was an interesting one.
Yeah, we had special billboards there at the borders, and I think that's something special. No other party is doing that. No other party is trying to access people that live abroad, and we can do that because we are Volt. And I think one very important topic is as well the small chapters, because we actually really want to have small chapters to be part of this movement, because what we saw in Poland.
Oh, yes.
Maybe you talk about it. You were at the demonstration.
Yes, we had. So last year, we organized 10 demonstrations at the same time all around Germany, always with our neighboring countries. Dominic was greatly having here most of the lead, like I was coordinating, but we do it together with everyone, right? And we need so many demonstrations. But I was in Frankfurt, we were in Basel, and we were exactly at the Polish-German border. And it was amazing because the national news in Poland talked about us. And not only that, it was spreading everywhere across Germany in the big news, but especially also in Poland. And this led to more members joining and huge success from there.
It's a big potential to connect the larger chapters with the smaller ones and make a joint action, as we do it in the public action at the GA, for example. And just to push the topics through, to get some people to notice us.
And of course, the public action of the GA, people here cannot really witness it or cannot really experience it. Can you tell us what's happening and what do you hope to get out of this public action at the General Assembly?
So we have this I Love My Schengen campaign first. So it's about all of us, because it's your Schengen, it's your Schengen, it's your Schengen, it's my Schengen, every one of us. And that's why we want to have as many faces as possible and spread it all across Europe. And that's why you see probably already on Instagram and so on, many people posting hashtag I Love My Schengen on Schengen birthday today. So please join us also online, share something about Schengen. We really want to spread it. So we make it European and go into this European community now and activate members of Vault to join us. to support us to open the borders all over Europe, because it divides us and guides us more internationalism, and we want a united Europe now.
Yeah. Talking about the public action, that was your question. So it's the truly European spirit that you feel there. There's so many people, flags from all over Europe, and suddenly there comes someone walking up, a Slovak, asking, "Hey, what are you doing there?" And I explained him a little bit, and well, he signs membership right afterwards, I think.
Oh wow!
So that's crazy stories that are happening there, and you really feel this true European spirit during the GA, especially during the public action. And this is something we can also enable when we are doing the border protests, because also there, people are coming together from different nationalities and just celebrating our European freedom of movement.
Thank you very much. People online, you can also live react. We had a few comments. Nikolai says, what happens at 3 a.m. stays... what happens at 3 a.m. at the GA stays at the GA. Some people are partying, some people are partying, some people are baking a cake. So, very interesting scoops what's happening here on Livestorm instead of watching the GA.
That's nice.
On YouTube. If you have any questions that you want to ask, feel free.
Yeah, please go ahead and ask us some questions, maybe a few information. So they say we have temporary border controls, but it's not temporary anymore. Actually, we have since more than 2 years already border controls to Switzerland, Poland, and Czech.
Yes. For Austria, we have border controls from Germany since 2015, so over 10 years now. And in the Schengen Codex, it's actually only allowed to have border controls introduced for a maximum of 6 months with a very good reason, which we are not sure it is a good reason.
Already in
and
Germany.
You can prolong it 3 times. And actually, 16th of September in Germany, they probably will prolong it again. And then all the border controls around all of Germany will be just illegal by European right. And during the local elections in Germany, I met with our inner minister, Dobrindt, who was giving a talk. And I asked him, what is he going to do? Is he going to relieve the border controls? And he said no, because other countries are not following European law, and so he is not going to follow European law either. And it's a strange way of dealing with law that we are giving ourselves to have a common ground.
And then you also have to understand that Poland says we have border controls because of Germany. So it's a domino effect. And we now that's why we focused in the beginning to Germany, but we have it in 12 countries. And you have to imagine 2016, it was already temporary for some time. They stopped it a little bit and just kept a few borders, yeah, so they can be in the Schengen Codex. But this one is really, like, we think it's not legal, absolutely not. And the European Commission is also putting pressure right now a lot on all those countries and saying we have to go back. We have now the new visa regulation, right, which is our common asylum policy, which just
which is also discussable
last week. And
to be said.
It is, but it is one of the reasons why they have to definitely open the borders, because it's also their kind of reasoning, right? Especially for Germany and Poland and so on. It's like illegal migration. But you have to understand that someone who's illegal in Poland is also illegal in Germany when the person enters. So it's a whole European thing, and they are obligable to coordinate and to collaborate, for example, with the Schengen information system, where they can share data, but also with Europe in order to protect altogether Europe and make sure that the problems are solved. But right now they do nationalist policy. And this is kind of like also going backwards, right? And that's why it's so important to stand up.
Yeah.
And how do you expect that through your action campaigns that the next years, I mean, the 40th was the next one, now we're the 41st. How can we ensure that the 50th birthday of Schengen takes place and it's not, left to the history books?
Let's hope for the 42nd birthday already without border controls. I mean, they have to open the borders now. European Commission is putting a lot of pressure on them, and this is why we have been increasing pressure as well from our community, and this is why we really want to go European now and want to do European protests all over Europe at all the borders.
because we also see already the fruits within Germany. So we see that with the creativity of this team, everyone comes up with other ideas. We are working on different levels at the same time and expanding it puts the pressure. And we are in the right with the Schengen Codex. So it's an amazing topic for Volt to move on. What we do is we have to protect Schengen also in the future. This can come again. And that's why we have huge banners, which will probably last for hopefully 50 years. And we can take them out and go on the streets. But first we have to we have to reverse the domino effect right now and get back to all over freedom in Europe.
And there's another very cool action that is being organized currently at the Polish border. There is going to be a billboard.
Oh yeah.
Co-hosted by Germany and Poland together, or co-developed by Germany and Poland. And that's the things we need to do. We need to work across borders, especially we coming from larger chapters. We have to work with the smaller chapters, pushing in and helping them grow, because we want to be European at the end.
Yeah. Is there one last message that you want to share?
Right now, who's also a lot actually helping and supporting with the campaign I Love My Schengen and the Schengen birthday, which is great. So Volt Europa is very, very supportive with that, and also with the MEPs. It's working quite well. Kai is joining in soon, right, for the birthday.
He was the first one to actually be at our presentation, so thanks again, Kai, for being there as well. But all the others,
Dania, Nela, Rainier, Anna, all of them are in for this topic. So
Thank
amazing.
You. I think we'll have a quick switch of microphones,
Sure.
and then you'll see us in about 2 minutes. Or unless Senor, you want to join in live to talk about the.
Then you can take over.
I'll
let you. Yes.
Okay. The microphone is there. I don't know if you want to put it on.
Of course.
But welcome to the live version of the General Assembly for people online. People may not know what you do in the background of Volt. Do you want to explain what you do more specifically for Volt in the background?
Sure. So I am Xenia, and I am the Volt Europa Digital Communications Lead, which means I am the person behind the communication strategy of Volt Europa. And for you specifically, this is something that you read in your newsletters. This is our team, and also everything that hopefully we put a like on social media.
And how would you say, in the background, we talk about Volt narratives. How can you explain how the Volt narratives form part of the broader social media projects and aims of the communications team?
So the Volt narrative is how we speak about ourselves. And of course, this is our daily work. We talk about Volt daily. And maybe the Volt narrative is something obvious for the comms team, but definitely it is not for all the people out there who are running their campaigns, or who are organizing their communities or movements. And very often they come to us and say, well, how do I explain Volt to my neighbor in few words? And that's a challenge. It's a communication challenge that people who are not necessarily communicators face. So this is why we developed this narrative. And actually, this is not us, Volt Europa, developing it. We helped our Volt community to find the right words to actually have this foundations of how we speak about ourselves. And some of you might have received a call from our General Secretary, George Penn. Some of you might have talked to Sebastian. Some of you might have spoken to Kai. So these are people who interviewed Volt members. And then we also had a survey which went out through our newsletters. Please subscribe to our newsletters if you're not, if you want to be part of these of such processes. And we collected over 1,643 answers. And we went through all of this, and this is what gave us the narrative. And the narrative, especially for the linguistic geeks out of there, is really choosing the right word among very similar words. For instance, do we say Europeans or do we say people? Because you can be someone who was not born in Europe, but you share our values. So this is very important for these people that we don't say Europeans, because you may be just a future European, but we say people. Same thing about pragmatic. Can we use this word? Because for some people, it means that the means are more important. The means are not important, but the goal is important. And for a lot of people, it's like, no, we always need to follow our values first. So for some people, pragmatic is the wrong word. So also depending on the culture, we need to make sure that in the cultures where pragmatic means what we mean, it stays. In the cultures, in the languages where pragmatic means something else, we find a different word. So the next step for all of this is actually everyone taking the narrative and trans-creating, not translating, trans-creating to match their reality.
Very interesting. Thank you very much. And how would you say that you help the smaller chapter out there that don't have a communications team, so that you can they can create the outreach that's out there? You know, it takes a lot of energy for, if you're a small chapter, you know, to get invested. How can you, you know, how do you help them?
Yeah, with a small chapter, so usually we say you probably don't want us to do your work for you. We probably want you to help. We want to help you find the right people to do the work. So, for instance, what Europa always does is that, hey, chapter X doesn't have a communication person. We can make a post on all of our social media saying, hey, people, do you speak this language? Are you passionate about that? This team is looking for a new colleague. Then if there are a few people who say, hey, we would like to do communication, we have no idea how to do that, at least we can sit with them and have a one-on-one. This is something that we say, okay, this is not scalable. This is not something we could just copy paste, but rather we have maybe 1 hour and we said, okay, what are your challenges and where can we help you? And then everyone has access to our shared Canva. Every chapter has a Canva Pro, so they have everything we've produced. They don't even have to ask us. They just have their access, open it. They can take anything that our team has produced. So this is already a challenge that is resolved. They also very often hear from us something of a bit of a broken record is, okay, what is the big idea you're working on? What is the petition you're writing? Because it's super important to actually get people to sign something, because that means I've taken at least some action. I've used my citizenship, as in citizenship, and as I'm a citizen of this Europe, and then it also means that we can come back to this person and say, hey, you know what, we're pretty flyers, or we actually have something else to tell you about this petition. And it's a very practical way for the chapters also to gain visibility when they are only starting to build it.
Thank you. And how are you able, with the multitude of different languages that we speak across Europe, how do you create a single European shareable message to everybody? What's the secret in creating this?
I wish I could tell you the secret. I think this is a work in progress. And I think what we mean by a single narrative is a combination of basic ideas and values. And then the exact word, I mean, I might not speak Hungarian, but it's up to the Hungarian team to actually bring their best linguistically obsessed people together and find the right word. So what we probably will do next, this is actually, again, this is something that is in the making. We have planned sessions where the local team and Europa will sit together and actually discuss the nuances of each word so that each team can find the right linguistic expression of our ideas.
Thank you very much. It seems as if something is happening soon on the stage and we don't want to take people away from the stage. So hopefully as soon we'll make a smooth transition onto main stage. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the European CAT team presentation. It's great to be here so that we can talk about our team, and let's see if this works. Yeah, so the speakers are these. So it's myself. We have Maria, who's going to be talking a little bit about the CVCRM topic that everyone is excited for. Also, Anton, that is going to tell us about infrastructure and the overall European tech sovereignty topic. We also brought along our friend Miguel, who is going to tell us about the help desk. So more about me, I assumed the role of European tech leader back in January of this year. I have been busy just running the team, making some projects work, pushing projects forward. And together with everyone in tech, I've also defined a new strategy for the department. We are going to talk about the strategy in the end. And yeah, for now, this is the agenda. So first, just touch a bit, what do we actually do within Volt? Secondly, we are going to go to the many sub-teams that we have and the many projects that we are running. And lastly, we are just going to focus on the strategy. So what is the European tech team? The team basically handles everything that has to do with technology for the whole of Volt. So when you think about our website, tools like CVCRM and the voting tool, and also topics such as security and even the help desk, all of that falls within the European tech team. The mission is really to provide the reliable, privacy-respecting, and accessible digital infrastructure. And we are really all about enabling teams from doing a campaign, from doing their governance, membership management, and so on. The tech team reports directly to the European GSO, the General Secretaries. We work with Annette as our General Secretary, and we are divided into 6 teams. The teams are as such, so AI, help desk, core app and security, and infrastructure and website. We are going to be talking in particularly about 4 of these teams. We will not delve much into the AI team, but I just would like to give a shout out to the 2 co-leads of the AI team. They are Ivan and Stefani. I hope they are here somewhere. And also a shout out to the website lead, who is Greg. So sadly, they could not join us in the presentation. And yeah, I will now hand over for us to talk about what is arguably one of the most important teams in the European tech and also within Volt, and that's the help desk. So please join me in welcoming Miguel that will tell us about the help desk.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm here to speak on the behalf of Tech because Nikolai and Meg weren't able to attend this time. They are amazing colleagues, co-leads, leading this group. And through the help desk, it's your entry point for everything that breaks. So while we have the infrastructure team, the website team, a lot of other different groups building the tools that are required to make everything at Volt work, sometimes things don't work, and that's inevitable. And there we are to help you with any of the issues that we have. On that front, we are solving thousands of tickets every year, and you have a dedicated email, help@volteuropa.org, that you can reach out at any point whenever there are issues. During the GA, more than you are familiar with the voting token issues, which you can reach out to me, to any of my team about. And on that front, I actually want to thank you for your patience for one topic in specific, which is we have been moving away from American tech to European tech as part of the process to make Europe stronger. And through it, our authentication systems have moved as well. Thank you very much. We are very happy with the work that people have been doing behind the scenes to make all of that happen, but you've been facing authentication issues. So I actually want to thank all of you for your patience as we try to do that. Every time you try to log into Hilo and things don't work, or to the app, or to the email, or anything like that. But the progress is going, and it's going very smoothly. In terms of strengthening the help desk team, it's very important to have this sort of contact with all of the chapters. So if you don't feel supported in your chapter about getting help desk attention, anyone in your chapter that wants to reach out with us and integrate with the team, start helping us, we're very open to have new joiners. With that, I pass to the next person. Back to apologies.
Maybe I can just give in the previous slide just to present. I don't know if it's possible to pass to the previous slide, maybe not. But yeah, it's just a big shout out to the 2 leads of the help desk. They are Meg and Nikolai. I'm sure many of you know them. Yeah, so thank you very much. Sadly, they could not be here with us today, but I really hope they are watching at home. Hi, Meg. Hi, Nikolai. And hi, everyone in the help desk.
Perfect. I think my mic is on. So I'm Anton Tielbeke, and I'm the co-lead for the infrastructure team. And I think I mostly work on migrating our software in a reliable place, but also in a European way. So the infrastructure team is kind of weird because it's really tech infrastructure. So you really have to think that every Volt email, every password you save, every motion you submit, every campaign you run in the new campaigner app, These all have to run somewhere. And this is done by a small group of volunteers to make sure all these apps are highly available, they do their thing, and this is what we do at Tech at Volt. And I'm talking mostly about the things we host ourselves, because you have apps like Halo, those are we purchase from a supplier, but what I'm talking about is really the things we host ourselves and manage ourselves. So what we actually run, so I had to check how many applications we actually do, and there are 35 plus applications we use for Volt Europa. And all these applications are for different members, campaigns, chapters, national chapters, European-wide. Like the previous example, Zamat is for support requests, and Vault Warden is what we use for saving our passwords and making sure our crown jewels are all in a place that is hosted on European soil and on a European-owned company. And of course, we have the new Campaigner app, because the old Campaigner app was in AWS and Amazon Cloud Services. And we have many more applications. I'm not going to go through all of them, but there are a lot more than I initially thought. So how we build it? Well, it sounds weird, but every app kind of looks after itself. So yesterday, we had the voting. It opened for the new co-presidents. And as you saw, it was down for a little bit. And that's like the typical thing. But what was really cool at this, I didn't have to do anything. In our app cluster, apps auto-heal. So the system notices the application is down, restarts it, and after a couple of minutes, it was back up. I didn't need to intervene. I didn't need to do anything. And that's what really is cool about our new setup. And this is also, the entire setup is written down. You can see it like a recipe. So if something happens to me, something happens to someone else, it's not all in my mind. Every volunteer can see this, work on it, contribute to it, and that's what makes the setup really great. And we can do changes live. If we update a machine, it used to take a long time. We had to plan downtime. Now it's going to be down for less than a minute. If we update something, if we change something, we have backups everywhere, and it's really nice. We now have a central, mature place we can do all these things. And for the nerds here, it's built with Kubernetes. We have some Go applications. Most of the infrastructure as code is managed in OpenTofu, and for database, we use Postgres. This is a very modern setup, and I know that there's some techie people here who want these kinds of things. So there you go. So most people still think we rely a lot on American tech because we have Google Workspace. But actually, we are mostly, for most of our applications, we are already on European-owned and European-based cloud providers. So most people use like AWS Cloud or Amazon Cloud. We use Scaleway and OVH, which are both French and French-owned. For email, and it sounds very simple, we also used Amazon, and we migrated to Lettermint, which is actually a company based in my city in the Netherlands, which is really lovely. And you might think like it must be easy to migrate to these American services, and it kind of is. But something like an Amazon mail is 6 times cheaper than the European solution. And imagine, you guys get a lot of mails. So imagine how much money that costs us. So sometimes these things also need money because we need budget for it and we need to work for it. And we also have other services like our password manager. These are all in Europe. There's no American tech involved in this part. And before, we actually had kind of a scattered landscape. We had many European providers, also some American providers, but we had on many places different applications. They were really spread out. It was hard to maintain. It was really easy to break. That's what I noticed when I joined. And it's kind of expensive because we have all these different cloud applications where something can go wrong, different places, different invoices. It puts a burden on treasury. No one gets happy. So now what we have is this centralized app cluster. Like I said, it is self-healing. All updates are in one place, and new volunteers can contribute and deploy an app in a really short period of time. And that's really great about this. So what's next? We want to leave AWS, Amazon Cloud entirely. So Tusker, the application, it's still on AWS. We want to modernize it and bring it to our centralized app cluster. Of course, we're going to phase out Volt.team for CVCRM, which Maria will talk about more. And the old Campaigner app is going to be deprecated because we have the beautiful new Campaigner app, which is also hosted in European cloud. Also, the benefit of having everything in one place is you have all of your security in one place, which the security people are going to be very happy about. Instead of having 10 different places to look, they just have one. And like Miguel hinted to, we want to replace Google login everywhere where we can with Vault Auth, the login, which is an open source software and is a really great Google replacement. So to wrap it all up and close it off, this is also a call for people who would love to participate on this and work on this, because we do want more volunteers helping on this, get more national chapters involved. So we want one shared app platform where every chapter can build their applications on. It's safe, it's secure by default, and it's cost effective, because our applications scale up when there's the need, like yesterday when there's a vote, and it scales down when it's 2 a.m. in the evening. So the cost effectiveness is also really important for these chapters. It's high available all across Europe and a low barrier of entry. So do you think, hey, I want to participate in this, I want to help with this, please contact us and help us make great apps on great European cloud providers.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. That was Anton. I sometimes wonder how Anton does not have back issues, because he carries so much of our infrastructure by himself. Please welcome me. Clapping for Anton. Okay. So what we just saw, along with the help desk team and the upcoming team, which is security, is entirely run by volunteers. This cannot be stressed enough. No one of these people that work on these particular teams are paid to do it. They do it out of their passion. They do it out of their sheer professionality, and really because they care about the mission of Vault. So every day they get up and they help us with the many problems that we have, really into enabling our movement to work. The next team, yeah, thank you. Shout out to our volunteers. And we do have yet another team that is also 100% volunteer run, and that is security. So the lead of the security team is Kako Gahan. Sadly, Kako could not join us today, so I will be speaking for him. So what is the security team? Security basically cares about the cybersecurity of our infrastructure and all of our activities. What it means to have security? Well, it basically means that we assure the privacy of our data. We also make sure that the data is accurate for when it's being used, and that everything is just available. Of course, infrastructure cares that tools run. Security cares also a little bit extra about if everything is actually available for our users to be able to, well, use the tools. I am fortunate to say that we have 4 great volunteers as well working on the security team, and I will be talking about their activities in a while, namely into a new strategy for security. For everyone who feels there's anything wrong with security, then there is the email. You can just write to them. The security members will handle the problem promptly. So the security team kind of has a unique challenge. You see, when I am in a corporation, any company, I usually have company hardware or a company cell phone or something like that. Within it, the company can actually assure security through this hardware. But of course, in Vault, we do not have that. Everyone works on their laptops. They use whatever operating systems they want. They use whatever phones they want. They even use whatever chat applications they want. So it's very hard for the security team to handle this. We do not have, for example, standardization. We do not have cyber hygiene, and there is some risk of leak. So the team is actively looking into ways to mitigating these things. What they do on a day-to-day basis is really just safety checks of our many systems. They also do tool selection. So when people come to us and say, hey, Tech, we would like to use this new tool for campaigning or for donations or whatever other activities we have, then the security team also vets those tools. This is important not only because we care about tools being European tech sovereign, but we also care about them just being safe for our infrastructure to begin with. So they play an active role on that. And of course, any organization, especially an organization that lives up to the values of the European Union, we want to implement compliance and best practices. So within Eurotech, we are committed to following whatever best practices are put upon us. There are some ideas for some security training. So there are basically 3 steps. One of them is just basic security. So, you know, people should know what a password is, a password manager is, what two-factor authentication is. There's a second level, which goes into, you know, what is the actual phishing, what is privacy, where should I or should I not forward emails and things like that. And on a third level, there is the need to have training, as Kako and our security colleagues put it, as good as non-experts can become. It is the recommendation of the security team that such trainings be given to everyone on the first level, and that at a second level, they should be given to every elected person, every staff member, and every functional team member. That is the commitment that we have for security. That is what the security team is achieving. On the third level, it is open to anyone who is interested in learning more about it. We recently had an audit. So the Dutch Ministry of the Interior made an audit, a cybersecurity audit of Volt Netherlands. But because so much of the infrastructure is actually supported by Volt Europa, the audit ends up being for Volt Europa anyway. We are still waiting for the results of that audit, but I can guarantee everyone that as far as the security team is concerned, and as far as I am concerned, we will take the results of this audit very seriously, and all of this will go into the strategy. The strategy for security will give us tools that will guarantee that we are safe, which will guarantee our privacy and the privacy of our many members and supporters. We are looking into automation. We do not want our volunteers to be stuck in boring, simple tasks. We want to automate things so that people can be impactful in their everyday lives. And we are also defining a rule book for situations like what do we do when there is a breach? Who do we talk to? Who is responsible for these things? Who is going to talk with the press should this be needed? Hopefully this will not happen, but if it does, we will be ready. And that's it for the security team. So really a great team. And yeah, thank you very much. Shout out to Taco and our security colleagues. And yeah, and now we will hand over to yet another person who I wonder how she doesn't have back issues. It is Maria. So thank you very much. And it is about our big topic, CVCRM. Thank you, Maria.
Hello, hello. Is my mic working? Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Maria, and I'm going to tell you about a very exciting topic, CVCRM. And I'm sure many of you already heard about it. And if you have not, you will hear about it now. Firstly, what I'm going to say is that if you are here sitting at the GA, it means that you have already been using CVCRM because this GA was, the registration for the GA was made with the CVCRM. And all the payments, all the tickets were sold with this system. So I'm sure this looks very familiar to you. So congrats, we are all already using CVCRM. For those who doesn't know, what is it? CVCRM is the IT product in which we use in Volt. It's a member management system. It is open source and hosted in the EU. Because we really care about data protection and data privacy. CVCRM has a lot of benefits for many stakeholders and community management, for the national chapters, for the city leads, for the regional leads, and so on. Because we want to create a single source of truth for all the data, for all the members that we have, because this is the backbone of the organization, our members. And the benefit is that all of the city leads and all of the other community leads will have consolidated data in one place, no more scattered and fragmented members' data. And another beneficial thing is that this is the place where you will be able to create events, to outreach to your members about these events, to track all the members-related statistics, to send email campaigns, to create donation pages, and sign up to become a member for Volt and pay, all in one place. Here you can see a little snapshot of how a contact of a member looks like. It's my contact, and the address is blurred here, but this is how, for example, as a city lead, how you will see your members. And we actually have our first success story that we want to share is Volt UK. And we had a situation that their previous CRM contract was ending on the 31st of March, 2026. And before that, we had a deadline, and during several months, we had meetings with them and gathered all the requirements to implement all the data for them in the CVCRM. And the task for us, for our team, was to transfer all the workflows from the previous CRM to the CV CRM, to transfer all the members' data, to create new membership sign-up form, to connect their payment system, and so on. And throughout this time, throughout a couple of months, we were all doing this. And as a result, from the 1st of April 2026, Volt UK is the officially first chapter who uses CVCRM as their member management system for all of these tasks. And if you scan the QR code, you will be able to see their member sign-up form. And for you, it will be a little sneak peek of how the future of member sign-up forms will look like in Volt. And what we have achieved in our team, first of all, that every day there is a data sync happening between the Volta team, which is the previous membership management system, and CVCRM. And also on these screenshots, you can see, first of all, how the memberships of a person will look like. There is the example of Pedro, and he is the member of Volt Deutschland and Volt Europa. And you will be able to see as a lead the memberships of the contact. And secondly, you can see the example of Volt Netherlands, how the relationships and memberships are actually visible. Here, maybe it's very, I don't know if you can see the number, but there is, okay, maybe you're not, but the relation where there is relationships, there is slightly more than 18,000 people, members of Volt Netherlands. And I blurred some of the data of people, but this is how it will look like in the future. And what we're also doing is that we're working with pilot chapters and functional teams to gather all the requirements and see how CVCRM can help them, and gather all the documentation in one place. Just a couple of examples of how CVCRM is already supporting the functional teams. Since the beginning of this year, we had sent 6 mailing campaigns. First of all, to all the members of Volt. Second of all, to some specific groups of people, for example, who bought the GA tickets with the CVCRM. And here you can also see an example of how the email template looks like. And there is a lot of functionality which you can also use to outreach to your members. And another thing is we created for this GA a donation form, so that people can help other Volters join the GA. You can scan the QR code and also look how it looks. And another related topic is reports, because for almost everything in CVCRM, you can create reports. So, for example, here is the report created for this donation form, also with some data blurred. But you can see here that if you have the right permissions for that, you will be able to see who donated, the contacts of people who donated, the emails, the information that you need, if you want to say them thank you or send something. And also in the bottom of the page, you can see the statistics of how much was donated and so on. So important information for fundraising. And finally, what is our plan? Our more short-term plan until, let's say, the end of the year. We want to bring 5 next pilot chapters on board: Albania, Germany, France, Italy, and Sweden. And for that, we also need to create all the roles and permissions for all the people, like community leads, treasurers, presidents, etc., so that all of these roles comply with Volt's structure, which we have at the moment. And of course, we have some challenges. First of all, is that the team working on this implementation is really small. For the moment, it's just me and Pedro. And if you really want to join our team to outreach with the chapters, to create the forums, which I just showed you, or to help other chapters implement it quicker, we are very welcome to onboard you. And finally, CVCRM, as a normal IT project, has also some challenges as an IT project. For example, the expectations and change management, so that to clearly communicate why is it very important to migrate to CVCRM and stop using Volt.team. and also stakeholder engagement to communicate with all of the people about the status of the project. And with this, we are wrapping up the CVCRM topic and going to Pedro again. Thank you.
Yes, we are all fans of Maria and her work with CVCRM. It is not an easy tool, let me tell you that. Every time we have a meeting where we talk about the tool, I mean, it isn't hard, but it's so necessary. It is also why we want to recruit people for this tool, but more on that later. So we talked about 4 of our teams. European Tech has 6 teams in total, but we do want to introduce 2 new, sorry, not 2 teams. We do want to introduce 2 new teams. So as Anton told us, European Tech sovereignty is so important. We really want to create the momentum, the volunteer momentum, for us to achieve those goals of being European sovereign. So for that, the work starts with actually answering this question. What exactly is European tech sovereignty? If a company is European but hosts in the US, is that European tech sovereignty? Well, maybe not. If a company, on the other hand, is American but is committed to being in Europe, following GDPR and so on, does that count? Well, it's a question to be answered. And that's why we are creating a new team only dedicated to do this, only dedicated to get the requirements out of Volt, to really know what we need, and to develop the proposals that we can show to our European board to go to new tools to assure European tech sovereignty. This team should accompany everyone also in the transition to such tools as we do Google and so on, but it is a team that should work for the infrastructure team and really very much under the leadership of Anton that has done so much for us within tech. So very excited to be putting this together. If you are passionate to the topic, please come to us. Another team is what we are calling the Tech Council. I think many people know that there's a lot of technology being done on a European level, but there's also technology being done on the many chapters of Volt. There's lots of people within Germany, Spain, even Czech Republic, and so many other chapters that I don't even know about. And we do want to establish a way for that these teams, so that these teams can talk with us, they can tell us about their requirements and their needs, and that not only can we help them in achieving their goals, but also that maybe they can help us in making their great work reach the whole of Europe. So the person that is really spearheading this initiative, I believe it's someone that if you had anything to do with tech in Volt, you will not need an introduction for him. It is Mick from Brooklyn. I really sad that I didn't get his name right. But yeah, sadly, he could not be here today. I hope he's watching us at home. So really, please welcome him in giving a shout out to Mick. He has done so much for us. Yeah. I can say this model is already being put in practice with Volt Germany. We do have already a contact within Germany, and yeah, work is just progressing, and it is being nice to see things growing. So I want to finish, I don't have a lot of time, but I want to finish still talking about Root, our tech strategy. As I came into Volt on this role, I was asked to put together a strategy. The strategy should inform our department into how we work, how our decisions are made, what are our goals even. So it is a big document, it has a lot of things, but I will just talk about a few cool things about it. And it really starts with core values. So what are actually the values that inform every decision in European tech? Well, first of all, we are volunteer driven. We have whole teams which are 100% volunteer driven. Half of the people on this stage are volunteers, in the presentation, I mean. And really, we need to be mindful that everything we do should be to enable the volunteers. Secondly, we are remote first. Of course, there are offices of Volt here and there, but we are scattered throughout all of Europe. It does not matter if you are in a big city or in a small countryside house away from everyone, you should be able to work. This is important because we are committed to not having things like too many meetings or too many calls. We are also committed to having good documentation, good transfer of information, and so that our discussion is available for everyone. And lastly, we are bottom up. It's very important. I am not here a dictator. I'm not telling people how to do the tech work. Really, people are telling us what we should do for tech. I just take high-level decisions, so to speak. So it's important. That's why I say that we are bottom-up. Really, the ideas, the passion of our volunteers is what drives tech, and it's not the other way around. I came up with this resistance style structure thing because we were so many, we are scattered, and I cannot keep track of all our volunteers. That would not be a feasible task. So what I come up with is this. There is a leadership, there is someone who is a lead of the many teams, and I made it very clear in the strategy, what does it mean for these leads and what responsibility do they actually have? I was inspired by movements such as the French resistance, and that's why I call it the resistance style movement. But yeah, it really tells you that each team has a lot of independence. We just tell them how they should escalate. And so you do see something like this. Yeah, over there's the European Tech League. We give the goals, we do the enablement, we do the communication, but really ideas, initiatives, contributions come from below. In fact, just today, someone pitched a very good idea to me. And yeah, just like that, we are now excited about a new project that we can make work with the whole of the team. So I will be brief for the rest of the presentation. We also define communication. I just want to tell everyone that these are the tools we use. Asana is a task management tool that we are looking to replace. People are passionate about this topic, but yeah, it's being looked into it. You can reach out to us if you have ideas about it. And finally, chat. We use Signal, WhatsApp, Telegram, Hilo. We are scattered everywhere. We are working on a solution to give you a chat application that is supported by Volt and that fills all the needs that you do not find currently in Halo. I will not talk about the tool just yet, but yeah, thank you. But yeah, I can tell you that work is on the way. It has been approved already by the board, and we are all very excited to make it work. So the full document is in here. The QR code will be given again at the end. I don't have much to say, but it is open to everyone, should be open to everyone. You can read through it, and feedback for these things, I tell you, is vital. Remember, bottom up. All of your ideas are really important to inform me how we should proceed. So yeah, thank you. Yeah. Again, we're coming to the end of the presentation. We need to grow. We have a lot of great people, but really we need to grow. And we have at least 3 areas within Eurotech where we want to grow. CVCRM, just like Maria showed us, it's basically been Maria and myself working on CVCRM. We want to scale it to the whole of Europe. We need a little bit more people. Infrastructure is the same thing. Anton does so much for us. We really need people to support Anton and to work under Anton in delivering everything we need. And then, of course, there is European tech sovereignty. So really gathering requirements, doing business analysis or systems analysis of what we do so that Anton can really focus on execution and so that we can support him in communicating with the whole of Volt. That's the idea of these things. That's the idea of these openings. So if you are passionate about this, then please just reach out to us. And lastly, to finish, we do live in an unprecedented time. I don't have to tell everyone in this room that democracy is under attack, and really a movement such as Volt is only as good as the volunteers that every day work for it. It's really only as good as our passion, really only as good as what we can contribute to it. So really a message from me to everyone is that we want you, we really need you to support us, we really need you to work with us. So again, reach out to us, our door is open, my door is open to everyone, and we are happy to onboard people into our team. And that concludes our presentation. Here are the links, and thank you very much for listening.
Yeah. So of course you can keep clapping for 10 minutes, but we also would have time for questions. So if you have questions about tech, also grateful comments, feel free to raise the hand. This time Tanya is gonna provide you with the mic, but you're still not allowed to keep it.
Sorry.
Okay. Questions, if not, you're also free to do last words. Ask yourselves questions. I mean, you're 4 people, you can just talk to yourself. If not, then we're also happy to save the time. So last call for question. Way in the back. Tanya, run. It's on the way or the opposite. Run for Volt. Cheer her up.
While Kanya, let's clap for Kanya. Yeah.
Dedication.
So my question is related to cost. Have you done any analysis of how cheaper / more expensive it is to be on European providers and self-deployed platforms compared to the big tech? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. I did not address costs, but I can guarantee that as we came into this team, costs became extremely important for us. We work very closely with the Treasury, the European Treasury, and we are taking steps to assure that we don't have budget overruns. Now, the question, and I'll hand over to Anton, part of the reason why we want to establish this team is also to answer that question. We do not want to just throw money at the problem, but we do want to be mindful to make sure we don't just have too much of costs when we transition to European tech. But yes, Anton?
So in that regard, it really depends on the situation. So the thing is that, on general, European cloud providers are 20 to 30% more cheap than American alternatives. And if you look at a pricing page, you don't see that 20 or 30%. But Americans they have amazing marketing teams, and they have a lot of hidden costs, like networking, outgoing bandwidth. So sending bandwidth out of an American cloud provider is billed very heavily. In almost every European cloud provider, that bandwidth going out is for free. And these kinds of things save us money on the long run. So a hard number I cannot give you, but it's kind of, in some situations, 20 to 30% cheaper. But in a situation like mail, it's 6 times more expensive.
Yeah. Then we had one question at the front, and then if you're fast, we can do another one, and then we are done for the day. So let's do 2 more.
CVCRM. One of the main activities that we do as local chapters is networking with other individuals and organizations. And what we need is a tool where we can log all the interactions that we have, and then can keep track of what we discuss with whom, when to meet these people again. So even something that pushes us.
Yes.
Is CVCRM going to support this kind of activity?
Yes, thanks for your question. I will take it. So the simple answer is yes. What is being done right now is we are actively working on what's called the customer journey. And the idea really is that CVCRM can be the tool to do this customer journey. It can be the tool to reach out to people and to keep track of who you reached out to. There are extensions in CVCRM that are dedicated to this. And yeah, it's in an implementation phase. So it is possible, it's just not productive yet. Yeah, hope that answers the question. Maybe also another point which is important to be mindful is that we get a lot of people that come to us and say, I have a data set that is given to me by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs or something, and it's a data set with emails, and I can communicate to these emails. So for that, it may not be intuitive, but we usually cannot put that in CVCRM. The reason is that it's gigantic data sets and data sets to which we do not have ownership. So we cannot manage the data set, we just get it from an external source, and if people opt out of them, we cannot edit them anymore. We have already tools that are used for these particular situations. We wanted to roll out this tool already with Volt France in a recent election, but it is anyway a tool already there that can be used when CVCRM just does not fit in a functional case for these situations. Yeah, hope that helps.
Okay. So last question. No, he was first actually. I'm sorry.
Oh. If anyone anyway has questions that cannot be answered here, please reach out to me. We have the help desk there, or just the email.
Yes, hello. I think it's great what you're doing. Very impressed. I'm very impressed by what I'm hearing. But I was wondering, how is the big vision of the IT landscape, like the landscape architecture, determined? So the big map of which applications, what kind of applications we need, and what function do they serve? Can you tell me more about how that is created?
Would you like to go?
I think I can give you some answers on that one. So the quick answer is, it's hard to work on this because you need one at the level that non-tech people understand, and you need one at the level tech people like to work with. So I'm working on a tech governance thing. It uses a ThoughtWorks framework on the tech radar. You can look it up. It's called tech governance. But Mick is working on a really great one. I think it's called the tech menu. Nick made it, and it's going to be released soon. And I think there you can really see what applications we have. So as a Volter, what tools do I have available to me? That is coming soon on a more non-techie level.
Maybe I can just give you on the Halo CAC hub. So the CAC menu, we've come to call it the CAC catalog. I'm almost sorry about that, but it's just like on Concept. You can find it there. It's on the, I think it's called the official CAC files. There's a CAC catalog there. Yeah. Thank you.
Then thank you. Then we have this topic finished. No more questions. The time is over. And as I do recognize again, it's Tech, so it is a male-dominated topic once again, maybe sadly. So Maria, if you have a last statement to do, I'm happy to give you the last words. And then you can send us off to the next, back to the host.
Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to say thank you very much for listening and for your support, because also sometimes some people don't understand how important tech is, because like it's actually where our members are located, how we actually communicate, because the Volt is a pan-European political party and it's fully remote. It's spread across 30 chapters. So the tech infrastructure is actually how we communicate with each other. Without it, we wouldn't have anything at all. So I think that we should never forget that it's really important topic. And with that, I'm going to finish this session. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you to our tech team again. We have another a bit controversial topic coming up right now. So we will now be hearing the country council motion about using the term United States of Europe in our public communication. If you did not yet register to speak and would like to speak during the member interventions, do not forget to register. I guess we could still accommodate a few people because quite a lot of you already asked to speak. So without further ado, let me invite Caroline to speak about the United States of Europe in our communication. Thank you.
So I'm Caroline Adam, and I'm the co-president of Volt Austria, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Country Council today. As you probably all know, the term United States of Europe has slowly and silently crept into our public communication since 2024. We, the Country Council, the body involved, where the leadership of all chapters comes together, decided by a majority vote with 23 out of 25 votes to file this motion, because we think that it's high time that we all take a step back and rethink the use of USE, because we want you, the members, to vote and have a say in this. Why do we propose this? First of all, because there is a lot of negative feedback regarding the term from inside of Volt as well as from the outside. And secondly, and more importantly, it's more about the how than the what, about how the term was chosen and by whom not. So I'll start with the first point. You probably all stumbled upon a post on Halo or Workplace by members that criticized the term, or you heard people on the streets or on social media commenting negatively on the term, mostly basing their criticism on the negative connotations they have with the USA and with Trump. In a nutshell, lots of people agree with the content, but they don't agree with the name. Understandably, because naming our vision of Europe after the USA means also making ourselves small, implicating that Europe exists only in some subordinate relation to the big brother USA, implicating that we are not able to think of our own name. Of course, I personally know that the concept of the United States of Europe dates back centuries. But how many people on social media or on the streets know that? I mean, we don't want to target only history nerds. So
Today, more than ever, it's less the facts that matter, but the feelings. And that's why it's more important what connotations go with the term, what it makes people feel, what it reminds them of. And it's great that we're thinking about breaking our purple bubble and use language that everyone understands. But let us not be so arrogant and assume that people who consider voting for us are so stupid that they don't understand any other term than United States of Europe. And 2, let's be strategic about it. Are the people who have positive connotations with USA really the people that will vote for us? One person wrote on social media, "I get that it's for marketing purpose, but that's bad marketing." So one could say now, well, all marketing is good marketing, or that just as many people like the name USD. Or you could say, well, it's not about us who have to like the term, it's about our target audience who has to like it. Yes, but in the end, maybe we should at least consider the possibility that if it took us 6 months to get the USE petition up to 30,000 signatures, that it could be because a lot of members didn't support the name and only reluctantly signed it, if they signed at all. And if not even Volt members, probably the most European of Europeans, didn't want to support it, then why would it work with the general public? The timing would have been right. I mean, this is a moment in history when history is basically serving us our chance on a silver platter. And we really have to use this moment where the sleeping giant Europe is slowly starting to wake up to get our momentum going. But falling for the sunk cost fallacy is not helping with that. And desperately clinging to something that doesn't work just because of all the effort and resources already invested is not the way to go. In short, if something's not working, try changing it. Which brings me to my second and more important point, how the term was chosen in the first place. It was basically decided by a small group of people, our leadership, no discussion, no consultation of the members. One could say now, well, we can't consult the membership like on every small decision, can we? Totally true. I also don't doubt the good intentions behind choosing the term. But this is not some random poster slogan or social media post. This is the heart of our vision condensed into few words. And decisions that touch the innermost core of our vision, those are the ones where the membership should be involved. Because yes, leadership leads the way and they walk in the front of the group. Yes, but good leadership, they know when they have to stop, turn their heads over their shoulders, and see if people are still following them. So we think that no small group of people should decide about the term we use for our European vision, not the Euro board, not the MEPs, not the country council, nor any other small group. It should be you, the members. It should be we all decide this together. And you might think now that maybe there isn't a term that everyone will be happy with, which is also very true. But when are you more likely to accept a decision and to support a term that's not your favorite one? When it was just decided over your head, or when you had a say in it? I truly believe in Europe. I truly believe in the wonderful, messy, complicated, united in diversity. I believe that if we work and think together, we can come up with something really great that is our own and that does not just seem to be a copy of something else. And if we really can't find a term that fits all our cultural differences and connotations, then we can still discuss if we even need a one-size-fits-all solution. When we really don't care too much about the name, as Damian Böselager once said, and we care more about the content, then we could still decide that every region can use the name they see best for their cultural context. Or we use a very generic name. Maybe we even decide to try focusing solely on communicating what we want and what concrete proposals will bring what advantages to our voters. market the solutions and not the name. And then United Europe might be a logical consequence through the back door, like Thomas Hendrik Ilves basically suggested in his speech in Frankfurt. And even if not everyone might like the decision in the end, at least everyone had a say in it. So, to sum this up, if you think the term United States of Europe does more harm than good, or if you're okay with the term, but you think that this is a decision we should all make together and as members, then please vote yes. And then let's show that we Europeans can achieve great things on our own and that we don't shy away from tasks just because they seem difficult. Let's show that our diversity is not an obstacle, but an advantage. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. I will invite you to sit next to us because now we're gonna have Kai Tegetov on stage shortly because especially the MEPs have been using the term. So he now gives the counter perspective. Why have they chosen to do it? And then if you already have questions, keep them in mind. Tanya's on the way. And then we're gonna have the Q&A together with the both of them. And then afterwards, we also have the opportunity for you to take the floor and speak. We have already 3 people signing up. You can maybe guess which gender they are. So again, we want encourage also non-male voices to speak up, to take the stance, like Caroline already did. But for now, we have our MEP Kai with 3 minutes.
Thank you and hello again. A European federal parliamentary democracy. That's what we all agree on, what we want to have. And since Volt was found, we have not managed to talk to people about it because no one understands the term federal, for example. A federal European parliamentary democracy is something that just appealed to exactly our bubble. And so far, we never managed to actually reach out and create a momentum for our core proposal. For the first time now, we as the European parliamentary team came up with a campaign, with a marketing campaign, with a campaign that we use in as many plenary speeches as possible to actually create momentum for this. And we chose the United States of Europe as a term that really, for the first time, managed to reach out of our own bubble, which at the same time, of course, also causes criticism in our own bubble. It's a term that no one of us loves, but it doesn't change anything of what we stand for. It doesn't change anything what we have in our policy programs. It's a marketing campaign that manages for the first time to actually mobilize people who have not cared for this topic before to actually get involved, to actually create momentum for what we stand for. And at the same time as well, of course, also mobilizes our own bubble and of course starts sparking this discussion. For the first time, we are getting the feedback from big media outlets that, well, you finally made it. You found the wording to create momentum for your core topic. For the first time, there's more than one party copying the exact slogan and running campaigns on it because they don't want to miss that train. Yes, sorry for the train pun. That is a thing that comes naturally. But for the first time, we're actually creating momentum for this and having people follow us. So now that we actually see on the European level that with this term, that is not the term that we want to have in the end, but the term that actually creates us getting a step further for where we want to be, we need to keep on going with this campaign and we need to own it. And we need to be always at the forefront of this, coming up with next steps and very precise proposals of how we want to shape this and how we want to really make the United States of Europe or the European Federal Parliamentary Democracy, well, good luck with campaigning on that one, to really make this work. So I think we should not try to fight internally about whether we can use this term, whether this marketing campaign is a good one. By the way, a petition that managed to gather 30,000 signatories. We have never had this involved before. So really, let's try to gather behind this. Let's try to make this, and let's really try to embrace every criticism, every comment, every conversation that comes from this, that sparks for the first time and gives us a chance to talk about it, because every single of those conversations is a conversation that we would otherwise not even had the chance to have. So please go out and demand the United States of Europe now and use every single chance for our joint goal that arises from that.
Yeah. Thank you, Kai. So now, who has questions? Hands up. Yes. Again, all the way to the back. Sorry, Tanya. Okay, a lot of questions. So try to make the questions short and answer the answers. Yeah, Kai, you can start. And then on the back, and then.
Yeah, hello, here's Kai. I have a question to Kai. Why don't you use the word Federal Republic of Europe?
The Federal Republic of Europe is a term that we, of course, would also identify with a lot. Of course, also in line with the federalist movement in the European Union. The problem is that this appeals only to our own bubble. This appeals only to those that we agree on with this already, because federal, for example, is a word that in the broader public is nothing that anyone can emotionally connect to, anyone understands what is meant with, and that we have been struggling for years. And so I think this is a term that, of course, can be used with our like-minded to describe what we want. But if we really want to reach out of our bubble, we also should be open to using new terms that we really manage to mobilize people with.
Thank you. No secondary question. If you want to speak, register. So second question to the guy in the back.
Hi. Let me tell you in advance that I wouldn't like the term United States of Europe. Yet, I understand, and my question is my understanding correct, that we are not proposing to rename the EU, the European Union, into United States of Europe. I understand this is a marketing term that we're using in order for us to have external people, common people, understand in a snap that we want Europe to be at the same level of what the United States of America are. Is it the case? Because if that's the case, if you want to speak something that people understand in a snap, then I understand why we're using that, and you should continue with that.
Thank you. Yes, of course, you're understanding it just right. This is a marketing campaign and has to be clearly differentiated between marketing. We, of course, did not change in any way our policy program, our electoral program. We stand for what we have in our program, but we need to find ways to persuade people, and this is the approach to do so. And of course, then once we get into the position to actually change something or to talk to people about this, then we happily also use other terms and, for example, use what or explain what federal actually means.
Not so much a question as a remark. Today is perchance the birthday of the United States President Trump. May that be his last one. Yeah, okay. So are we now really trying to discuss the fact that we cannot use the United States of Europe because of him? Because we are afraid of the president of the USA? We are stronger than that. We are united, truly, and we will not be divided by an idiot.
Okay, yes. So I don't know if you want to answer to that. If not, we have there on the left, then female representation. And then if you're really quick, we maybe have chance for one last question. No, first left. We do right next to you, yes. The guy waving.
Okay. Hello, Daniel, Slovak chapter. So maybe an important historical remark, given that we are in Bratislava. please take into consideration then that in the history of our country, which is hosting this assembly, Slovak state is the darkest period of our history. It's beginning 38 to 45. That's the moment when gay people, Sinti and Roma people, Jewish people were sent to concentration camps.
Sorry, but
so
please make it a question or go on this.
I just want to tell you, wouldn't it be wise to use something which goes beyond the notion of state, or city-state, or regions, or countries? Because, as I say, state, for some people who study history, is associated with something which rather you should go over with. Thank you.
So I truly, like, I understand where you're coming from. And of course, I think we should be very sensitive of that historic background. But if I understand you right, you're just going against the use of the term state. And I would want to also push a little bit back on this, because I think it's a very, very, very general term that is being used in very different contexts. I think, like, what would you suggest? Then we should also not talk about member states of the European Union anymore. But I think maybe there is also a way to explain it better in a national context if you get pushback on this specific aspect of the usage of this term. But I don't think that this is should be a reason to really completely abstain from using the United States of Europe now slogan.
Well, as that question was not only to you, I would also want to add that this is exactly the reason why we should decide this together, and why it should be not one small group with a very small, narrow perspective, but it should be something that works for everyone, and not just in a bubble in one place, but also in a bubble in Slovakia.
Maybe a little addition. I think in terms of working together, this I totally agree, and this is maybe also something that we can take away from such a debate, or from those experiences we make here. That if we, as a parliamentary team, start with certain campaigns, that we should also have a closer alignment with country council. So, as a country council, whoever is in charge, I think I speak also for the whole parliamentary team, please go ahead and invite us so that we can have exactly this exchange. In general, I do think there is, of course, in terms of communication, always way for improvement of communication. But I don't think that in this specific context of this motion is an argument to now vote for a motion that would immediately go against the usage of this term.
There was a long addition, Kai. Okay, so I want to hear Anna and the person in orange, because you were holding your hand very long time. This is the last two remarks. Let's put them together, and then you can finish your session on those two, and then we need to move to member sessions, member motions. So yes, go ahead.
My question is to Carolina about why, like, association with the United States of America is such a bad thing, because they're pretty strong, and what we want is like a counterweight, is like putting us on the same stage as them and making us like stronger. So I think the name is good, not for like our finished product, but for marketing, for exactly that reason, because they are appearing strong and we want to be stronger, even more than them.
So first of all, it's not about what I like, but I think it's what's resonating in our target group. And there's so much negative connotations that come with the term, that if we want to reach outside of our bubble, and those people are all thinking of Trump and the United States, then if they have negative connotations, then that's what they have. This is nothing we have, we can decide. And I think, yes, they are strong, but we don't want to be a copy. We want to be our own thing. That's why we think I think we should come up with something of our own.
I get this, but you say this is not resonating with our target group. Maybe we also have a different understanding. Who is our target group? Our target group of this marketing campaign is not Volt members. Our targeting group is the broader public, to actually deliver on our promises and actually get momentum for our core promise of our party.
Thank you. So, last question or remark, then you guys very quickly, and then we go to members.
Hello. The way I see it, there are two things that are being debated here. The first one is how this name will be decided, whether it should be decided by a communications expert centrally or top-down or whatever, or whether it should be decided by random people from different countries who might have different cultural contexts. And I think it is unfortunate the way the motion is framed. If I only have two options, either to choose that I would prefer a different term, and I want a different term and consultation with the members in the country council. Well, I don't want to say I want a different term necessarily. It might always be about the principle of getting people to decide. So I find it unfortunate that the framing of the thing to be decided was such. The other thing that I think we are discussing is whether it
gets into a speech. It's now, so make your question, last sentence, and then it's those two.
So, is it a good term, a good marketing term? I think we are skipping ahead. I cannot market the United States of Europe because the petition is in English and in a US platform, and I cannot go on the street and talk to them in Greek about a petition they have to sign that is in English. So I have not even yet received the feedback about whether United States is a good title. United States of Europe is a good title to.
Thank you. I think I understood. So really quickly, please. I mean, if you don't want to, you can just go.
No, happily so. So I do think it is a good marketing term because we see that it is working, and we see that we get the feedback for it, and that it gives us those chances that we have been searching for years. And you raised one very specific aspect, the question that we always discuss about how democratically marketing campaigns have to be designed. And I do think we really have to be a little bit differentiating there. And I think I myself proud of the way that we as Volt come up with policy and have policy processes that are democratically legitimized by our members and gain a broad support and are not somehow mysteriously decided top down. But we also have to learn that marketing is not a democratic exercise, and that marketing definitely has to be thought in a different way and by marketing experts. And then we must use those campaigns to really deliver on those content, on those policies that we have decided democratically on. And this is what we're trying to do here. And you're completely right. The motion clearly takes position against the usage of this term. And that's why I can also only ask every one of you to really reject that motion. Thank you.
Yes. So Kaiser, you want to one sentence?
Yes, one sentence. Well, as I said, I think if it's something that so profoundly touches our vision, you can't just say, oh, it's all about marketing and then we do what we want. I think this is something where we have to get our members on board. And I think if we would have had our members on board, it wouldn't have taken us 6 months to get to 30,000 signatures, because that's basically the number of our members. And if our members share that with their family, with their friends, with everyone they have, then we would have a lot more than 30,000 signatures.
Thank you too. Now quickly, we are running late on time. Now, our first member we registered, Ivan. Was? Ivan. Ivan? You're Ivan. Yeah, you're the first one. Ich hab doch nach Ivan gefragt.
Hi guys, I'm new to this and I'm not as well prepared as I want to be. But at least I had an item today in my hand and I was watching at the compass and I was a little bit lost. It was not bad because I had emotions and I felt like a human being, but I didn't know where to go. So maybe you've seen me wandering around here and thinking about stuff, thinking about Europe, thinking about change, uniting stuff and power and vote and what we want. And I'm using United States of Europe for weeks now, and I always have a bad taste in my mouth because it connotates something. It brings something into me that I don't want to have. But I know that is a really nice, strong words that you can shout, and we need something like that. I have another proposition here, and actually now I see it's not even it's just copy-pasted and digitally adjusted. Let me say it very quickly. We work towards uniting the states in Europe to one, a geopolitical power in the global community of all human states. Our compass shows the way around us and the way towards us. So whoever believes in us can join us. The compass transcends beyond planetary boundaries of Earth whenever the need may arise. We have a right to repair our errors and broken items, like a compass.
Last sentence.
Future amendments to the compass need a qualified majority from elected representatives of official and legal Volt Europe chapters. Europe United, Europa United, Europa United, Europa
Thank you.
United.
Thank you. The next one is Erich. Now Erich.
So, hi all together. I'm not that much that stage guy. I'm sorry. Okay, I could spend hours explaining why I do not like that title, United States of Europe. There are probably marketing reasons for it, and Kai just spoke a lot of it. And in fact, I spoke with Kai after the Budapest Pride, which was, by the way, amazing, in a restaurant about this topic, getting on his nerves with this United States of Europe thing. And we should ask ourselves, are we a consultant company? If we say, fuck that name, United States of Europe, but we should use it anyway because it's good marketing. Where's the heart in it? I must ask, where's the heart in it? So, in reality, it's very simple, and I will keep it short and painless because I'm kind of nervous right now. And it's Sunday and you want to go home. So attention, here comes the ultimate guideline. Do we believe that our Europe, the united Europe we dream of, is based on the same concept as the United States of America? Ask the question if you want to vote for that motion. Because that is what people will think if they read our slogans, our social media. If they see United States of Europe, they will think of that. So once you have an answer for this question, you already know how you should vote on this motion. Thank you. That's all.
Perfect. So thank you. Next on Kayo.
Hello, I am here my name is Caio, I'm from the communication team of Vote Europa, and I'm here, thank you team, and I'm here to share the communication perspective from the United States of Europe, because we are the ones making the post that people here said that get all the negative comments about this term, and that we should not use it because it's not working. And that's when I didn't prepare anything, I just heard these comments and I wanted to share that it's not, this is not simply not true. It is working. We have a petition for the United States of Europe that got the most signatures of any of our petitions. And something that you may not know how it works for our fundraising is that the best, most effective way we fundraise in the grassroots sense is through our newsletters. And these petitions is how we build our list. So a lot of people who are not Vote members receive Vote emails choose to become vote members from these newsletters, or choose to simply donate without becoming a member. And also, at the end of the petition, we also have a donation option. And that's how we raised thousands of euros just from this petition alone. That's how we raised our, built our list for the newsletter, increasing the amount of people who get the vote message by a lot. So I just wanted to say that it is working. And I mean, the people already said that this is not about calling Europe a United States of Europe when it becomes a federal Europe. And also in those comments that we have on social media, people start debating about what to call a federal Europe instead of why we need it. That's what we want. People are discussing what to call it instead of whether we need it. That's the discussion we want people to have. So even the negative comments are positive later, then people just start discussing it in the comments, not a negative thing of people criticizing our policies, just about whether we should name it this or that. So please, let's keep using it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I try to be quick. Two things. The first one is we take it seriously when the country council raised this motion. It's not only a member motion. So when the country council have a majority to bring in this motion, it shows us that the chapters have a different point of view of this marketing term. We should acknowledge that. And then, for example, I think this was a great campaign, but I think what would it have been much more better when we had a claim where the people say, well, this is great. So this is the second thing I want to tell you. I'm involved since 8 years, and a lot of voters who are in this party as long as me know, I wear a sandwich poster. Maria Britta Save the EU. Some might remember. And I'm a campaigning guy. I'm a street fighting man, like the Rolling Stones are singing in their songs. I'm on street. I'm campaigning in Cologne, in North Rhine-Westphalia. And I can tell you, I sent this campaign to a lot of members and friends and family. I had this amazing two-sided flyer. I appreciated having a flyer with two-sided information. It was great. But a lot, nearly all feedback was, but we are not the United States of Europe. I got this feedback to nearly 100% that this is a wrong claim. I just wanted to mention it from a guy on the street to remember or to see what's the feedback from the street. And I would like to have, let's say, another claim to test it. And as an evidence party, why run another campaign with a different claim or a survey? Let's see how many people we can attract with another claim to come out of our bubble. Thank you.
Thank you. And now to our last member speaking before I tell you what you can vote on.
All right, thank you. So a very little bit of context. The term United States of Europe, even though we are using it as Volta Europa, is not something that Volta Europa invented. That's something that has been around since the 30s, since the book Pan Europa, where it was first discussed the idea of an hypothetical federation. What we have to take into account is that time changed. So what yesterday's was seen in a good light, today might not be seen in the same light. Therefore, I've heard a lot of, all right, but yes, it is working from the social media, the term United States of Europe, and I do not have the data to say that it's not, of course, but maybe what if another alternative worked better? That's just a what if. Maybe it ends up that the term United States of Europe is the one that brings the most interest towards this cause, but let's keep our mind open. That's just that.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, just keep it here. So this was our last debate part. Thank you all who participated. Thanks again. All who listened in. It's so nice to have member debates on the GA. Am I right? So I'm not going to tell you again that you have received your voting token, blah, blah, blah. It's the same as with the other votes. You can vote until tomorrow, and you are asked if, yes, I want a different term and consultation with the members, and the CC should be planned and then started after this GA to be completed and you to be voted on by the next GA at the latest with a new term, then finally replacing USE. Or if you like USE, you can just vote no to keep the USE. So that's how you can vote on that. With that, we close up this session and we come to our next member motion as to the last one, and for that I invite Barbara.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, Caroline, Kai, and everybody. It was super exciting. And yeah, as Fabi already said, we have the last member motion of today. It's to conclude Bratislava GA with a political declaration. So let me ask Sven to join me on stage.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Yes. I hope you all have read the declaration, or let's say the motion is about closing a General Assembly with a political declaration. Because when I was younger, I always went to Love Parade, and even if you go to Love Parade, there's a political declaration. 1 million people gather, and they have a topic which they want to push out into the world. And for me, I thought, after the Frankfurt General Assembly especially, we have such a big convening of members, we also have to have a political message. It's not, and I heard a lot after the Frankfurt General Assembly, hey, we were 1,500, 1,600 members, but we almost nowhere were in the press and in the media. Of course not, because we have no message to close the General Assembly. And I think the whole idea also of my campaign running for co-president is to be more political. And one element for me is that we have to have a declaration to close General Assemblies. Something that we want, something which we stand for, like an exclamation mark of what Volt is about and what are our goals. And so I thought, okay, whoever wins this today, and I will not take too much time because I'm sure like me, you all are waiting for the results. But I would like to have at least the possibility to have a declaration which we can use to close the Bratislava General Assembly here. It was a member motion. It got the necessary endorsements. I can quickly read it to you. Sadly, we don't have it here. For the ones who didn't see it, it's still on the motion tool. More or less, a political Volt Europa needs to also make pressure for treaty changes. We want a lot of things. We want to remove the European Council. We want to have legal initiative. All of those things will be unlocked with treaty changes. And so for me, the topic where I think we will all agree is we need to push national governments towards opening the treaties and starting to negotiate how Europe should develop in the future. And so you have to listen to me since it's not on screen. The Bratislava Declaration, which you will be able to vote on, is Volt will build the leadership platform to unite Europe and demands reforming EU treaties. The last months have shown us that in a world changing for the worse, we as European citizens can only prevail if we change Europe for the better. Whether a European army or a united Europe, citizens across the continent understand the urgency and what is at stake. So does Volt. We are running out of time. Volt Europa was born with a goal to fix Europe. We believe in a federal Europe, and we are calling on national governments to also make this leap of faith. Changing treaties was never easy, but it was possible until the 2007 Lisbon Treaty. And we see today that 20 years without reform is a recipe for disaster. Only one government is needed to propose treaty changes in the European Council. 14 can initiate the process. We don't have today 27 Orbáns. We don't have 14 Orbáns. We actually have no more Orbáns today. So what is stopping us to initiate treaty changes? If national leadership continue to only talk about a united Europe without making the next logical step, the only solution is to build and vote for real European political leadership, and this is what Volt will do. The next European elections are in 2029. Volt demands to open EU treaties until then. We cannot wait, and Volt will not wait. We seek dialogue with heads of state to argue for initiating treaty changes, to give Parliament legal initiative, to move to qualified majority voting. Full stop, sorry. We will build the momentum in the population to use the next European elections to change course towards a federal Europe, and we will build the platform for future European leaders on European and on national level to provide an alternative and European perspective to electors. Volt Europa will be ready to take responsibility in 3 years, and we demand national governments to take responsibility now. So this is the declaration I would like us to vote on, because it's a, let's say, it's a message which matches our European program. It's a strong message which I think we need to do towards national governments to not only talk about Europe, but to actually start working towards it. And I see Volt Europa in that role to hold national governments accountable, to actually put their money where their mouth is. Like if Friedrich Merz in Germany says, we want a stronger Europe, yeah, what is he actually doing? Like he's blocking European advancements. So we need to play that role to hold them accountable every time they talk about a stronger Europe. And with this statement, we set our exclamation mark and we say, hey, we will be ready in 3 years for 2029. Until then, open the treaties, or we will take the initiative and also sell it to electors. You don't have the text. It's online, I hope, when you click on the motion. I will not take more time. Thank you for listening. I hope you vote for it, because to finish, the country council already endorsed it. So in theory, we have the backing of the chapters and of you, the General Assembly of the members, so we can make a strong statement, whoever comes out after the next section. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sven, for your presentation, a presentation that doesn't leave room for any questions, because we don't have time for them. So we as have no one re-registered to speak. So I'm gonna have the very last call, but also gonna be happy if we don't, because we are now right on time if we give it to the next part. So quickly, I'm gonna tell you, as the vote is very easy. It's just a vote if you approve the Bratislava Declaration that Sven just presented, and you can also read it up. So there you wrote yes or no. It's again the voting token you have been using all weekend. You have time until tomorrow at 12. And this is the last vote we had to announce today. And now we give it back to Barbara, so we can then go to the main course of the day.
Really, already. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Come on, you guys. We are at the very end. Just take your seats and pay attention, because this is what you've all been waiting for the past 2 days. Just let me, I just hope I don't mess this one up, because this is the most important part of the GA. No offense to anything that was going on before. Thank you. So do you. This is the audience pandering. It usually works. Anyway, first of all, I have one more housekeeping announcement. We have some leftover lunches. So if you need and want some snacks for the road, you will find them there where you picked up your lunch. So do not forget about that. So that was it. And now I would like to welcome the Electoral Commission to announce the result of the IEC vote. Please, Electoral Commission, if you can join me on stage, and please give them a huge, huge applause, because these guys worked so hard, so hard the whole weekend.
Hello. Okay. We are the Electoral Commission, and now we would like to announce the results for the Internal Audit Committee. Can we please go to the next slide? I'm happy to announce that Nafisa is now officially elected to the Internal Audit Committee. Yes, thank you, Nafisa, for putting your candidacy forward, and we hope you're having a great time in the IAC. Okay. And of course, for the final moment of this assembly, the board election results, we will exit the stage and will let Francesca announce the results later. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. There's going to be a lot of movement now. And I would like to ask the outgoing board to join me on stage. So let's go. Francesca, Mills. If we have Krista, Lucia, we are missing Christoph and Trodula. And please, one big shout out to the board members, Jennifer, Janko, and Slavek, who couldn't join us today, but I'm sure they're watching us on the stream. Thank you. Radula, come and join us. Oh, Christoph. A huge thank you to you guys. Yes. Can I? Of course. Could you borrow me or lend me a microphone? Lucia? This was a mess.
I needed to turn it up. Okay. I know, right? I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to give the mic to my very good friend, best ally, amazing two-term board member, Lucianas.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, gosh, I was asked just half an hour ago if I wanted to say something to all our members. And then I got a little bit emotional because it's been 5 years, friends. It's been 5 years. But I'm here, and thank you all for engaging in board projects that I held some responsibility for or that I was ambassador for. Values, integrity, community, academy, the EUPP at the end of the tour, and all the governance related stuff, you know, all the volunteers in our integrity bodies. Too many to name. We had none of you in place 2-3 years ago, and it's making such a difference for both. Thank you. Our European communities, our Eurosense team, the diversity groups, and the volunteers supporting them, from the policy team, from the community support team. Thank you for building up our member and citizen engagement teams. Thank you. This is so important for the future. Our Halo platform, and I know, friends, we have a way to go, but our internal communicators, our moderators, such thankless but much needed work. Thank you for engaging with Volt. Our general secretaries team, really, you guys don't know the work they put in, or maybe you do, and their interns working together with people like me in the board, keeping me posted and letting me shine on occasions like just now. You are indispensable to Volt. Thank you. I bow deeply. George, Achille, Annette, thank you. And last but not least, my colleagues in the board. Thank you for picking me up when I needed it. I try to be there for you. I hope you felt that for me. And last but not least, I think all of us, we have a wonderful events team that gets better and better at keeping us all, not just at this GA, but also throughout the year, engaged. And, you know, honestly, you'll be thanked again, but already from the bottom of my heart, you know, thank you so much, everyone. There are many, many teams that I didn't mention. Sorry for focusing a bit on my areas of work, but you know, we are in the board. I think I speak on behalf of everyone. We have been here to serve you. We hope you felt served, and even when you disagreed with us and kicked our butts, thank you for that. And I wish all the best for our new board. And yeah, I look forward to who the winner will be. And then over to Francesca, our co-president friends. Really, this woman is going miles and miles ahead of everyone and making a big difference for Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No?
Yes, you can talk. You
But-
can absolutely talk. So Francesca is going to announce her own, let's say, goodbye speech. But I just wanted to tell you before that Volt is letting move on a very talented politician, a tremendous leader, an activist, and wonderful human being. You are not leaving Volt. There's lots that's going to happen. I am losing a partner, a companion on this trip. There will be new partners. This project goes on, but on a very personal note, so I wanted to show you my recognition. I know that you have plans in Italy for next year. There is, but in Volt Italy, there are lots of fantastic leaders. There are lots of fantastic politicians in Italy. There are going to be primaries, there are going to be elections, but I did want to, let's say, personally, want to support you a little bit and launch a GoFundMe for you that you can spend full time of your time to do political activities for Volt that you can continue. And I want to put on screen, please, on screen. This is the one? Yes, this is the one. I created a GoFundMe to give her the possibility to campaign next year, morning to night, whatever she wants, and to make this happen. That's all. Okay.
Hey, people, you know, I tend to get emotional, but at least I have to say something first. And now you're making me cry even before I can speak. I always prepare my speeches. I know many of you like them, and you say, "Oh, you're so natural." But I always prepare them. This one I couldn't. I tried, but I just couldn't. I think I started preparing for this moment in 2023. I remember I was in Napoli, and I was at a friend's house, and I'm sitting in the terrace, and there's Mount Vesuvius in front of me. And I don't remember what had happened. but something like had annoyed me, and so I wanted to write a workplace message to say, you know, how this had affected me and stuff. And instead, what I was writing became more like, you know, memoir of the things that had happened until then. But I never finished it, because then the next challenge arrived, the next crisis arrived, the next exciting event arrived. And so, you know, I tried at times to continue writing, but I really couldn't do it. But I have recently realized that what I was writing is today's speech, the story of how we got here. You all know, 2021, I am 8 months pregnant. I go to an event in Berlin. Sissi was there. I don't know if she's in the room. And Sissi looks at me and she says, girl, you cannot put up posters with that big belly. But I did, actually. I did put up a lot of posters because we were running for the national elections at the time. Rebecca was a candidate. She's not here today, but she's one of the many, many, many incredible women that I met during my journey. And then and that's a little bit how it started. I campaigned, and then I had my son. And then 1 month later, I traveled to Lisboa, where we were having our General Assembly. And in the breaks, in between the sessions, I would go to the toilet and pump milk out of my breast, because I had just given birth, literally. And so I think that's how being the co-president of Volt became so much embedded with my mission as a mom, as a human being. I think what we have felt for each other is really that sense of mutual commitment, that shared purpose, that feeling of being able to hold on to each other to achieve incredible things. And I think we did. I think we did achieve incredible things. I think it doesn't matter what happens tomorrow. Volt is already an historical project. And it's so exciting. It is so incredibly exciting to be able to be a part of it. Now, there are many people to thank. Well, I'll start with maybe the coldest one, which is our sponsors. I was recommended to thank them. I have their name somewhere, and I will do that at a certain. I'm looking at George because he told me to do it. Yes. So Zaudio and NTC are our hosts. So I don't have a personal relationship with them as I have with you, but it's also important to acknowledge, the people and the services that carried us until here. But I do have a personal relationship with so many of you, and it has been such a privilege to serve you. It has been such a privilege to learn from you. I have grown so much. I have been given the opportunity to go get it, to fail sometimes, to make missteps, to learn, or simply to carry forward a crazy idea that nobody believed in at the beginning, but then it became our idea. It became something we do together. I know what comes next for me, but I also want to acknowledge the fact that we arrive here thanks to so many of you. Those who ran a campaign against all odds and almost got burned at it. Those who carried out a boring office job, or was not boring at all, but had a lot of responsibility. Those who dislike what we're doing and will hold us accountable until we do it right. Those who donate their time, their energy, their money. A little shout out to my Mission Impossible team. I'm not gonna name them but this is a group that has supported me in ways that I cannot believe, that has trusted me as a leader, that has empowered me to achieve what we have achieved. And I have no words to say how thankful I am to them. The love I felt in this organization is unbelievable. Now, I told you I know what's next for me. And you know already because you saw Achilles' gift, which was a bit embarrassing, but it's also, you know, I've learned also how you sometimes don't have to be embarrassed. You just take the gifts that lives give you. I have the ambition of running for the Italian elections. I have the ambition of supporting my team of Italians that I see to really become mainstream, to enter the Italian parliament, to create a little bit of a political earthquake in this country that is always ahead when it comes to having fastest governments. And we'll do it, and we will do it. And I will... But I will really need your help. There is one thing that I can never do, and that is working alone. I don't function good alone. I function good in teams. I functioned very well with my current board, with my past board. Well, not always super well, but but the connections and the support I felt from you and from the people that served together with me was really unbelievable. We want to rock politics. We need to believe it is possible. We have a proof of concept. We've done it. I will invite you personally to support this effort in Italy. I need you to be a little bit crazy and believe that this is possible, because I do believe it is. And it's not to get me a seat or some other Italian a seat. It is to create a future we can live in, a future in which you're not jailed because you're a migrant, a future in which you can afford to live your life, a future in which you can be whatever skin color you want, whatever ethnicity you want, whatever faith you want, and you can still thrive, a future in which technology is our friend. I feel so strong because I know I have you by my side. Thank you so much. You give me so much strength. In a moment, I will announce our next leaders. I hope, yes. I will take one, I promise you, it's going to be 5 seconds, but my first speech when I got elected the first time in Lisboa was messy because I didn't expect it, so I was like improvising. And I had to thank Andy, who is my partner. And 5 years after, I need to thank him again. You know what it has been. You've been there all the way. I am so grateful to have you. So I publicly want to acknowledge it. Thank you so much. With that, I think it's time that we discover the people that will lead us into this wonderful future. Are we ready? You're ready. I know you're ready. You are ready. Of course you are. Are they ready? They're not ready. Oh, this is anticlimactic. Oh, yeah. Okay, what should I do? Little dance? Yeah. There we are. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. So first off, we thank all the candidates that have run. Thank you for running. Thank you so much for pushing us, for pushing new ideas. You wanted to take responsibility. You did take responsibility. We are a fantastic community, and I feel so privileged. We're now going to find out who got it. The new co-presidents. Give me like a, oh. The female co-president, I think, is first. Okay, then we go first with the female co-president. Let me welcome my successor, to which I pass the baton, so honored, Ines Bravo Figueiredo. There you are. Thank you. You got another Mediterranean woman. Thank you, everyone. For the male co-presidency, let's do another oh. Our next co-president is Sven Frank. No? Later? I think before we give you the very well-deserved spot, we announce the rest of the board, if that's okay with you. You will have 3 years to speak, so come on, you can take this. People, our next treasurer. Is the guy with the suspenders. It's Alberto. Non-executive board members, we go with the ladies first. And I am happy to announce, thank you, Marike, Marina, and Michaela.
We don't have a team.
We don't know where they are, or are they somewhere? Are they coming?
Marina is here.
Marina is here, come. Okay, the others will, well, Michaela is not here, but Marike was. Well, anyways, very good. Executive Chanuk and Slavomir. gentlemen, I present you the new board of Volta Europa. Just one little clarification in case you don't understand what is going on. Our electoral law is so that you have to meet a certain quota to get a threshold to get elected. So for the male non-executives, we have an empty seat. I think it shows that we have a very good democracy because people make decisions and don't just, I know, fantastic, great. People, thank you, I love you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And congratulations to all of you. And thank you so much to all our members for participating in this election. We have received more than 1,500 valid votes, and this is 1/3 more than the votes we received in 2023. You will notice that one seat for male non-executive board member was not filled, and this is a scenario that we had anticipated and tested in advance, and you can read more about our testing process in our analysis of edge cases that we published on Halo. But simply put, at the time when 2 seats for male non-executive board members remained to be filled, only 2 eligible candidates were still in contention. And of those 2, only 1 reached the Drup quota, which is why 1 seat has remained empty. The Electoral Commission is therefore submitting a recommendation to the board to fill the empty seat with the remaining eligible candidate who did not reach the Drup quota. And that candidate is Federico Moscogiuri. Now, the board is allowed to fill the seat according to Article 22 of the statutes, but they are not obligated to follow a recommendation. If they do agree, however, the appointment will be confirmed at the next General Assembly. Thank you.
The president gives speeches?
Yes.
All right, people, you know how I'm going to start this speech. It's to say thank you. It's always to say thank you. So thank you. Thank you, members of Volta Europa, for voting, for participating in this election. Thank you to the other amazing candidates that we have here for having run such a beautiful campaign. You all worked so hard, and thank you for dedicating so much of your time and your lives to Volta Europa. And finally, a big shout out to the Electoral Commission and all the volunteers that supported with this election and all the work here at the GA. So can I have a round of applause for them as well, please?
Yes, also from my side, thank you very much also for the confidence to take Volta Europa forward from the good work that the last board has done. I'm humbled, let's say it like this. I also want to say, Melz, I remember when in Berlin you said, you're happy I'm running, because either in your hand or in my hands, Volta Europa would be in good hands, and I agree. Thank you very much. And likewise to Grit, I remember our call, and I thought afterwards, oh, this will be a tough campaign. And you proved me right, and and yeah, like how to say it, that was not easy. And you both bring a lot to the table, and I think we as a board have to discuss how we can integrate you in the roles where you really excel. So I think we have 3 months to pass over from the 1 month? Okay, 1 month to pass over. So we really need to make the time count and see how we work this, because we may have disagreements on some topics, but we also agree on a lot of topics. And I think we need to find a way forward together. That's important for me. And I also imagine for Ines and the whole board. So let's use that month to the best.
Right. So this election also means that there's change coming to Volta Europa. That choosing me and Sven, we came, both of us, with very clear perspective on let's have Volt V more political. So if you take one thing away from this election today, is that we want to work so that Volt will be seen more out there, that we're going to have more impact politically. We're going to do the things that are going to change people's lives starting now.
Yeah, so I always think in 3 steps. So I have three goals which we should try to achieve. I will match what the first one you said, and I think we need to start to have political influence. So I already have an invitation next week to speak on a conference in Warsaw on the future of Europe, which I got before I was elected. So I was happy, and now I can also officially represent Volt Europa. But we need to do this more, and we need to be visible in different member states and actually start placing messages in the ears that need to hear what we want to achieve with Volt Europa. And so this is one of the goals I'm sure we align on it, where we need to see how many feet can we get indoors to make our message heard. Let's say it like this.
I also have an invite. So I have an invite for a podcast this week, but actually it's in Portuguese, so won't be able to share with you. But I wanted to say also very big important topic for me that was like central to my campaign. I want this to be strategic. I want Volta Europa not to fumble in the dark, to try and figure out things again and again and again. I want to make sure that we use the know-how that we have internally to design strategies to succeed. So we don't just try things at random or try things that we think might work. We use the things that we know are going to work because we did the strategic analysis. So 2 things you're going to see from me. Thank you. Is I'm going to bring strategy into how we work. And to me, bringing strategy is not just strategy at European level. It's great to have a strategy at European level, but let's be honest, that's not where we win elections still, okay? I would love to be able to just campaign in the European bubble, and then we would bring an amazing message that would resonate with all the countries, but we know that's not the case. We know, thank you. We know that the elections are still very much national, and we know that some things resonate in some countries and not others. So I want to make sure that we have messages that are going to resonate in each and every country and keep to the Volt's values, that we keep our identity there, that we make sure that we present who we are, who we want to be, the federal Europe that we want to build in the best way for each of the different countries.
Because that will make us much more legitimate. I think, yes. I always say Volt Europa is a mini European Union, and we need to prove our idea and our vision of a European Union actually works, and we can prove it by practicing what we are preaching. So we need to have diversity of opinions. We need to be visible on national and on local level to make citizens understand. I always say we have the technical EUPP, but I also would like that Volt Europa is a European political party in the sense of what we wanted to achieve initially. And we will not change the law just by asking for it. We need to start living our idea of how European politics should work. So this means we need to be visible on national level. We have to try to get into your media to make people understand, okay, Volt Netherlands, yes, but there's Volt Europa. And in other countries where we are still small, it will give us much more boost, because if there's only 10 or 20 members and we manage to get into the media, we will drive attention to our chapters. So I think a political Volt Europa can provide a super boost to a lot of chapters. And yes, let's see how much we can translate our vision into a reality, so that slowly we move the needle to the Europe that we want.
Final words from me. We have more time, but I don't want to fill up all of your time. I know you guys want to go out, going to go party. I want to go party with you guys. So I'm just, I want to say some final words here. I'm extremely proud of being part of this movement. I'm extremely proud of the work that we developed. I am extremely grateful for how many hours our volunteers put into Volt Europa. I'm extremely grateful for how much our elected officials have been representing our ideas in putting them into practice. And I'm extremely grateful to be here tonight with you. I don't have much more to say. Besides, thank you. I already said it many times. You can count on me to bring you energy, hope, and always ambition, because I want us to succeed in 29, and I know it's possible, like I said on stage before. So let's do it together.
Also, famous last words from me. Yes, I mean, I also want to get off of stage and celebrate. My wife is waiting, I think, in the background, who I never drag to Volt events, but this one she said she cannot miss either way. So yes, it's time to celebrate. I want to thank everyone for coming here. I want to also say happy birthday to Rick today. You made your biggest birthday party by holding a General Assembly.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Rick. Happy birthday to you. Woo! It's also Theo's birthday.
So
but we won't sing again. Sorry, Theo.
Let's have one day to celebrate, and then from tomorrow, I think we have
we
to
start
work.
working.
We only have 3 years, and if we want to make a splash in 2029, I always say the campaign is only the reminder to vote for us. We have to convince people before. So we have 2 years to convince people. Let's get to work, and I hope we will have a sensational campaign in 2029 and a lot of fun going there.
And you're going to be the faces of that campaign. Let's go.
Fabi?
Selfie. Selfie with everyone. Don't move yet.
You're closing.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Table, chairs, can we go out? I need to go.
So you can stay for the picture. And then there's some boring legal stuff we need to get rid of. Okay, they're all in like right about 10 results. So another big round of applause for the board.
For the new board, congratulations. Congratulations.
So now before you leave, there's still some stuff happening, so don't run off and ask the obligatory picture. But before we officially end this GA, I still want to remind you There's votes still open about all the motions, all the other votes. They are open until tomorrow, 12 p.m. So please make sure also to vote on all those important topics which we had great debates about. The vote results, they will be shared latest on Friday with all the members via email. And George is typing what I have to say. And by Wednesday on Halo. So Halo will also come, but you will get it via mail. If you want to help at the next GA, reach out to the General Secretary office. I will also mention that following the statutes, I confirm as chair that all debates have been conducted in English and have been accessible to all Volt Europa members. We have now reached the end of these discussions, and as my role, or our role as chairing committee, we close this General Assembly at
5:13.
And as you say in Germany, I now have Feierabend, and I give it back to our beautiful host to wrap it up.
Yeah, because now we're done with the elections and the legal stuff, but we still have like some more shenanigans to do. Anyway, well, we know you know.
European achievements of free travel and trade, and we with Volt really stand up for open borders where there are border controls right now in 12 countries, and we need you all. But today, first of all, we will sing a song once the candles are lighted, because we had wonderful people who are basically baking this cake with their heart last night, actually this night at 3 o'clock in the night. So we want Kai, amazing. You maybe want to say a few words about Schengen before we sing all together.
Well, that comes by surprise now, but of course, like we have been in the past year already writing letters to Commission and calling out several member states' behavior of not respecting the Schengen treaties. And this is exactly what we are trying to also achieve, and to celebrate Schengen as a huge European achievement, what we need to drive forward and what we need to protect. That is also what we as Volt stand for. And so, of course, happy birthday, Schengen.
So thank you to everyone. We are a big team. You can join us because we are now a Volt Europe community. We are part of DreamCom finally, and we invite you all to join in if you are interested in the topics, because we are planning European demonstrations in the end of the summer to open the borders now. But now let us all sing together, and we will sing Happy Birthday, Dear Schengen. Happy birthday, dear Schengen. Happy birthday, dear Schengen. Happy birthday to us. Okay,
You've got it. 3 times happy birthday, dear Schengen, and then happy birthday to us. All right? 2, 3. Happy birthday, dear Schengen. Happy birthday, dear Schengen. Happy birthday, dear Schengen. Happy birthday to us.
Woo! So now, who is having a wish? Okay, first we go, you can do one and I do one. So you normally don't say it, right? But you can maybe imagine what we wish for.
Just make a wish for Schengen. We all know what it is, but psst.
And it is a cake with a few pieces. So whoever is here and whatever is left, you are surely invited to get a piece. So we cut it now. And spread the word and use the hashtag I love my Schengen.
Wieder.
Kannst du es nicht?
Of course, usually you are not allowed to say what you wished for, but when we blew out the candles, of course, we wished for open borders.
Okay, and just one last thing. Thank you so much, everybody. And as per tradition, we need to take the Volt family photo, right? As on every GA. So I would ask all of you to join us near the stage, not on the stage. Just come closer so we can all. Yeah, later on.